Hello and welcome to the third edition of the UzChess Cup in Tashkent. And after a chaotic opening round in the Masters yesterday, featuring not one but three decisive games, the intensity triples as the challengers and futures sections officially join the fray. I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska and I am joined by the absolute queen, International Master Tanya Sajdev.
Ivanka, I'm so excited to be here from Oslo to UzChess. It feels like you're my ride or die this month with incredible action underway. I mean, UzChess, what do I say about it? It's in its third edition. You know, a tournament that started to give the Uzbeki youngsters a chance to fight against the world elite. And now those very youngsters are the world elite.
Exactly. And that's exactly the whole format of this event. You have three Uzbek nationals, and they're going to fight it against the world elite. And for the challengers and the futures, there's that promotion possibility. You know, where they win, they go up the next level. And like you said, these days, the Uzbeks, they are the next level. So can't wait for the games to begin. And let's dive in and see what is occurring on the boards, because I think we have the kickoff.
Let's do it. Round two is already underway, and I'm also going to add the drama and the excitement that we saw from day one. So many decisive results as well. And Ivanka, I think we have to start with the action on the board of the two players who stunned us all with two wins yesterday. Mamedyarov, the Uzbeki youngster, taking down Jan Nepomniachtchi in such a fantastic attacking game. And then we also had Nicolas Theodorou with his big win against Hans Niemann. A lot of drama there, and these two face against each other.
Exactly. And also to add to yesterday, there was also another win by Vachier-Lagrave in a fantastic endgame against Vidit. So we have three wounded lions, and like you say, everyone is looking to get onto the scoreboard. Now, as we move away from the standings, let's dive into the games, and we have liftoff as we see the players full on in motion. We have Mukhadin against Nicolas Theodorou. Will we see 100% score by the end of the day? That's the big question. Also, will we see someone begin a tournament with a 0 out of 2? That's not really what they want, but it might very well happen. But the games are in progress. Let's dive in and break down the action.
So Mamedyarov here started with the king's pawn opening, and we saw Nicolas returning the favor, also replying with e5. The knight comes out, attacking the pawn on the center of the board, which was then responded by the Petrov. We've got the Russian defense on the board, Ivanka, today for this one, and a strike. And this one gets really fun, because usually white in this position is to capture on e5. And we've seen all those Petrov openings and those battles, which let's just say aren't super fun, but I love the approach that Mamedyarov has. It's sort of like the Scotch against the Russian, right?
Yes.
We see a trade, the knight gets attacked, the knight jumps to the center of the board, queen takes pawn, hitting it for the second time. We're still in modern theory right now, defended by that pawn moving forward. A streamer's favorite move, really the only move in the position on Pesson, needs to be captured by the knight that was hanging. And Ivanka, more development. The players are blitzing their moves through. The queen was hit, and we'll have to do it from the very top. Just going to do it one more time. Get to that position.
Oh.
Oops.
There's a glitch in the matrix. Tanya has the game is
getting
insisting
there
on being rewinded. But it's okay. We're going to get there, because the players, they are blitzing everything out. And this is a razor sharp line. You see that there's no pawns in the center, but with that little bishop move, white is indicating that they're going to be castling to the left, and it is action all the way.
And you gotta love that, right? Because huge chances of an opposite side castling, and with the h-pawn already a hook, if black was to go to the right flank, we might even see an early g4, g5 in this game. A check was given, blocked by the bishop, g5 hitting the queen, also opening a path for the dark squared bishop to eventually come into the game. And we saw the queen move all the way to the other side, now eyeing the idea of the bishop coming out to b5 to pin that knight. Fianchetto, the knight jumps forward. Ivanka, is this all a theory? Is this all still familiar territory for the players? Because the speed with which they're playing and the nature of the position, they best be knowing what they're doing right now.
Exactly. And you know what? I'm looking at the database, and I'm seeing that it's not theory, but it definitely seems to be within the player's home analysis, because bishop to d2, apparently a rare move. G5 has been played, but this queen e7 check, that's when things departed. But it does seem like, by the speed of which the players are playing, that they have all worked this out before. But I don't get it because it's so sharp, Tanya. And look at the position that you have in front of you, where black has castled kingside. His kingside pawns are exposed, and it's going to be a question of whether white can get castled to the queen side, and then what is going to happen. So
and I'm just going to also state the fact that the players have more time than what they started with, and an absolutely mad opening. They're blitzing and blasting their way through it. I think they know exactly what they're doing. And black here doesn't immediately recapture in g7, but throws in a development check on the board, forcing white to block it with the knight. The bishop on e2 would have been extremely weak. And now finally the king does castle on that left flank, and Jovanka with the h and the g pawn up the board. The feeling here is that it's going to be Nicolas who needs to be a little careful once h4 does arrive. We saw the rook come through attacking the queen, blocked, and it would be very tempting to fall back with the queen, but the queen isn't really feeling very safe with the bishop jumping forward, the knight starting to chase it down the board, and then g4. We're on move 18. This is absolutely insane. The first brilliancy with 6.5 extra minutes on the clock. They start with 90 minutes.
Exactly. They start with 90 minutes. They do get that 30-second time bonus per move. And of course, on move 40, they will get 30 minutes additional. But look at that. They've got more time than when they started with. It's a razor-sharp position. Wow, my goodness me.
It gets fun.
It gets even wilder. If you thought this was bad, wow.
Look what happens next.
Exactly.
So the queen falls back, and the whole idea is to rely along the pin on the d file with the knight and d6 under attack. You're threatening rook takes knight, but also c5 at the right moment. White doesn't even care that the knight is hanging, and after pawn takes knight, hits with rook takes knight, second brilliancy, second time in the row. And for Mamedyarov, the action continues. Rook takes pawn, taking that time out. And in this position, if white was to capture the queen, black picks it up as well with the check. Eventually, a knight takes rook to follow in that line. So white picks up the rook, black picks up the rook, pawn takes pawn. And guess what? At the end of it, here we are, rook to d1, the last move played by Mamedyarov. That's move 22. He's added about 7 minutes on the clock. Nicolas is not even on the board right now. Jovanka, make sense of all of this.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, maybe we don't even need to break it down because the players are playing so quickly, Tanya, that it seems like they've got absolutely everything worked out. So rook to d1 seems to have forced Nicolas into something, as he is, look at him, Tanya, he is recalling his theory, so to speak. And I've got it that actually Nicolas has to be careful now with his next move. He has to put his queen on c5, which I think makes a lot of sense, because with the black king so unsafe, you need to really try to steer the game into an endgame.
Let's take stock of the position, right?
Yeah.
We saw all these forcing lines, players playing it out really quickly, which means that they were quite well prepared in it. A lot of captures, counter attacks, and when the dust settles, the first moment in the game when Nicolas slows down, and as we can see in the camera, Mamedyarov not on his board right now, we've got this pause, this breather to really take it in. With the dust settle, the material is in balance. It's 5 pawns apiece. But the bigger problem here does feel like it's the black king that's more unsafe than the white king. So for Nicolas, really important to try to get the bishops off the board, but also the queens. And I think that's why you like the move queen to c5, just getting ready to go into an endgame. Say that I've got the better pawn formation, Mamedyarov, with your doubled f-pawn. Imagine all the pieces traded off. Black's pawns super healthy on the left flank. You know, the king will have a direct path and a direct entry line towards those white pawns. And I think queen c5 would be a very attractive move, and it's been played right now.
It has been played. Well, the question now is, you don't have to, as white, go bishop takes bishop. By the way, this was such a great game to start with.
I love it.
Fireworks already. But you don't have to go bishop takes bishop. I would be looking, especially if I were coming to this position fresh, at queen to c3, and
give a check.
Give a check. And if the king moves, well, now we're talking, because I think white has a big initiative. But the big question is, like, black is going to continue with the endgame theme and say, hey, I'm going to block that. And, well, black is probably going to get the endgame that they want.
It's very difficult to really hide, right? If you move your queen to b3, there are ideas like knight a5, jumping to the center, to the side of the board to pick up the bishop next. The biggest question right now is, can Madaminov find a way, now that he's tested Theodoru, who, by the way, is a massive theoretician. He's helped many grandmasters as a second to work on openings at the highest level. So for Madaminov, I think it was a really big test by fire to put Theodoru through it, but he's kind of past that right now. And if this goes into an endgame, Black is doing absolutely fine. To my eyes, the big question is that after bishop takes bishop, which, by the way, just has happened, and if you take a look at queen takes queen, let's say the king takes the queen back and pawn takes bishop, how are we evaluating this position? Because the rook does jump in with a big check immediately on the board.
Yeah, it does. And obviously, you've got to step up with the king.
Oh, by the way, this line is being played out. You know, the players are giving us no chance at all to analyze anything. This has happened. This is the live board.
Yeah, well, this is modern day chess. It's a big theory fest where you just have to show that you understand and you can memorize 23 plus moves of theory.
25 to be exact.
Okay.
25 and counting.
Okay, and yes, definitely. As you pointed out, the king has to step forward. Presumably, it is going to move up to g6. But okay, that's just me looking at it fresh. But they've already looked at it with their engines, and I would say king to g6 with the whole idea that after rook takes c7, you go rook f8, and you go on the counter.
So you're just saying you take my pawn, I take all of your pawns, and then it kind of ends up becoming a race.
Which presumably they have all looked. And we could be seeing a ridiculous situation where they played like 50 moves of theory.
Yeah, and then it just ends in handshakes,
Draw.
Love it. I will say, though, I'm a bit of a Madaminov fan after his story, you know. I think for those who might not know, we have to talk about it. I mean, at 16, he was an unrated player, Madaminov. Or at least nowhere as strong as he is right now. And at that point, Vachier-Lagrave was already 2,400. And for Madaminov, Vachier was like a hero.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing this photo of a really young Madaminov with Vachier coming for some tournament and being inspired there. 10 years of friendship later, he was at Goa for the World Cup where Vachier-Lagrave had the run of his life.
Yes.
Qualified for the candidates, won the candidates, and for both these tournaments, Madaminov had such a huge role to play, not only as a second, not only as a player who was helping with the openings, but also as a friend, as a support to Sindarov. So just from that point, from idolizing and wanting to get a photo and an autograph of Vachier-Lagrave to being at this stage, being a good friend, being one of the top players here and the future of Uzbeki chess as well, taking down Jan Nepomniachtchi in round one, blitzing out this theory, you've got to be rooting for the guy.
Yes, well, and he does it all with a smile on his face. I mean, that's what was stuck with me about Mukhadin, is that he is definitely your good mood guide. And that's so important when you are having a second in a really tense event such as the candidates. Not only is the chess really good, but also the friendship, as you mentioned, very good as well. Let's take a pause from this theory fest and let's go into the other games. And I'm going to suggest, Tanya, that we move to Jan Nepomniachtchi against Vidit, because both players lost yesterday, and both of these players are in danger of having a terrible start to the tournament if they lose.
I love I love that decision. Love where your head's at right now. And you mentioned this at the start of the show. The big question is, which of these players will get on the leaderboard? You definitely don't want to start UzChess, at the bottom of the pit with no points. And both of them were the shocking losses of yesterday as well. It was a massive upset with the lower rated player defeating them.
Yes, especially for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who lost almost without a chance as well, making a big blunder with rook to b8. Now he's looking to redeem himself with the white pieces. And what was shocking about Jan is that Jan is famous for playing fast but good chess. And yesterday, it was fast chess, but not so good chess.
And it has to be one of the two, right? It can't be fast and bad. You're either slow and good or fast and also good.
Yes, you can't be fast and bad. That's the recipe for disaster.
Yes.
And then everyone will criticize you and go, hang on a second, what were you taught when you were a child? I mean, I was taught to sit on my hands. What about you, Tanya?
It's really interesting what we speak of speed, because I remember watching a recent interview and talking to Ramesh, who's sort of, we call him the Dronacharya of chess in India, which is the highest sporting honor. He's won the Dronacharya Award as well. It is it's the guru in Indian mythology, the gurus of all guru, and um, the Dronacharya of Indian chess, R.B. Ramesh. He always says that, you know, when kids are young, when you're growing up, the coaches want you to sit down and calculate and spend your time. They want you to not rush your move. And that somewhere destroys the intuition of the child, the ability to play fast. And I think we grew up in that generation where we were always taught to sit and calculate our way through. Sit and, you know, that you need to slow down, think lines through. But now that whole scenario has changed completely. I feel that there's so much sense in, you know, what great coaches like Ramesh have said, that you need to encourage kids to be quick. And if they want to rely on their instinct and give an answer as quickly as possible, that's a skill to be honed into and not to be checked on.
Definitely, I agree. You can sharpen it. But I have to say, Ramesh also gave an advice, which I didn't think was that... I thought it was a little bit controversial, where he said that kids should be silent. And that for me is actually no. When you're studying in class, I think noise is really good. Maybe because I thrive in these noisy environments, and I really enjoy hearing the sound of people learning and enjoying the game.
Yes.
And I feel like sometimes we make the game a little bit too introverted and a little bit too like insular, two minds just thinking in silence. And that kind of definitely, I think it just makes chess unattractive for some people and makes it harder to study. But whereas when you have the noise, then you're able to just get with the flow. But okay, let's
dive into this, and we will speak more. We'll keep it noisy in our studio.
Yes.
Whatever is happening on the chessboard, we'll break it down with some noise, Yovi, because Jan Nepomniachtchi started with the queen's pawn opening in this one. Vidit replies with the knight coming out, a capture of the center, and we do see the Nimzo Indian defense after white developed a knight. We see a position which is actually quite combative, an opening approach that starts with a slow move e3, looking at quick development of the king side pieces. But Jan, with the last few pawn moves, has forced a trade. Well, you could go back with the bishop, but that leads to lines which would allow a free flow in the center for white. Vidit takes this opportunity to give up the bishop pair, but in return gets a lot of development and a lot of time. You look at this position, it's all pawn moves, no development for white, but white does have the long-term bishop pair. Also a double pawn to take care of in that. And very often in these positions, the g2 pawn was hit when the bishop came out blocked. It's all about the fight for the center and the space. For Vidit, I think the plans are going to be revolving around trying to get the knight and the rook to combine against the attack on the c file. While for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has to go all out Jan and look for counterplay on the king side.
I definitely agree with that, because as you mentioned, you know, if white doesn't hurry up, then your plan of just targeting the weakness that is on c4 is going to be very much on action. You know, you're going to be looking at rook c8, knight coming to c6, knight a5, as Tanya's indicated, and white, on the other hand, has to be making moves such as bishop to g5, setting up the pin, knight to e2, and you want to be going all in the center, you know, advancing as much as possible, because you have a bishop on d3 sitting pretty, pointing at h7. So going to be a very interesting one. But one thing I got to say is that often it's a little bit of a mistake to rush, I would say, as white with d5, because you lose some of the tension in the center.
It does give black the opportunity then to decide to just stay flexible and only trade when the time is right. You might open up an e-line or further pressure on a c4. Another way to do that would be to line the bishop with the knight even after d5 if you have the time to do that. I am expecting Vidit to start with the move knight to c6 in this position, ask some questions to the pawn at the center of the board, also setting up the earlier ideas that we were looking at with the knight landing on a5. I have to say that for Vidit, this tournament is quite important, you know, in terms of the selection for the Olympiad, the chess Olympiad coming up as well. So the first round loss had to hurt him quite a bit. And the same story for Nepomniachtchi. So the big question is, what's their mindset? Where is their head at? Have they recovered from everything that happened yesterday? I think for Jan, it was an absolute blast off on the board.
Yeah.
Such a stunning game by Mukhadin in that opening, just sacrificing everything and going for Jan's king.
Exactly, and bishop takes h6, and it was a real beauty. And if you haven't seen it, I definitely recommend that you go and check it out because it is worth a playthrough. So let's move away from this game. We're expecting knight c6, knight e8, d6, a kind of move that is going to be fighting eventually towards targeting that c4 pawn. Let's move away from that one, and I'm going to direct us to the game between Nurbek Abdusattorov against Vachier Mamedyarov. Now, Vachier won yesterday, and
we'll go straight to that, but I just also want to point out on our camera, it did look like Vidit was deep in thought and unsure of how to continue in this position as we move on to this one. And we'll come back to this and see how quickly Vidit responds. But let's go over to the game, Yovi. You wanted to head to straight. It's a big one for Uzbekistan. We've got Abdusattorov playing with the white pieces against a Vachier. What do we make of the opening that we have? I would guess it came out of a Sicilian.
it is most definitely a Sicilian, and it looks like it's a dragon, which fits in with my theory that chess openings should be renamed to make them sound.
Do you approve of the dragon as the name?
Definitely.
You love it.
Yes.
And it's all about this bishop spitting fire down the board.
Exactly.
It's the dragon bishop.
You know, they were kind of making like claims that the pawn structure looked like the constellation of the dragon, and yeah, it doesn't, nothing like that. I think they just chose it because they were like, it sounds cool. Who doesn't want to play a dragon?
I do see the theory about the pawn formation as well. You know, if you use a bit of imagination, you could think about a dragon. But for me, this opening really is about the crowning jewel in Black's position, which is often the bishop, eye-lining the entire diagonal and not easy to get rid of. Let's take it from the top.
Yeah, let's go break it down from the top, as you mentioned, e4, c5, and then we have, well, it could be an accelerated dragon with this move order, because it does allow white to establish the Maroczy formation, which is with c4. d6 is a lot more typical move order to get into the dragon, but what happened? d4 takes, yep, and no Maroczy, no quiet game at all.
No quiet game, hits the knight, accelerated because Black is just super fast pushing that g-pawn, getting the bishop on that diagonal, and still not committing with the d-pawn moving forward. Well, he eventually does that in a few moves. The bishop came out to support the knight develops, white continues with development as well. The king gets to safety, and I like that Nurbek hasn't shown his hand where he's placing his king. He's kept it really flexible, and if I had to take a guess, after that last move, especially on the board, it's going left side with an attack on the other flank coming up.
Yes. It's an interesting move because not too many games in the database. Queen to d2 is a lot more popular because first up you break up the pin and you try on some occasion to go bishop to h6 to neutralize the dragon bishop. But here, queen to d3.
If it was an online game, we might think it's a mouse slip.
Yes.
But this is not a hand slip.
No, this is not a finger fail.
This is definitely preparation by Nurbek. Do we have any games in this position, Yovi?
We do. And it's a really big clash between Yana Pomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana. And that one was a win for Fabiano playing black. So there, you know, white's just put the queen on d3. So why not maneuver the knight to d7 to where it can start to target? And hang on a second, that's not exactly what was played, but definitely the idea. Knight to e5 was the move played in that game. And then after queen to d2, bishop to d7.
So Black has just won a move, hitting that queen, centralizing the knight. And white is making a case that this knight over here is misplaced compared to the knight on c6 because it comes under fire soon, and as well as is blocking the path to the bishop on g7. Queen d2, sorry, bishop to d7?
Yeah, bishop to d7 was the move played, which makes a whole lot of sense because another plan of attack in the Sicilian is to go rook to c8, knight to c4.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the knight on e5 doesn't look misplaced. It looks like a beautiful piece, and you've just sort of given Black this free tempo to get it there.
And a plan.
And a very clear plan.
And so that's exactly what Black did. Fabi played, like, after castle queenside, rook to c8 happened, the bishop stepped backwards, and then knight to c4 appeared on the board. So,
and Fabi went on to win the game against Yana Pomniachtchi with the black pieces in that. So Nurbek definitely has something in mind with this move, a new idea, a step up from the Fabi game.
Yeah. So what could it be? So, okay, maybe obviously, as we're looking, look at the clock times as well, Tanya. It's telling us that Nordebek definitely very much in his prep. He's not freestyling here. So let's kind of break down knight e5 one more time. Knight
Let's do it.
e5.
Because it's the most attractive move. Black has finished development. You've castled. Now you need to focus on that left side. The knight comes in with a tempo on the queen. You know, I will say one thing though. It's not necessary for white to place the queen on d2. I could put it on e2, and I'm making a case for the fact that now whenever I get h3, f4, you will not have knight c4 so easily. My bishop and queen defending that square, and maybe that's how white will regain the tempo with some interest.
Yeah, and definitely f4 is very much in the air because can you jump forward with the knight? So say, for instance...
Let's say bishop to d7.
Yeah, bishop d7 makes a whole lot of sense. Get the rook to c8. Have some fun.
So long castle.
Long castle.
You get the rook to c8. And notice how now, because the queen is on e2, the c4 square is defended by white, so no knight jumps there.
Yeah. And can white go f4 immediately, or you probably have to take some care, because when a rook comes to c8, rook takes c3 is always in the air, Tanya. And then before you know it,
the house is on fire.
Exactly. I don't think f4 is actually possible.
Should we try it?
Yeah, we can try it, but okay, proceed with caution. And rook takes c3. And I wonder whether you go the whole way as well. Knight takes e4. Yes. Okay. Let's take the knight just to show out how things could really fail for white. Queen a3, knight takes c3. Oops-a-daisy, you just lost your queen.
Wow. Yeah. The dangers of actually giving up that knight on c3 are far too many, but I am slightly surprised that Shak hasn't made his move, especially considering that Jan and Fabi, two of the elite players of the chess world, have had this position. Do we know which tournament that was from? My question in my head right now is for Shakrar Mamedyarov, is he aware of that game that has been played between these two players? Does he remember it?
Well, the clock time suggests
otherwise.
And I'm just wondering whether this was the candidates.
But do you think that after 95, we managed to break into Nordebek's head and preparation that the queen will not retreat to d2, which was the move of choice of Jan, but instead goes back to e2?
I think he's going to go queen e2. It's a top computer choice. I absolutely think that.
And it makes so much human sense as well.
Yes.
Because you really don't want to give black the free hand to land on c4.
But we actually show the danger of launching with f4, so maybe we can actually try to get in.
We have a move.
We have knight d7. Okay.
We have a move.
Okay, knight d7, that's also been played before. 2 games in that line, and there white was going queen to d2 because there is no quick knight c4.
But this is so strange. Modern chess is so strange. You've just put your queen on d3, and now you say, you know what? It's better on d2. Let me bring it back on the very next move. Again, bishop to h6, always in the air after long castle, and then following it up with h4, h5, especially now that the knight has moved away from f6, and there's no defender to that tender spot on h7. You know what this implies to me, to my head, Ivanka? Is that queen d3, whether it's knight e5 or it's knight d7, Nordebek Abdusattorov is making a case that both these knights will be misplaced or less ideally placed.
Yeah.
The knight on f6 is a key defender to that pawn on h7. You move that away, thank you very much, I get some attack on the king side. You put the knight on e5, as we saw, f4 will come with a hit. After knight d7 though, Nordebek hasn't made his move just yet. This is our live board. So maybe Abdusattorov out of preparation now.
Well, we'll find out, because knight d7 and knight e5 were the 2 moves that had been tried out. But knight to d7 is a very clever move. Idea of the other knight coming to e5 or perhaps even to c5. And questions will be asked. Also, where is white going with the king? I don't think it's so tempting to go castle queenside anymore, because knight c5, knight takes b3, and suddenly the bishop on b3, which was pointing at f7, no longer on the board. But we'll keep an eye on this game, and let's move on from this one.
Let's do it, Ivanka. Let's have a look at the action all around. As you're mentioning, the bishop on b3 about to fall as well, and that's a big piece in the attack. It's not just the e5 square, but the knight jumping onto c5 as well. We've checked out the 2 leaders. We've checked out the 2 players at the bottom of the pit. Where are we heading next?
So let's head over to the game between Hans Niemann and Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave. Now, Hans yesterday lost with the black pieces against Nicholas Theodorou. Nicholas just played extremely well. And Shamsuddin had a draw against Arjun Erigaisi in a very locked game. So let's have a look at how this one continued. Shamsuddin, pretty sure that he is now qualified for the Olympic team, the Uzbek, so we're definitely going to be seeing more of him in the future. So e4, e5, and in terms of recent success, Shamsuddin came second in the UzChess Cup. So definitely a player that you must not underestimate. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. The bishop comes out to c4, the good old Italian. It seems like everyone is going for this game. Should I tell you a long, long time ago?
Yes.
Like the English women's team, this was back in the early 2000s. We were playing the Italian and we were playing the c3 Sicilian or the closed Sicilian. And we were doing everything to keep the position tense. And everyone was laughing at us. They were like, oh my God, can we not play open Sicilians? Do we have to play such boring chess? And I tell you, we were pioneers. Because and now everyone is playing the Italian.
Visionaries. Not just that, everyone's playing the c3 Sicilian as well. It's aimed against the opponent. It's so difficult to counter. And you call it tense. I think the world calls it the slow game.
Yeah.
You know, it's sort of the tension is in the slowness of how it develops. I was going to ask you, what is your favorite name for the Italian? Is it the Italian? Is it the Gyuko piano? Or is it the slow game?
Oh, it has to be the slow game. It's never been called that before, but I think it has to be like the slow game.
It's very descriptive of how things develop here, because that's what we see, right? Till there is a center break, everything remains intact in the position.
Yes, and it's just tense. I mean, whenever I see this game, you know, I'm like all the pieces on the board, and you know, both sides jostling for either that space advantage, like this c3, a5. No, you cannot get b4, my friend.
Just taking away all the ideas from your opponent every opportunity you get. But the drawback of this move is that it does leave the b5 square behind that white can either get his bishop into and sometimes even the knight.
Yeah. And this is modern day chess as well, because I swear if you'd said that 20 years ago, they would have gone, woohoo! You've given up the b5 square, well done. But actually it's very significant.
I also want to point out that black very often in these lines doesn't just stop on a5. We see the bishop come out, a4, ideas of the queen go behind the b pawn and then start expanding on the queen side as well. So Jovanka, this can get fun.
Yes.
It will not be the slow game very soon.
Well, he did go h3. It was also possible to go bishop out to g5. And if you wanted to make things super sharp as white, then bishop to g5. And then it becomes anyone's game, because after h6, g5, and then it gets, as we know, random. You can lose this one, as Magnus Carlsen found out, to Wesley So. But yeah, white isn't quite ready at taking on g5, so you have to go back. But I can understand why many players do not want to go in that direction at all.
And today Hans Niemann did not want to go into that direction. He stops black's idea of jumping onto g4. Black does the same. No more bishop g5 for you, Jovanka. The knight comes out, and this is what we were talking about, expansion on the queen side. And after the move a4, the knight continuing its route towards the other side of the board, trying to get to f5 on a green day. Bishop to d7 was played. Bishop b5, just making sure that there's no easy route to b5. And I also will say that black was already setting up the idea of knight a5, hitting the bishop. There's really nowhere to run, and then b5 coming in.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. You know, I checked on the database to see who'd played this game before, and Hans has actually had a game against Vincent Keimer. So his improvement is this bishop to b5.
What did he do in that game?
He played in Vincent's, he played d4, and that was perhaps a little bit too soon. d4, bishop b6, and then knight g3, and then retreated the bishop back to f1. So a different approach, but I like the fact that Hans is in his preparation.
But 1 hour 17 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that also kind of tells a different narrative, doesn't it? But the thing is, it actually, both sides should be familiar with what is happening.
Plenty of games in this position. Bishop to b5, knight e7, trying to trade off some pieces here. And after I love this idea by Shamsuddin where he does capture with the knight. It hints at a potential f5. You're clearing the path. Queen to bishop, queen takes bishop was also possible, but knight takes d7 just keeps things dynamic.
Yeah.
And I have to say this, I've noticed this about Uzbeki players, the younger generation, the golden generation of Uzbekistan chess, that they're always looking for aggressive possibilities.
They are.
They're always trying to get a game in. And you know why I love that extra is because the golden generation of Indian chess players have that exact same attitude as well.
They do. And I was actually talking to Shaksot yesterday about this, and he was saying that when he's teaching the young players in Uzbekistan, he's saying play active, play dynamic, and if their instinct is to go otherwise, he goes, no, it's okay to be uncomfortable. Just test yourself, push yourself. And it was really fascinating to see how it is possible to kind of coordinate the pieces in a really proactive way.
Yes.
Whereas I would say that a lot of people my generation may be defensive.
I fully understand that because, Ivanka, I am a long-standing member of the Chicken Chess Club.
Me too. So not as a commentator, but as a player, I'm absolutely there. You know, I'm looking at protecting my king in every direction. And these players are like, I will protect the king, but I will do it in the most active way possible.
Always looking at counter offense as the best form of defense.
Exactly.
And the bishop did fall back. The queen comes out now, trying to finish development. And so much of this will be about central breaks. And we see the play divided here. Black's gain space on the left flank, while white has a better center. The knight's now ready to jump onto the f5 square. And not giving white that time, Shamsuddin immediately reacts at the center against Hans with the move d5. And Ivanka, access denied there. The e-pawn moves forward, truly and surely now splitting the board into two halves.
Yes. And okay, well, this is a different move to what was played before. There was one game in my database between Wesley So, Fabiana Caruana, and that actually continued with the knight going to g3 instead of e5. And after rook to e8, bishop to e3, and after pawn takes pawn, we had a completely different game after queen takes e4 with no central tension whatsoever. But going to e5, going to the live board, e5 on the board, and now the big question is, now the tension has resolved in the center. When I'm teaching, I say, well, that means that the energy transforms to the wings. You know, so you're looking at moves like c5, you're looking at making those moves, because after white's plan is to go, first up, you probably want to develop your bishop and you want to be going for f4 and just kind of or knight to g3. You just want to start directing your pieces towards the king side. But black really has to now take the front foot and ask the question.
I do like the move of going c5. It leaves behind the square of d6 though. And I wonder if white has direct access to it by going knight b5, knight d6. But I think it's essential for black to keep the momentum going in the center. Let's take a look at what happens if white was to jump to the center of the board. Suddenly another piece diverted from that king side. I think black just continues with the plan.
Exactly. Start targeting e5.
Attack e5. You don't have that knight on f3 anymore. And if you do rush with the idea of f4, suddenly this bishop becomes an absolute monster, right? You give a check. You can't go bishop to e3 because thank you very much. Then you lose the pawn on f4 and the bishop becomes incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Ideas of knight jumping on d3, thank you very much, which is definitely far stronger than the d6 square.
And that kind of really shows the principle that we are taught from the beginning. Be careful about pushing pawns because you leave behind weak squares. So maybe after c5, you have to really start actually pedaling backwards with knight to f3 just to reinforce e5. And then you can play the slow game with knight to g3.
Ivanka really wanting that to happen. She's saying that it's enough of the fireworks. Get into this. But I thought as a commentator, you want to see the potentially is if the bishop, let's say you fall back with the bishop, keep on insisting on this move. I'm looking at ideas like bishop f4, queen d2, and you know.
Boom, shake, shake the room. Yes. Yeah, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Because actually,
you know, this happened in Mamedyarov game.
Exactly.
I love Mamedyarov, just in his style, channeling my inner Mamedyarov here.
Exactly. And actually, the pawn on e5, I was reading one of these middle game books by Max Erver, and he was talking about pawn structures, and he says, like, when white gets a pawn on e5, the position is cut in two, as you mentioned, and that's often a sign that really playing confrontational style against his opponents. You know, he's been willing to accept the challenge.
Hans Niemann is brave on and off the board. You know, love him, hate him, whichever side of the argument you are on. One thing's a guarantee, that it's always going to be entertaining when it's Hans Niemann on one side.
Exactly. And okay, let's have a look at our last game that we haven't checked in on, and that's Arjun Erigaisi against Nurbek Yakuboev. And
let's do it to finish up our roundup of the openings at UzChess Masters here.
Let's go there. And so that's what we have on our screens, but let's actually see how the players got here. This looks like an e4, e5, but maybe, oh no, it was a c4. Hang on. I was
Ivanka, I mean, it's
tricked.
the English. How can you mess up the English here?
Because
you
there was
were
a
the
board on
last
C3.
person that would. You love the English. You love to see it on the board.
Actually, I never liked the
Oh,
English.
it's David Howell. My bad.
yeah. It's Simon, David. You know when I played Simon as a kid, everyone was playing e4, e5. That was like the standard. But Simon was opening up with c4. I was like, what to do against that?
You know, it starts as the English, but very
Yeah.
often the ideas in this opening move on to a reverse Sicilian.
Yeah.
With e4, c5. And we'll see that being played out. Just try to visualize everyone watching if this game with the Sicilian on the board, and you'll see very similar patterns. Get the bishop out, a la the dragon of the Sicilian. We see the break at the center of the board, which is what white often does in the open Sicilian. At the right time, before the knight comes to c3, controlling that d5 square, we see a trade and already an imbalance in the pawn structure. And Ivanka, this would be so akin to the Sicilian dragon.
Yes, it literally is a Sicilian dragon, except you have that extra tempo. So it's pretty scary stuff, I would say, for both those both the sides. So what happens after d4?
After d4, we did see the knight come out. And I just want to point out this last move by Nurbek Yakuboev hints at the b pawn just getting out of the eye line of that bishop, and what you really want to do is push this pawn either one step or two step, clamping down on the queen side, and just develop your own bishop, trying to target the most active piece that white has in this position. And in fact, after white did claim the center for Arjun, he goes e4. Nurbek does put the pawn on b6, now wanting to get his bishop out as well to either a6 or b7, just keeping it flexible.
Yeah, so super interesting try as well. So after e4, what black's plan is, as you mentioned, is to develop. But there's a lot of tension in the center. Do you have to take some time out to deal with that? I'm just thinking whether you have to go rook e8. Or is that already...
Well, first white needs to.
Okay,
for
white
Arjun,
needs
he
to
has
make a move.
And I'm trying to understand if you're Arjun right now, knowing his style of play, just how much he wants to go on the offense. What is the most active plan that white could have in this position? I'll also point out that Nurbek Yakuboev, he's been the winner of the inaugural UzChess. And he also had a huge role to play in 2025, where there was this very dramatic game between the two Nurbeks,
Yes.
Yakuboev and Abdusattorov, which actually Yakuboev won.
Yes.
And for Nurbek, Abdusattorov, it became a crazy end to the tournament. Ivanka, I'm sure you remember it. You were maybe even commentating on it, I'm not sure. But the finale of UzChess 2025 was absolute cinema, with a three-way tie between Pragnananda, Nurbek, Abdusattorov, and Vachier-Lagrave.
No, Shakespeare was commentating alongside Ketty. So I remember there were some big moments. And I also know that when it comes to the two Nurbeks, Nurbek Yakuboev, I think, has the better of Nurbek Abdusattorov.
Yes.
Because I also remember when you talk about cinema that the two faced off against each other at the Qatar Masters. And Yakuboev was the one that won. And Yakuboev came so close, within a whisker of qualifying for the candidates via the World Cup.
Yes.
Came fourth in the end.
And both Nurbeks have been part of medal-winning teams for Uzbekistan. Just a fantastic generation of chess players all out. By the way, Arjun Erigaisi, with a decision, he does bring his rook out to the B line right now. And the ball is in Yakuboev's court.
Yes.
Does he take a decision with his bishop, or does he continue lining up at the center, also with some threats along the weakened, well, not the weakened, but at least an undefended e4 pawn after pawn takes pawn?
Yes. And it's so many questions for black and for white. First, for black is, like you say, after rook e8, where are you going to go with a light square bishop? Are you going to go b7? In which case you have to always calculate the consequences of white attacking the knight, or are you going to go bishop to a6, a plan that you've also indicated? And as white, Arjun is thinking what to do with the dark square bishop. Is it going to sit pretty on e3? Is that comfortable, bolstering the center? Does he want to go bishop to g5 to force the black queen to an uncomfortable square? Or is he going bishop to b2? And a lot of you might be like, hello, bishop to b2. But bishop to b2, stay with me, is actually preparing for the opening of the center. Once black captures on d4, that bishop is primed and ready to start pointing at g7. So there is that possibility. I do think that we're going to be seeing rook e8. I think the tension in the center probably will be resolved one way or other first before they decide, where to put the minor pieces.
You want to hear something completely crazy right now?
Yeah, go on.
There was this one game that we started with, right?
Yes.
Which was between the two leaders.
Yeah.
The one with the incredible result from round one. Mamedyarov winning his game, Nicolas winning his game, taking down Jan Nepomniachtchi, taking down Hans Niemann. And the game between them started with both players just blitzing their way, having so much extra time on the clock.
Yeah.
But now it's only one of them who's managed to gain on the 90 minutes, and that's the Uzbeki youngster. I'm going to quickly pull that off. This has been a theory fest as we left it last. And Theodoru is in maximum a think tank down upon in this endgame, trying to figure out how he neutralizes it. So I just wonder if Madaminov has won the opening battle here.
I think it was a definite 1-0 there, because the two players, they raced through how many moves? 25 moves of theory, rook to d7 check. And then I noticed, because I have been keeping an eye on all of the boards, that Nicolas actually spent a whole lot of time deciding where to go with the king. And we were advocating just out of instinct, king to g6, or maybe I was doing that, I don't know. But I was thinking king to g6 so that you can go rook f8. And it kind of reminded me of some Panov Botvinnik lines in the Caro, where you do accept losing a pawn, but then the whole idea is that you get active with your rook and you start munching on this weak pawn structure that white has. But he's gone for king f6. And that's a bit surprising to me, because isn't the black rook's journey into the king side a bit slow?
I'll admit, when you said king to g6, my instinct was put the king to f6 towards the center. It just feels like the plan is the same. You want to come towards the white pawns with your king, but the moment you pointed out the idea of rook f8, king g6 made a lot of sense. In my head, Nicolas Theodoru has just prepared one move less than Madaminov in this position. Had he just gone a little deeper, and by a little deeper, I literally mean the very last move after rook d7 check, because on the board it's a very tough decision, and king to f6 just feels like what you want to play. It's towards the center of the board. You're looking at rook g8 activities as well. You keep your central pawn defended. It's the move your hand wants to make, but it's not the move the computer wants you to make.
No, it doesn't want you to make king to f6, even though that's quite natural. I agree with you. Rush with your king to e5, then go rook to f8. But as you mentioned earlier on, it's sort of like a race now. So what's to stop? Like, what is black doing? King to e5? I mean, if you go rook to g8, for instance, because I wanted to, it's very slow. Rook takes b7. Like, why?
And oh, look at this idea, Jovanka. You ready for this one? The knight suddenly jumps to e3. And you don't even have time to pick up either of the two pawns. Let's show this.
Why did you put the king on f6?
It was the hand move. And now knight g4. And maybe these are the subtleties in this position. Why the black king is actually better on g6. You're not walking into any knight checks either there.
No.
That's deep stuff.
That is very deep, yeah.
And I think Mukhidin is the one who's gone deeper in this opening than Theodoru has. The live position that we have, should we just, for those who are just joining us, go through from the top one more time, because this was an absolutely insane opening, Jovanka. Will you break this down for us?
Yeah,
let's do it. Let's have a Yovi breakdown on this.
Well, I don't know whether I could do justice to what happened on the board, but it started off as a Petrov. And a lot of us associate playing the Petrov with one of being solid, right? Is one of the most safest openings there is. These two players had something else to say about this, because after white started handling like a scotch, as you mentioned, attacking the knight, then the knight jumps in and you take with the queen. But everything is okay because you're going to go d5, knight takes pawn, and you think this position. You understand that the pawns are no longer in the center, and so the energy transfers over to the pieces. Who can get their pieces to better squares? And the queen goes on an epic journey where she gets kicked around and then queen check. This is such a strange game, Tanya, in the sense that you go bishop to d2, and then after queen e7, you block the check with a bishop again. That's already moved. You don't go bishop e2, which is what I would have done. You just go bishop to e3. So hang on a second, the queen on e7 is misplaced.
Exactly, because it's coming in the path of its own bishop. So you provoked your opponent's piece on a bad square. You don't want your bishop on e3 really, but only if it's forced by getting something in return. Forcing black to weaken the pawn structure to get his bishop out. Like you said, the journey of the queen continues. You know, it's been on d4, it's been on f4, now it goes to the other side of the board. The bishop comes out. And Jovanka, this is when things start getting really messy.
Absolutely. The knight jumps in.
Speaking of queens being misplaced,
yes,
all part of the plan to waste that one move.
And then the queen gets hit back. And then you're thinking, okay, well now white will castle queenside. I mean, there's not too much logic in this type of position. You're thinking, well, now castle queenside, black will castle kingside, we'll have a fight. But no. Doesn't work like that. Instead, it's like, okay, let me apply maximum pressure right now so that when castles happens, you just eliminate one of the defenders.
And this is where I want everyone to just take all the action in, because the players were making these moves in mere seconds. It was all part of preparation, more time than what they started with, including for Nicolas Theodorou, who was over an hour and 35 minutes at this point. They start with an hour and 30 minutes. And the series of moves, there is a capture in every single moment here. You start with the bishop.
Yeah.
Black says, I'm not going to capture it immediately. I first throw in a check, forcing the knight to retreat to a less active square and only then pick up the bishop. White says, you weakened your king side. I'm going to the other flank right now. Black comes in with a threat on that white queen. Stopped with the c-pawn moving forward. And notice this, you hit the knight. I don't care because there's a pin on the d-file. Your rook on e4, combining ideas. Mukhidin retreats with the queen, the first brilliancy of the game. Take my knight. I take your knight, second brilliancy of the game here. And you might ask, why not take the rook? The problem is that black recaptures, and when you pick up the queen, it's not an exchange up because the black knight wins the rook with interest there. So rook takes knight, rook takes pawn. The madness continues. Yes, I'm going to lose my rook. I might as well lose it for a pawn right now. And then finally, the dust settles, everything clears out, and this is where we saw the players continue to blitz it out until this moment, now trying for a queen trade to take it to an endgame. Nicolas did all of this to perfection, but it was right here that the first error of the game happened. We've been talking about this. King g6 was the right approach, leaving the f-line open, and we've got moves coming in. King to f6 was played. King g6 would have left the f-line open for the black rook to come into the game really quickly, but none of this after king f6. Mamedyarov, he picked up the pawn on c7. The knight jumps forward. For Mukhidin, it's all about just knowing this position. He picks up a second pawn, and now black has a 2-pawn deficit. Yes, you can pick up the pawn on f3, but that still means an extra pawn on a very important flank that's ready to become a passer.
Exactly, and white is primed and ready to start advancing that. So it really is something very concrete here. So here, I think black has to go for it, has to go knight takes f3. Otherwise, you're at a complete standstill. So knight takes f3, and then what happens if white just goes on the...
Push, push, push.
Exactly. Passed pawns are there to be pushed.
Well, it becomes another race is what happens. And maybe this is what Nicolas is relying on, saying that, you know, I've got one defender here. My king is ready to assist the h-pawn right now. So perhaps white has to take a timeout before starting the race.
Yes.
Okay. But how do you keep the h-pawn defended here,
We can go h3.
Can I just keep chasing it?
You can.
Can I make a case for... I just feel I'm going too far behind enemy lines right now, but I hit the pawn on h3. And my idea is if you keep pushing, I want to come back.
Yeah.
At some point, the feeling is that white's rook will
Yes,
retreat.
exactly. That's what I was going to put. I was thinking of retreating on when the knight was sat there on G1. I was like, that's not a great square for the knight. Knight's on the edge. Fall off the hedge.
What was the other one?
Knight's on the rim or dim.
There's one more. Knights on the side, you got no ride.
You got no ride. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there is no ride. You got 2 squares.
You got 2 squares and neither of them super nice. I will point out that the bar also agrees that white's the one with the upper hand right now. Nicolas Theodorou, after a massive theory fest here, in some trouble in the end.
Yeah, in a little bit of trouble. I think he has to play very precisely in order to hold the balance. But as Tanya has indicated, this is very much a race, and it does look like Mukhadin has worked things out. Let's take a peek, Tanya, into... hang on a second. Before we take a peek into what's going on in the challenges, because, of course, the action has tripled here, because we have the challenges and the futures. Let's go and revisit Jan Nepomniachtchi against Vidit, because board is on fire.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa,
Let's take a look at that. The randomness continues. It feels like the players got this mandate from the organizers. Please play. You are contractually obliged to play crazy chess.
Yes.
Yeah. And we like that.
Are you not entertained?
I am. Okay, so first up, we left it with a narrative, and that narrative kind of hasn't happened. So we were like, yes, the knight's going to come out to e2. It's going to be, black is going to go knight c6, knight a5. The traditional Nimzo plan.
Look at this. Look at the screen. Look at the players. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's looking at the board, but he's not on his chair. He's just standing over. It just looks like he's the one. If we don't look at the board right now, and we'll deep dive into the analysis in the position, but let's just look at the camera.
Yeah.
One gets the feeling that Vidit Gujarati is under big pressure right now.
Yes, I completely agree. But if you actually look at the position, it's kind of like, I don't know.
Pressure.
It is under pressure.
Knight e8. So Vidit goes for another plan here. We were advocating bring out the knight, go for the pawn weaknesses on the other side. But Vidit had other agendas.
He did. Knight e8.
The queen comes out with a check. And Ivanka, you don't have the option to go g3 because the knight on h3 hangs. So what Jan was relying on was a knight retreat, still keeping the rights to castle here. The knight fell back, and this is where Vidit continued with development. Watch out, the d4 pawn is hanging. It was defended by Nepomniachtchi's bishop, and Vidit goes all out on the other flank.
Yeah, and this is a new move according to my database. They were actually following a game between, I believe, Sergei Dalmatov and Joseph Pinter back in 1984. Sergei Dalmatov, I think, is a player that, if you've read the Dvoretsky books, you'll be familiar with his style. And yeah, Nepo is really in hustle mode, is what I would describe that kind of behavior as.
I feel like he was in hustle mode the moment he walked into that tech meeting. We've all seen the videos.
Yeah, I tweeted it as well.
Did you? Ivanka's not. You only tweet very, very specific
bland
things.
stuff. Yes, I do. Only chess. You're not going to get anything
but
controversial.
you're never one tweeting for the drama.
No, but it was
dramatic.
So obvious. He went and shook hands with absolutely everyone except one player.
Yes.
And it was
no
like,
prizes for guessing who.
Exactly. Yeah. And I thought that I was aware that the two had some acrimony between them, but I didn't realize it was that bad. They just played a match, and I thought, well, you tend to have matches against people you're kind of on good terms with. I've never really seen a match with people that you dislike.
But I think that was the whole point of it, right? For Hans Niemann, Jan being one of the players in the world who was vocally about being on the side against Hans in the entire Hans Magnus controversy there, right? So for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Hans wanted to prove that wrong. So he said, I'll take you on in a classical match. The match ended 4-4, ended in a draw. But there were some other issues. I think both sides have tweeted, rest is history, go look it up on the internet. But the drama did continue with Jan Nepomniachtchi being vocal about the conditions of the match and Hans Niemann then defending it on the other side there. And here they are, about to meet in Tashkent.
In Tashkent, and that is going to be cinema, in no other words. We can't wait for that one. But in terms of cinema, I mean, there is some significant action happening on the board as we are seeing the pawn go up to f4.
Because this was a pawn sacrificed by Vidit. I'm just going to back up to this moment right now. When he played the move f5, c5 is under attack, but Vidit's just going all out for an attack on White's uncastled king here. He goes f5, looking at potentially advancing the pawn, clamping down, getting rid of this bishop to defend this knight on f2. And instead of capturing, he first hits that bishop. And the point is that if you fall back, Black simply recaptures, ahead in development, beautiful positions. The pawn formation still a problem. White's piece is clamped there. So White now has to hit out g3. And it gets a what an exclam on the board right now. Hits the queen. You don't have time to pick up the bishop, but this has to be some deep preparation because you are sacrificing a key pawn on the right flank here, which means that your entire shield on the king side is gone. White is never castling there, but the argument that you're making for it is that I get open lines towards Black's castled king, the bishop and the rook potentially already lined up for an attack, and wherever once the king gets out of the way, whether it's up the board in a brave way or even along castle, the white queen will be ready to jump into the attack. Rook h2, Jovanka, this is our current live board. It's absolute madness right now. What do you make of it? Vidit under 50 minutes currently.
Yeah, he's under 50 minutes and he's kind of considering what direction to go with the queen. Does he go queen to g1? Give a check. Yeah, Patsa sees a check. Patsa plays check. But also, you have to be a bit careful there because the queen is in the same eye line as the bishop on e3. And I'm expecting that the bishop would block a check.
No queen trades right now.
No queen trades at all. Bishop to f1. And then the question is this queen on g1 vulnerable?
Yeah, let's show that. Because, for example, you want to jump in with your knight to the center of the board, right? Trying to get... Yes, because now your plan, Jovanka.
You trap the queen.
You're just getting trapped on that corner square. You've got nowhere to run right now. The knight is just jumping. And that's actually a bit of a threat in this position. Forcing Vidit to take a moment to perhaps retreat the queen to the only square available so that you don't end up losing it.
And is the queen well placed as well on g6? I mean, should she be somewhere else? I kind of feel like she should be close to her king because that is the next playground for White. But
also the big question to my mind is, can White just start getting greedy? And turns out that you can. The bar doesn't react. The bishop on b7 is hanging, so you don't have enough time to actually go rook d8 for an attack and an offense here. This is an absolutely wild position. And I have a feeling that Jan Nepomniachtchi is in some sort of a prep right now.
Yeah.
You know, again, the players start with 90 minutes. He's taken about a little bit more than 5 minutes with that 30-second increment that they have with every time they press the clock. But Vidit's completely out of book right now. And this is just not the kind of chess, not the kind of position you want to be out of book in.
No, you want to know what you're doing at least. And one thing I got to say is you don't have too much choice with the queen because if she goes to g1 or if she goes to g6 rather, then e5 is in the air, followed by bishop takes h7. Something is going to land on that square. And if she goes queen to c7 instead, cover this d7 point that you're talking about, you feel like that queen could be miserably offside. Like, and I'm thinking of your sacrifices that you were showing with queen d2, bishop takes h6, open up the king side.
Exactly. It's just never going to be, you could start with just defending it and then eventually move your queen, get your king to safety. You also have ideas of the queen coming to the other side of the board.
Yeah.
And sacrifices on h6 in abundance.
Exactly. So I'm super worried about something like that. So I feel like you have to go queen to g1. I think we're going to have to actually go into that sacrifice line that you mentioned with queen to g1 and then queen to g6. Okay, queen to g1 played. It's on the board.
He's gone for it, but it's gone for it.
And I'm expecting Jan to more or less react instantly. The way that he was posturing is like, I know exactly what to do in this position. But yeah, king to e2 I don't think is going to be played because White's pawn structure isn't the best, I would say. Even if you are emerging a pawn up, the double pawns on c3 and c4 do not make a good impression. So the thing what you want to be doing is going bishop to f1. I mean, this is a high-stake game. You don't back down now.
And these two have had immense battles between each other at candidates events in so many tournaments, a lot of back and forth. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi right now, it's advantage white based on the dynamics of the black queen being misplaced, the open lines against black's king. But time is of the essence. If Vidit is able to consolidate his position and get out of the immediate danger, strategically white is much worse.
Yes.
Not only strategically, you're down a pawn as well.
Yeah.
If c5 is picked up.
I totally agree. I think that if white's initiative doesn't bring any concrete rewards, then I'm sorry, then black is the one who's doing extremely well in the position. But okay, can we... Yeah, bishop to f1 instantly, as soon as Jan arrives on the board. And now, danger here for Vidit. You have to save the queen. The queen has to drop all the way back to g6. Only way out. Otherwise, the knight to g4, and the queen is trapped. The only other move that I can see is knight to e5, but I don't think that works.
Yeah. And look at the standings that we have on the right side of our screen. For everyone joining us, day one was an absolute blast at UzChess Masters. We had so many shocking results. Beautiful attacking games. You've got 3 players at the top with a point each. That's Nicolas Mukhedin and Shakhriar Mamedyarov. All 3 games incredibly aggressive with some great technique at the end. Then we've got 4 players with half a point right there. Nodirbek, Shamsuddin, Abdusattorov and Arjun Aragaisi, and 3 players at 0 points, including the man on our screen, Vidit Gujrati, alongside Hans Niemann and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sensational start to the UzChess Cup. 3 wins. 3 wins out of 5 games.
Yeah.
It
Who said
rarely
classical
happens.
chess was boring?
I probably have said that in the past, Tanya. And I also I've been guilty of saying that. I feel like increment is kind of killing the game a little bit because, you know, the players are not pushed to the edge like we want them to be. Like, you know, when I started playing chess, there was no increment whatsoever. It was just 40 moves in 2 hours. The clock is also a weapon. Get used to it. But, okay, this... Judging by what our players are bringing to the table today, they're in fighting form.
But I just want to finish that thought because I am with you. Sign me up for that. I also feel that bonus time in chess, increment time, just makes the life of the players so easy. And sports has to be about pushing players to the limit.
Yes.
Clock management and time management has to be part of the skill.
Right.
And the players need to learn to adapt to that. You know, you can start whether it's 90 minutes or 2 hours on the clock. But I'm all for the no increment situation.
Yeah.
I feel like that really pushes the players to the edge. They need to be incredibly careful. They need to manage their time really well. And that has to be part of your game plan from move 1.
I completely agree. And also they have to be very practical with their decision time. And a lot of people are saying, well, but it kills the endgame and everyone's making a mess of that. That is very much true. But, you know, when we had all those fine endgames, that was back in the Germans, when people were working in teams and overnight, you know. And I've never heard of a sport where you can just go, hey, guys.
Let's take a break, let's nap time, dinner, chill with our friends, analyze a bit. We'll continue this tomorrow.
Exactly, that's just like downright cheating when you think about it. Come on, mates. Jack and Tom and Harry, come on. Let's analyze together. No. That's when we had the really classy endgames being played, and now I think it's just players have to be very practical, and I do think that people will rise to the challenge and they will be honing on their their time travel skills. And in fact, Bibi Sara Salbaeva, just to pull up an example, part of her preparation was actually training on time travel, making sure that with no time on the clock, she was able to make good decisions.
And that's also been her trainer and Vachier Sinderov's trainer, Vidonyak, Grandmaster Vidonyak. I think it was such a big part of their prep that's the reason that these 2 players with little time on their clock, their level of chess still maintains high accuracy.
Yes.
3 times World Blitz champion is Bibi Sara. She just won Norway chess, and both Sinderov and Bibi Sara attributed that to her level with little time on the clock.
Exactly.
Far above the rest of the field.
Yeah. Completely agree. And you can see games that she played, for instance, against Divya Deshmukh. A very painful game for Divya, but her skills in time travel really nailed it for her. Let's just take a peek in the challenges and take a look at what's happening. And the first game that I'm going to ask a question about, maybe we can pull it up. It is between Brandon Jacobson against Abdusattorov. So we'll go there just because I just want to see how the rook ended up on h5 and what on earth it's doing there. It's not often that we see a rook do.
If I had to take a guess, Yovi,
It came from
a
E8.
castle,
I
rook
understand,
e8, rook e5,
but I
rook
want to know
h5.
why it found itself a life on h5. I mean,
And does it have a life on h5?
exactly. I mean, was it that the best move? I just want to kind of see how quirky it is over there.
Let's take a look as we move on to UzChess challenges. And of course, a lot on the line for these players as they're hoping to find themselves in the Masters next year as well. And Yovi, this started with, well, I want to say a king's pawn opening, but it was the queenside knight that came out earlier. The two knights, it wasn't the two knights defense, the four knights defense at least, not yet, keeping the other knight flexible. The bishop jumps out, pinning, unpin, opposite side castling. You got to love that as a commentator. And I think that was part of the reason you wanted to head over to this game.
A little bit, a little bit, but yes. But it was mainly like, I mean, we can't cover the challenges in great depth.
No.
But we can certainly pull up some funny moments.
And this is where the journey started. Hits the bishop falls back, maintaining the pin. And look at that, the rook lands on h5, starts here. You know, you might ask, hey, how did it jump over that pawn? No, it took a long way.
I understood like how it got there, but I was like, why would it get there? Like,
Some
in
existential
what universe,
questions.
you know, is that a good kind of move? Because you think, well, goodness sake, you know, h3, g4, f4 is going to come all with tempo, and that rook is going to get beaten around. Okay, but the rook probably has a good life. It can swing over to a5, Tanya.
It might be forced to because, like you said, everything 4 coming up.
Yeah.
And now your way back home is taken away. So if the rook is hit, which it will be, whether it's with the knight jumps at some point with the pawn defended, whether it's the queen that starts chasing or the plan of h3, g4. Also just watch out for bishop takes pawn with the rook on h1 still pinned. So you might be forced to take time out and step away with the rook as well before getting g4 in. The point is to swing it all the way across. You know, your king is on c1, and I'm making a case that I might trade on c3. I might get my rook to the other side, start targeting the a5, a file as well at some point. This is where we stand. f4 played. Decision time for Abdi Malik right now.
Yes, decision time indeed. I mean, what do we think about this objectively?
I'm taking white.
I'm also taking white. I'm
Subjectively, we both agree. Objectively as well, the bar does say it's advantage white right now, but nothing too out of control because black does have a healthy pawn structure. You're looking at still not finished with their development. You always have the option of taking on c3. And I'll point out one more thing. You could start with that, Jovanka, taking advantage of the fact that the white knight is overloaded. You don't have a good way to keep the queens on the board. Queen takes pawn comes in with a check. So after bishop takes knight, do you really want to go pawn takes bishop, then allowing a really nice rook swing? And if not, and you're forced to trade queens, black can take a call, go into an endgame. Well, that would be my chicken chess club option here. And then just make a case that I will find a way for my rook to get active on the other side. No weaknesses, slightly worse, slightly suffering,
yes,
but probably holdable.
Probably holdable, but I would also say that the rook is definitely misplaced on the 5th rank because the rook actually wants it on e8. Exactly. You want to be putting pressure on e4 and covering the back rank. You don't want it to be out there exploring the world all on its own. So I agree. I think this is probably what's going to be happening, but white is the one that is much more comfortable.
Let's head back to our Masters section. We've got some games actions on there. Yovi, or do you want to do a quick roundup here?
We don't think we have to go into every single game, but let's check in on the futures to see if there's any super exciting games. And again, the futures, the winner of the futures will qualify into the challenges, and the winner of the challenges will qualify to next year's Masters. And 2 people who played in the challenges last year was Mukhadin Madaminov and Nicholas Theodorou, and they both began the wins with wins in the Masters. So exciting time.
Really exciting time. And Yowie, we will head over to futures. As you mentioned, so much at stake to kind of up the game next year. And it's also a format that we've seen in the Wimbledon of chess, right? Vachier-Lagrave also started with 3 groups. They had A, B, and C. Now Masters and Challengers only. The winner of C would go on to B, the winner of B would go on to A, and that saw so many strong players emerge, also from the Netherlands. We will keep an eye on future, but my eyes are on this game.
Okay.
Jovanka, we have to check in with this. These are our 2 leaders of the tournament.
Okay, let's see what went down, because I can see there's been tremendous amount of progress. What happened to the pawns, Tanya? So after knight
All
to
off
e5.
the board.
All off the board. Okay, how did this occur? So rook takes b7. That was your knight takes.
Another really interesting move here by Mamedyarov. And again, I just want to point out the clock. I feel like it's still part of his preparation right now. When he played this move, rook to b3, he said, I don't care about the h2 pawn. Yes, you can take it, which was picked up. But the whole idea of sliding the rook to the other side, getting that passed pawn, which could have been a source of counterplay for black. Knight g4, the only way to defend it, but not for long. Knight falls back. Pretty forcing lines here, Jovanka. Not too many squares for the knight. Picks up the pawn with a check. And again, the decision. Where do you place the king? This time, a slightly easier one. King f5 would walk into some brutal checks with the white knight. So keeping it active, trying to get rid of as many pawns on the board. And this is where we are at the end of move 32. Mamedyarov has spent not an extra minute on the clock. He's down to base time, an hour and a half right now. Nothing on the board except 3 pawns, a set of knights, a set of rooks. The whole board has been hoovered off.
Yes.
But problems remain to be solved for black.
Completely. I'm going to point to the king. The king there on g5 is completely sidelined. If it was like sitting pretty on c7 or something, then I think black has real good chances of holding this. But the presence, first of all, of the offside king and also the knights on the board also makes this super complicated, because if the knights come off and the black king still remains cut off, it's going to be one of these positions where it's going to be a win for white, because white is the one that is going to be slowly advancing up the board. You can even make a trade of pawns, and the black king is not able to make the team work.
The dream for black to defend this position would be get 1 set of pawns off the board and sacrifice your knight for a pawn. There is a huge probability of us getting a rook and knight versus rook endgame, and then being here for the next 5 hours.
No,
trying to defend it.
We won't be here for the next 5 hours, judging by the speed. I think this will be the first game to finish.
I feel like he has somewhere to get to. This is just insane speed, insane prep by Mamedyarov. I love it. Huge defensive resource, always to keep in mind. If you're Nicolas here, sacrifice the knight for a last remaining pawn. But till the moment there are 2 pawns on the board, there will be problems to be solved. And knights. The white rook making sure that the king remains offside. White can play really slowly this game. Just make sure that your rook comes back, isn't getting hit. Then slowly but surely start advancing your king, assist it. And at the right moment, get active with your pawn and knight to give pressure on that lone remaining pawn. This is going to be a bit of a grind. It's sort of this position that we have is the poster child of a game for 2 results.
Yes, completely agree with that. And I mean, basically black is groveling and white is the one who has the plans of swapping off the knights and b3. I mean, he's not really pausing for thought, Tanya. This has already been worked out. And I think I would say this is an unpleasant endgame.
I'm loving the confidence though.
Me too, although I did like the whole trying to write a move down without actually having the pen fully loaded. But okay, what I was going to say was decisions will be made, but I wonder how Nicolas will actually hold this one, because when we dive in, first up, I wanted to discuss like rook c8. So sound the klaxon, because there is danger abound. Rook takes knight,
Let's show it.
Knight to d4 would be a horrible well, I was going to say a winning fork. But the evaluation bar tells us, even if you mess up big time like this, it's still a draw.
That's how much of a result for a game for 2 results this is. You could be down a piece and you're still holding this one.
Exactly.
Again, the problem is the black king. Jovanka, I think your assessment would be absolutely right if the black king was close enough, but the problem is that the white king just pushes and advances, and everything will go off the board very quickly before the king comes to the left flank. b3 played, rook c8 makes a lot of sense right now. You're eyelining a knight d4, a rook takes knight ideas. which means that even if white was to sidestep with the king, you know, you hide against one threat, but rook takes knight still in the air. So white might be forced. For Mukhidin, it might be the moment that you have to move your rook after rook to c8.
Yeah, you also need to control the d4 square. So either you're stepping back with your rook to e4, which doesn't really make too much sense because this encourages black to go king to f5, chase it away, or you're going rook to d6 and you're saying, actually, that knight on f3, that's not going to be working as well. And then you can confidently go king b2 and start to, like I said, you know, what white really wants to do is trade off the knights, keep the black king cut off, and then you can start advancing your pawns. That's the dream.
That's the dream, but you need to keep the king as far away as possible. I'll also point out that after rook d6, I was a little surprised because I thought that black goes the other way and pins the knight. But you do have the resource of stepping back with your rook, keep everything defended, and then sidestep the pin on the next move. You can never go into a king pawn endgame if you're
that was
Nicholas.
very lucky. I didn't see knight to e1 at all. So yes, absolutely. And a king pawn endgame here, I think would be lost.
2 versus 1.
Yeah.
I don't even think we need to calculate that.
No, we don't need to
Just
calculate.
need to avoid it. Rook to c8 played, and whoa, what did he play? No, that was part of our analysis.
Yeah.
That was not going to happen.
I would be very surprised if
after blitzing out 33 moves of prep, white went to a4 here.
Yeah.
Not happening.
That is not absolutely happening.
So
also, rook to c8 has not been played. That has not been made.
This is what we're looking at. After rook to d6, I would be very tempted to get the king to the other side of the board, king f5. But Yabanka, again, the rook on the d file still cuts off black's king. You're still offside in this position.
And just to point out, the live board hasn't caught up with the players. The players are playing too quickly. Sometimes technology has to take some time to catch up.
Yes. Someone said something about AI taking over the world. Chess will prove otherwise.
Yes, it's true, actually. The day that they managed to solve
tech issues in chess, that's when we get scared.
Yes.
That's when we question.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, in time travels as well, you know, I've never been able to, like, follow the game completely. Like, there's a long pause and suddenly the games come all up, the game moves come all at once.
Yo, we got to jump over to another game. You know, speaking of the golden generation of Uzbekistan chess, we have to take a look at Nurbek Abdusattorov, the player who was the motor behind the Olympic gold medal winning team in Chennai for Uzbekistan, playing on that top board. I think few, still hurts when I talk about it, can forget the epic battle between Nurbek and Gukesh, which pretty much decided the Chennai Olympiad in the favor of the Uzbekistan team.
Yeah, completely did. And Gukesh was pressing, and then it just all went wrong, and there was Nurbek ready to take the point. So when we left it, it was a dragon, but with the unusual queen to d3 on the board. And we had just seen that Shak had played knight to d7, and here there were some options. How should white handle that? And you're showing that the bishop just came out to d5. I thought the queen would go back to d2, just preempting a knight c5 or knight e5 strike, but no. Bishop to d5 was the plan. Hit and goes back. This is this game is just all about provocation, right?
Yes.
It's just saying, just make a small move forward and you're going to leave behind those weak squares. So knight to e5 was Shak's idea. I thought maybe knight c5, but nope, knight to e5.
And now you don't have the option to fall back on e2. There are tactics against the knight on d4. Notice the dragon bishop. You take it back and suddenly, boom, knight takes pawn. You can capture it anyway, but black does win the knight back with an extra pawn on the board. So queen d2, staying connected to the knight at the center here. Trades any way to follow, opening up the c-line whenever it lines up. Now, we speak about Nurbek's aggressive style. I also want to talk about the Shah attack. Shakhtar Mamedyarov is not one to shy away from combative play. He starts pushing the pawn up the board, discouraging Nurbek to go castle just yet. The rook lines up, making sure the weakness remains defended here. And this is where we are, Yovi. This is our live board. Is this the moment that Nurbek finally decides which way to go with the king?
Yes, he has to take a decision, right? Castle kingside, castle queenside. I don't think he's going to be necessarily that safe castling kingside as well, because what's the plan to go forward? Is it going to be f4 and then he's going to trade off. This could also be tempting, actually. Castling queenside carries with it a lot of risk. I think between the two, the chicken... Has he just played castle queenside, or is
Just
that
checking
you?
it out. Just checking out the line that you're mentioning, and you mentioned it will come with a lot of
Yeah.
dangers. And I think that needs to be pointed out because this is a hook. And Mamedyarov is ready to strike.
Exactly, and I would be afraid in this type of position. And so of the two, I would instinctively choose castling kingside, but then you have to be ready to answer black breaking out in the center with an eventual d5 or a knight jumping into c4. So there's so many points to be thinking about and considering, and as always, as black and as white, it's a position where it's all about the initiative. It's all about creating those dynamic pawn breaks and just making the right trades. Really hot position.
Really hot position. I wonder if we can get our player angle where we can see what is going on in Notterbeck's mind right now, or where his eyeliner vision is. Is it the king going to the right flank or the left flank for Abdusattorov? Perhaps if we could get a close-up, then we'd know what's going on in his mind, Yovi.
Yes. Let's have a look.
Okay, we'll wait for the cameras
We'll
to come
wait
back
for the
on.
cameras to come back on, but okay. Well, whilst we wait for the cameras to go back on, we are going to take a short break. When we return, Shaxot will be joining us in the studio, so stick with us.
in and action is hot at the UzChess Masters. And joining me for this segment is none other than FIDE Master Shakzot. Welcome to the show. How are you feeling today with all that's going on? We've got the standings, crazy chess across the board today, Shakzot.
Yeah, I mean, I feel amazing. Actually, I was just in the hold downside, and I see the players, and everybody is like with the pressure, interestingly.
What's the vibe like there? What's the tension scenario there? On a scale of 1 to 10, how tense is it?
I'll put it at 8 to 9, I mean, but there is one game which is more chill, which is the game between Mamedyarov and Theodoru Nicolas. Because here is the funny thing. I saw Mamedyarov, and he was like walking, smiling, shaking the head. Why? Because he got some preparation.
Yes.
However,
his
opponent had also that
was
preparation.
Totally ready for the preparation.
Exactly. And he was like, well, come on. I'm going 20, 25 moves deep, and you making
How do you know
first
this?
line?
How does this... And let's just tell everyone, these are the standings going into round 2.
Oh, yes.
Shakzot. And what a day we had on day 1.
On a day 1.
Oh, yeah.
Games. Yeah, it was a wild result and wild games. The first of all, I want to mention those 2 players who got promoted from challengers. And they got their victories coming to the first round into the Masters.
Yeah, what a way to start.
Yes, what a way to start. That's Mamedyarov Mukhudin and Nicolas Theodoru. And they are facing off each other in the round 2. And besides that, we had another decisive result. That's Mamedyarov Vachier-Lagrave showing, I don't know, the master class in the rook endgame.
Yes.
Because that was not the easy one. We were trying to find the ideas with
Jovanka, and you guys were discussing, yes.
We were discussing ideas, and I found one idea, but which was a little bit not humanly ideal.
Yes, and such a difficult rook pawn ending, and played to perfection. Definitely check that out. That's going in every single endgame manual from now on. Vachier-Lagrav's game 1 there. We also had two draws to end the day, but 3 out of 5 decisive games sees 3 players, Vidit Gujarati, Hans Niemann and Jan Nepomniachtchi, currently at 0. Now, you mentioned you were downstairs, and you saw Mamedyarov there walking around just frustrated with how the opening preparation has played out, 30, 35 moves in, and your opponent has the responses. That is difficult to deal with. Is that the game that we jump to first?
Yes, let's have a look.
Let's do it. We'll take everyone straight to Mamedyarov playing with the white pieces against Nicolas Theodoru, the 2 winners from round 1. Mamedyarov took down Jan Nepomniachtchi in a very aggressive game, while Theodoru won against Hans Niemann in a classy battle there. This is what we have. And you mentioned, right, Shakzot, that Mamedyarov was just walking around with a smile, shaking his head. Why is my preparation not working today? And that can be a difficult situation to be in.
Yeah. But interestingly, he has slight chances still, He has slight chances. The way I saw it at this moment, as you can see, that the time is not visible to us, but at this moment, it's like 1 hour advantage Mamedyarov has, but the game is already coming to the end with only, how many? Rook and a knight and just a couple of pawns remaining. But earlier on these situations, when we go back to move specifically 26, as I see you were analyzing with Yovi. On this situation, that's where Nicolas Theodoru's preparation finished.
Yes, 1 move too soon.
1 move too soon. But Mamedyarov had that slight advantage, let's say, maybe on his preparation, as we can see on his clock, He didn't spend much time from there. And eventually got 1 hour advantage. And that's where, to be more specifically, Theodoru took 34 minutes.
Yes.
Just to make that move.
And it was the wrong king square. It just had to be slightly towards the right on g6 would have been the best move. And which is why Mamedyarov still has chances. I want to ask you, is this usual Mamedyarov behavior when he's playing, that he's looking everywhere except the board and then just playing super strong chess when you watch him in these tournaments? I haven't seen him look at the board even once today.
So, here is the thing. It was, let's accept it, his preparation. He knew exactly the moves, and not looking at the board is giving his opponent a little bit pressure. Yeah. Okay. So as the moves unfolded, let's see this situation.
And this is where we were when Yovi last left us. If you just back up to that moment, rook d6 was played by Mamedyarov right here to stop. Takes the pawn. We saw the pawn move forward. Black lines up the rook against the knight. Some big threats with the knight jump on d4. And of course, Mamedyarov plays the best move in the position.
Rook d6, stopping. Oh, rook e2 even.
And this was not the best move
Oh,
in the
yeah?
position. It was actually the rook slide over to d6. Rook
Exactly.
e2 did allow... Well, he hasn't made a move yet. This is where we are.
No. There is a move. That's
Oh,
a
we do
knight,
have
knight
it.
d4. Yes. And
Knight-
we have rook f2.
Okay.
Knight going to c6. And that's where we stopped in his game. Yeah.
Fascinating, right? Because the black king's still offside.
Oh, yes.
Mamedyarov has done a bit of a dance with the rook and gotten it to defend his knight on c2 and making sure the king doesn't come towards the left flank. You know, you pick up the king and put it to the left side. Black's doing absolutely fine. Put it on b7, b6, easy draw.
Yes, exactly.
But not legal right now.
Yeah, you gotta jump through that's cut line, yeah. All right. What do you think, like, in the percentage-wise? Will White be winning, or will this game end in a draw? Like, how do you put it? Is it 50-50, or is it
So
more odds for a draw?
I'll just remind everyone that after 40 moves, the players do get an additional 30 minutes. Very important, because
Yes.
this endgame will require Nicolas to be a little precise, as
Exactly.
long as the king is far away. I think Mamedyarov has serious chances because simply the play is so easy as white, right? You step
Yeah.
up your king, you start moving the pawns forward, you assist them with your king and the knight, b4, a4, king b2, king b3, b5, a5, b6, b7.
Exactly.
But black needs to be a little bit more precise in this position. Look at the clocks as well. Although I do think they're reaching move 40 very
Yes,
soon.
they
In
are at
about
move 35, just 5 moves remaining.
closer to a draw, but I say Mamedyarov really makes Nicolas sweat for it.
Exactly.
Percentage, oh, that's a tough one. Shakshot, I will say 55% Mamedyarov win and a
Wow.
45% hold.
Wow, really? Okay.
That's not such a hot take. I'm playing it very safe.
Mine is like a little bit different.
What's yours?
I thought maybe it's like 25 to 35% for Mamedyarov victory and more chances for a draw. Because the idea is, as long as I give away knight for those 2 pawns, the
Yes.
chances of draw, significantly increases. It's just maybe just trying to exchange one of the pawns and give up the knight for the pawn, or make that scenario happen.
Yeah. Or when one of the pawns get traded off, you give up the knight for the only remaining pawn.
Exactly.
I hear you, but I feel there's still drama in this
Yes,
game.
exactly.
But Nicolas looks
So
pretty
that's
chill on the camera, though. He looks quite
Yeah.
relaxed.
Yeah. Even though we're saying like there is a huge difference in the clock, but technically it doesn't matter almost. Like after 5 minutes, he's 30 minutes gonna be added to his clock, and yeah.
Shakshot, talk to us about Uzbeki chess right now, because for
Uzbeki
me,
chess.
that is just so fascinating. The whole story, your golden generation currently of these players, they are at the top of the game. I mean, with Vachier winning the candidates, with a world championship coming up, the Olympic medals that you guys have. How much of a superstar, national heroes are the Uzbek grandmasters? Do they get mobbed on the streets when they go out?
I'm gonna tell you my personal story.
Okay, tell me.
In 2022, if you remember, my brother was part of the team, and he ended up being double gold medalist, both on his board and
Yes,
yeah,
fantastic.
as a team.
One of the biggest stars of that year of the
Yes.
Olympiad.
Yes.
He was
And
playing on board.
last board
Board
number
four,
4.
yes.
Yes. And interestingly, he was a senior in the team, so he was kind of unofficial captain, let's say, and he was leading the team from behind. And when we did win the world championship, the president gave us a call, and my brother was the one who got the answer, and they talked. And this is kind of one situation: the president directly calling and congratulating, the team. And this happened several times. And as Sindarov won World Cup, as Sindarov won, the candidates. But what happened after that situation, specifically after 2022, that winning World Chess Olympiad, the world started knowing Uzbekistan, and people in the Uzbekistan started knowing those Uzbekistan players.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, prior to that, of course, there is Abdusattorov Noderbek. We knew about him.
But he was one.
He was the one, yes.
Yeah.
But later on, it's like
Now you have a whole bench of players
Yes.
just sitting there, right? And they've all joined hands together. And for those who don't know, Grandmaster Jahangir Vachier-Lagrave is
Vachier-Lagrave.
your brother.
Yes.
Wow.
Definitely.
And he won the gold medal in 2022 Chennai Olympiad on his board. What a run it was for the Uzbekistan national team there. Is it true that the players were gifted
Yeah.
Many things.
Many things. Like, yeah. I mean, I don't think it is specific to Uzbekistan, but usually when you win certain, place in Olympiad, you're gifted certain amount of money, maybe car,
Maybe
apartment.
homes, maybe an
Yes,
apartment.
homes.
It's
Yes.
good to be a chess grandmaster in
But
Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan is not exceptional, let me put it that way. Yeah, so we do reward our players.
I think it's something to look up to. You are overestimating, I think what countries and governments do. I think the fact that Uzbekistan does that for their players, it's so encouraging. And I believe that your government is actually very pro sports.
Oh, yes.
They
maybe,
love sports.
Maybe. I just compared to what I see, there is something you don't see as well.
Yes, absolutely. And superstars is what the young Uzbekistan grandmasters are. Of course, there's a world championship coming up. Going to be a fun one there.
Yeah. The World Olympiad will be held in, Samarkand, Uzbekistan.
Yes, that's coming up in a few months as well.
Exactly.
So a lot of chess going on here.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, but no pieces on the board right now, but it is Mukadin who's trying to squeeze out this endgame. Should we take a look at some of the other action? I think this one's going to be a long grind, Shakzad.
Oh, yeah. Another game that I want to have a look is Norderberg Abdusattorov against Vachier Mamedyarov's game. I saw you and Yovi analyzing those games and strangely pointing out that Queen D3 move, But how often do you see that Bishop D5? Was Bishop D5 novelty for you? Because Queen D3 is something, probably you have seen it, and I think you pointed out that's Nepos game. Yeah, happened like that. But how about this Bishop D5 sequence, which you earlier, of course, discussed? Was it something you ever seen? Was it something you ever kind of consider even making?
That's the big question right now. I will say one thing, that Queen D3 was the first big surprise for me. Yovi said that there were games played in that line. But Knight D7, already a fresh position.
Already a fresh
Already
position.
a fresh position here. Actually, I take that back. Knight D7 has been played.
Okay.
Bishop D5, like you pointed
Yeah.
out, is the first big novelty in this game by Norderberg. And the whole idea of a game of provocation, right?
Exactly,
You push my bishop
exactly.
back, you create some weaknesses, D6 becomes a target, and we see that being played out here. Shakhriyar did push that bishop back, the bishop falls back, and now long-term weakness. Then the queen comes back because it's forced to, the knight jumps forward. We see the trades there, and if we just catch up with our live board, we left it last at exactly the point that we have, and in fact a decision by Norderberg, long castle.
Long castle. Yeah.
And he's really a player who loves these dynamics, right?
Exactly,
He
exactly.
likes to fight for the attack. He likes to play combative chess right now. Long castle played, but I'm a little worried because Shakhriyar is already ready to
Ready
strike with b4.
Before, exactly.
It's coming in, right? The queen ideally plays, the rook on the b line, knight c4, another idea that you always have to watch out in this position. This is a very double-edged game, according to me, Shakzad.
Yeah. The chances are, let's see, do we have the move? We do have the move, actually. Pawn f4. And, of course, knight to c6. Early, immediate knight c4 wouldn't be ideal, I think, yeah.
And even now, I think if you go knight to c4, there are issues. You can trade everything, and at the end of that line, there'll be a check on d4.
Exactly,
Let's
to
just
pick
show
up that c4 pawn, yeah.
Yes, and then you just lose a pawn.
Yeah. And that knight is kind of steady, holding,
Holding fort.
yeah.
So Norderberg was ready for this jump, forcing Shakhriyar to instead retreat with the knight to c6, hitting the bishop, controlling the d4 square. We see decisions come in, a trade on g7, and this is where we are at right now. Let's just take stock of it, right? White has the healthier pawn structure for sure. d6 is a weakness right
Yes.
now. The light squared bishop for white, more active than its counterpart
Yeah.
on c8 as well. And also watch out for f5. There are breaks opening up the black king at the right moment at the diagonal of the bishop. For Shakhriyar, it's all around getting b4 and how powerful is b4. And is it coming up next? Is that something that white needs to prevent? Do we have to make a move like king b1 right now, just taking control of the a file?
My personal opinion is, I'm not sure. I mean, I wouldn't go for king b1 yet.
No, it's too slow for you. You are an attacker.
Yes. I have to go double-edged, and I have to do
Let's
it
do it.
fast. And I think you have some thought about what I'm thinking, to go sharp. There is one move that goes sharp, I would say.
To my eyes, it's the f-pawn moving forward.
That's one of them.
Or
That's
the
one of them.
g-pawn moving forward.
That's
Either
the
you go
second
g,
one.
or there's a third one
The
as well.
third one is to go for it. H4, H5. That's a common idea. Make it happen, Get the rook in. Get the kind of sacrifice ideas ready.
Should we deep dive into that? Because
Okay,
that's
let's
so
have a look.
interesting. You go h4.
But king b1, I would give you a credit. That's a decent move. That's
It's
a holding.
chicken chess
yes.
club. Like I was talking with Jovanka, just keep everything safe on the left side, but Notterbeck is anything but a chicken, so I will not be
Chicken, yes.
surprised with seeing h4 on the board.
h4 and then b4, exactly, takes. And of course, rook b4, so that there are some ideas. And the rook is really kind of on an active square. h5, and oh, wow. Specifically, why rook b4? It also allows the rook having the maneuver to d4 square.
I thought you were also, can I show you a really funky idea
Okay,
here?
sure.
Shakto, just take that pawn on e4. You got to show that.
Oh, yeah, the
Oh, my
checkmate.
rook!
Whoa!
My rook! Did I just blunder my rook? Well, I blundered something else, but I'm going to show you the idea anyway. Knight takes rook, and suddenly queen a1 would be game over.
Exactly, yes. But again, rook e4, although seemingly gains a pawn, the drawback of it is loses time.
Yes.
Just it, yes. And in the meantime, that happens, and now the moment for pawn f5, and the queen gets in with the help of the rook, almost delivers the check.
And this is what you've been dreaming about, right? When you went h4, h5, this is what your idea was all about. And suddenly that knight on c3 is beautifully placed. If you give a check on a1, knight b1, and knight is a king's best friend. Knight on b1, and only white won. There's a saying like that. I just made that up.
Oh, you made that? Yes. I was trying to recall. What? Really? There is that saying? Okay, yeah.
Wow, okay.
Very steady.
I'm convinced. I love h4. Does Notterbeck love h4? Will he go for this direct idea? And if Shakhriyar is not breaking through, you know, we've got a Shak attack on the screen. We've got Shakzot here with us coming up with all these aggressive ideas. If b4 isn't working, h4 starts looking very scary.
Yeah.
If you have to play h5 after h4...
Oh, yes, that's an idea we have to consider. Because
Oh, by the way, look what's happened. He's gone for h4.
he went for
It's
h4.
on the board.
Okay. I don't think, there were any alternative ideas. Even though you make king b1, sooner or later you're going to push h4,
This is such a Notterbeck move.
Just doing the action sooner. Not waiting. The moment, you're going to strike it, yeah.
Okay, let's deep dive because this is such a fascinating position. So we've figured out that Shakhriyar does not have time to go for a counterattack on the left flank, right? It's a bit slow.
No, not necessarily. Like there was a rook d4 move, which we didn't really evaluate. But if he doesn't go b4, what else he has? The only thing is h5, I would say, h5, but which meets that pawn g4 move, of course, which needs to be calculated how it's going to work out because you're about to go for that sacrifice.
Yes, you say h, you have to say g, right?
Yes.
You know that saying.
Oh, really?
I
Yes.
did make that one up as well.
As well.
But
But yeah,
let's
no,
see.
I'm a like Zemish or King's Indian player. Yeah, I go for that h4, g4, h5. Yes.
Yes, we got to make that happen. Let's take it. Let's show the attacking
Go
idea.
for it.
Take all the pawns. And the problem is that now you're threatening to take on g6 and immediately either queen h2 or f5 is coming in. The queen's infiltrating on the h6 square. Game over.
Exactly. This is by no means easy game. I say the hope is lost, if that thing happens for black.
Is hope also lost if black takes on h5 and will you
Oh,
also throw in
yeah.
f5? Is that your idea?
you want to go f5 even?
I'm inspired by your chess, Shakzat, right now.
Okay, f5 is an option, but
Simple. Keep it simple. Huh?
keep it simple. Just rook h5 is like, there is no rush. Oh, yeah. Yesterday I was talking with Jovanka actually about the type of player, we are. She was like mentioning as, chicken club, But I was like mentioning I'm more type of a positional player, but
Jovanka is president. I'm secretary of that club. We're long-standing members.
I see. So I was mentioning that I'm more of a positional player, but that doesn't mean that I go safe, But what it means is I usually avoid opponents' good moves, I kind of prevent anything from happening and go steady, simple, and then convert it. But of course, anything positional can involve calculation and dynamics and, tactics.
Yes,
But
you have to combine it, right?
yes, you have to combine
And
it.
usually, if tactics are based on a strong positional strategic foundation, like your pieces are well developed, your king is safe, you've got all your pieces into the attack, the tactics flow out. They just seem to work for
Yes,
you a
yes,
lot better.
exactly.
Now, this is a perfect example. Look at Shakhriyar's king. All the pieces are divorced from that
Oh,
king.
yes.
They're on the other side. Nothing is coming to
If
assist
you
that
look
king.
at this, yes, there is nothing, around the king. Not even a single defender. Yeah, as you pointed out, every single piece is on the other side.
You know, I have to ask you one thing, because
Yes.
you obviously know the Uzbekistan grandmasters in this generation really well. Your own brother has been part of the team here. Whenever I have commentated or watched Notterbeck, Abdusattorov play, the one thing that stands out, like he just feels like an assassin. Like he just his killer instinct on the board, those death stares that he gives to his opponent, you know, looking through the soul right there, like I'm coming for your king. It's always he's got this very strong presence.
Yeah.
And I would say that actually his demeanor on the board and his presence on the board has many times reminded me of Garry Kasparov.
Oh, wow. I see. I would say one thing, it is not specifically, I would say, Uzbekistan players. I have seen it in Philippine player. I have seen it in Indian player. When you play, you're not just playing the chess on board, but you're also playing the psychological game, You want to dominate the opponent, psychologically. Specifically, I do remember, or wait a sec, you and Jovanka was just discussing Gukesh against Abdusattorov, in that 2022 Chennai, and what happened. Yeah. But yes, Abdusattorov eventually won the game, but far ahead, he had that psychological advantage. What advantage specifically? Once Gukesh had that extra pawn advantage, and of course, queen and a knight against queen and a bishop. We know queen and a knight has more dominance, yeah. At that moment, Gukesh, I do think he felt like he already got the job done, because every single part, queen and a knight, that's dominates queen and a bishop. Extra pawn, game is closed, very steady, That game, he thought he already won, and he also relaxed a little bit, It's like he's good already. He can, take the breath, comfortable. But at that moment, out of nowhere, there was some kind of ideas popped up. And now for the Gukesh, what happened to be kind of challenging is to get back himself to the sharpest mode, And at that moment, slowly, as you were like pointing out, that sharp look. Okay. Sorry, I just kind of went on the train of thoughts.
No, but
Yeah.
I love what you're talking about because I think that's such a key point, right? That a player has to be ready to pounce on the opportunity when your opponent just relaxes a bit.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Also in that game, this is the 22 Chess Olympiad decider game, board one,
Yeah.
Gukesh taking on Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I think the point is that both these players are incredible fighters.
Exactly.
They did not want to repeat moves, both of them sort of going at it. Gukesh was better for the most part, but overpushed, was not able to pull the brakes, and in the end, that knight blunder cost him that game. Cost India the Olympiad a gold, and Uzbekistan, what a moment that was for the Uzbekistan national team, and what a moment this is. I want to come back to our game right now. I see H4 has been played, and we've got moves, because Shakhriar Mamedyarov is also not one to back down. He's gone for B4.
Yes.
This is a race to each other's king now.
Exactly.
And you mentioned, Shakzad, that after pawn takes pawn, which I would say is the first move that we need to look at,
Yeah.
maybe you can come back with your knight to
Knight
B1,
B1.
but it feels a bit slow.
Yes, exactly.
So let's say pawn takes pawn here, before we jump into that. Rook takes pawn. Now, the move H5 looked very strong.
Yes. And very natural, I would
And
say.
very natural. And now the question is Shakhriyar's resource of rook to D4.
Oh, yes. That's where we left off to hit it. From here, I think there are options. The option is like you can move with your queen away. That's the natural one. But always you have those in-between moves like pawn H6. Do you want to exploit those dark squares or not? Because if you have the idea of exploiting dark squares, H6 is kind of the valid option. But that also closes the game. It has one advantage, but it has another disadvantage. Yeah.
Wow, so maybe you want to go the Alpha Zero way and go H6 and just clamp down on the black king forever, looking at that dark square weakness. I just feel Alpha Zero has, had such a massive influence on all of us that now this feels like the bigger response than opening up the G line. And it's just a long-term way to play for an attack, a clamp down on the king side. We'll keep an eye on this one. We'll come back to it. But right now, both players playing very aggressively. I wanna take our attention to another board that really blew up very quickly right out of the opening. In fact, it's between the two losers of round one.
Oh, yeah.
And look at what's happening. Absolute crazy stuff. Can we take it from where we left it last, which was at the moment when black gave a check on G1, move 16. Vidit was under immense pressure, and he's still under immense pressure on the clock, now down to 13 minutes.
Right, yeah. So Bishop F1 turned out to be the most natural move.
Yes.
Where queen g6.
Which was forced because white has a very sneaky idea of knight g4 winning the black queen, which is suddenly trapped on g1.
Exactly.
No fun for that. So Vidit, spotting that, went back to g6. We saw a trade on b6, takes the pawn back, and if you do a quick material count, right now it's level, but after pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, taking the bait here is Jan Nepomniachtchi, hits the bishop, the queen was attacked, the queen falls back to d2, bishop slides over to a6, making it really difficult for white to finish development here. Knight d3, wanting to get the pieces forward. If you take that pawn on c4, knight f4 might just be game over. A double attack on the bishop and the queen on g6.
Yeah, although the game can still can continue, you know, in a sharp way with that rook f4 idea.
But white has a big advantage.
Yes,
I think we can
white
see
does have
that
an
white
advantage,
does
yes.
have an advantage. So this is not what you want. After knight to d3, not getting greedy. No greedy VD right now. Rook to d7, pinning the d file here, not allowing knight f4. Now bishop takes pawn was a big threat. And Jan Nepomniachtchi's last move just unpins the queen from the knight. Slides over to h2, gets an exclam. That's a good move in the position. Again, the idea, Shahzad, if you take on c4, knight f4, watch out.
Yes, exactly. Now it's a bigger threat because there is no any sacrifice, you know, to hold the game or to fight back. Yeah, this would be reasonable, but of course, at this moment, Vidit did not take that c4 pawn, but went for a threat against pawn c3 with queen f6.
Wow, so no time to pick up the pawn on... Wait, did he take on h7?
Whoa, 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 whoa! What are we?
Whoa.
What do we see? I thought, like, you know, if you put me at this position, my 5-second thought process would be protected. You know, just go steady. Yes, but as we know, the players probably thought, let me see. He thought for 6 minutes. He thought for 6 minutes. Yes.
Of course, it's Jan Nepomniachtchi. 6 minutes is an eternity, Shahzad. 6 minutes is a lot in Jan Nepomniachtchi's universe right now. But I just want to say, rook takes pawn is a full rook sacrifice.
Yes.
Queen takes pawn comes in with a check.
Exactly.
You have to move the king, and queen takes rook. And now, unless you're checkmating Vidit Gujarati with white, you're just completely lost. Show me the checkmate.
There is no checkmate, but there is.
Show me the plan.
there is a momentum, you know. You go here, but there is eventually, and
I'm running to d6. What are you talking about? So are you going to just simply pick up the knight on e8?
No.
You're not going to let me run.
no.
That's
yeah.
cruel. That's very cruel.
So that's what he calculated. Yeah. Okay, 6 minutes. So is he? What do you think? Is
I
he
want the
aware of
players
E5?
on camera. Are we going to get the players on camera soon? Okay, we'll
okay.
have them on because I need to look at Vidit Gujarati's face right now and Jan Nepomniachtchi's to really understand how they're feeling. Does Vidit believe he can defend this position, or is Jan thinking, I'm
He's gonna make
checkmating?
the checkmate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bishop g5 is almost kind of coming unstoppable. Yeah.
And if you go to d8, I'm picking up the knight and I'm picking up the rook next.
Exactly. Oh yeah. That's not even a question. Exactly. Yes.
So what's the move after e5? I mean, this is incredibly powerful. e5 is a beautiful move. Do you think Jan has spotted it? When he
I mean, if he didn't spot it, I don't think he would have went for rook h7, you know? Because eventually that king d6 is happening. How you want to stop king d6?
Yeah, let's just show that if you start checking already, let's say in that position, king f2 now, queen takes rook,
Which is forced.
which is forced.
Natural.
You give a check.
Oh, wait a sec. Maybe
Queen
Nepo thought
h5.
e5 immediately. That's one thing.
Okay, but let's go for
Far
a direct
ahead.
line.
Yeah,
Let's go for a
direct line,
direct
yes.
line. Let's give a check. King comes out. Give a check.
Check.
King runs away.
Everything is like forced. Just one
Everything
liner.
is forced because if you go g6 instead of the king running away, then there's a check on h7. Queen h7.
Whoa. I don't think queen
the
h7
queen runs
is
away.
good. Yes.
So what's the problem with g6 here? Why is this
Oh,
not
g6
an
is one of
option?
the option. Yes, definitely. It can stop for a while, but in the meantime, white can play queen h6 to hold it off, so that now he isn't intending to go with
Wow.
queen h7, but it's going to be rook h7 and picking up that rook.
No, and queen f8 is checkmate in one.
Oh yeah, even
Queen
even,
f8
yes.
is checkmate in one. If you
But-
block it with your knight, the rook is hanging.
Uh-huh.
If you fall back with your queen, then rook h7 pins the queen and wins the game.
Yes.
So no queen g7, no knight g7, queen h6
No, I
is
think
super strong.
Yes. Oh yes. After
Wow.
queen h6, it's almost done. Yes. If queen g7, that's going to be rook h7. Yeah.
All right, so no g6. Vidit will be forced to run away with the king to e7. And my question here is, can I just give a check on g5?
You can, but you allow d6 square, you know?
And then just say that I'm taking your knight on
Oh,
e8.
yes, on e8, I see.
And claim compensation. But I say that, I don't feel the confidence when I'm saying it. Can you feel it in my voice?
Not really. It feels to me, you know?
e5. The thing is, once you see e5, you can't unsee e5.
Yes, exactly. I mean, by thought process, I wouldn't say it is highly, you know, brilliant or anything, because it's still visible, you know, if you make those two thought process logical. As I told you, I'm more type of a positional player, so I do make those calculations, but at the end, it is more about not keeping the momentum. It is cutting opponent's possibility to go away, you know, or to make the moves that's unexpected. And king d6 is pretty much the move we are aware of, and the move that is about to happen if we check and keep the forced action. However, which is allowing king d6, so our next step of logic would be outsmart that d6 square. You're going to get the mate. You're going to get that bishop g5 and no more king d6.
Yeah. I cannot wait for our player cameras to come back on, and we will get those for you very shortly. I think that will tell us a lot about how the players are feeling about their chances. Also, our evaluation bar says, Shakzad, that the attack is super powerful. Everyone knows, right? Mr. Fish is very materialistic. That's upper hole rook. That's upper hole rook for a pawn. So that kind of an advantage, that's a winning attack then. Giving an almost, what is it? It's a plus 1.67 down a whole rook right now. Vidit Gujarati in big trouble if this was to happen, but our live board currently is not here. This is the position. Rook takes pawn, and Vidit's calculating. Does he get greedy with the pawn on c3?
Oh, he made the move.
Oh, he did.
He went for queen c3. He went for that rook.
What do you think? Does Vidit survive this?
King f2 is on the board.
King f2 is on the board. The thing is, if Jan doesn't find a way.
Oh, wait, wow.
What? It's happened? All of
yes,
this has happened?
Yes, it did happen.
And has Vidit made his move?
He made g6.
Wow. So now, after g6.
And queen h6 is on the board. On the board.
And it's the only move in this position. White had to find queen to h6. Everything else, Vidit Gujarati would be right back in it, right back in the game. Yeah. And this is what Vidit missed. Because Shak, I'm going to call you Shak as well because you attack like the Shak attack. Queen to h6, you know, even when we had this position, it was a very difficult find.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's the best move in the position, but incredibly hard to play right now because it doesn't come in with a check. It's a threat, right?
It's a threat.
It's a threat. Checkmate. And is Vidit completely busted here?
Almost. But, I mean, here is the thing. Vidit is up a rook, you know? He can't give up the rook.
You're about to go down a king, Shak.
Yeah, I mean, what I mean is you can kind of give up that rook back, you know, and hope for some ideas, but
is the attack even stopping that? Because I take the rook, I'm threatening queen h8 next.
Yes.
And I'm just saying, how are you fighting against all of this? And you know what? I'm also up a pawn now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, no, this position, by no means for black survivable, but at least, I mean, at their level, yeah, it's almost done, you know. But at a kind of lower level, as the, let's say, our majority of viewers are more in amateur level, although even if you get that position with black, I do think they can go for it, you know. There is still some hope for them.
I'm going to tell everyone that after g6, Jan Nepomniachtchi found the best move in the position. He goes for queen h6.
4 seconds.
4 seconds. Let that sink in. 4 seconds, and he played queen h6.
Well, but you have to point out, you know, earlier on, how much time he took for rook h7.
Tell us.
I mean, that's not a lot by our standard,
6
but
minutes.
yes, by Nepo standard, 6 minutes is a lot, you know?
Yeah, 6 minutes, the whole universe has been calculated by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He took that pawn, sacrificing the rook. I think the bigger question is how much of this is sort of familiar territory. Jan might not have had this position exactly in preparation, but these ideas, you know that they exist. So that's what I'm wondering, but Vidit Gujarati now 7 minutes on the clock. Queen h6 played in 4 seconds by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Vidit is staring down at his second loss in a row.
I see. Oh, how much well you know Jan, you know? His kind of attitude in the game, his character, you know? You mentioned about Uzbek players not sitting on the board. How about Jan? You know, I was in the downstairs, I was in the hall, and I didn't see he's on his board either. You know, I was kind of watching the games, and he was always like next to me, you know, standing. And then I'm like, "Come on, your game is going." I see he's just sitting there making the moves out, You know, not even on the board.
That sounds like Jan Nepomniachtchi,
That sounds
the
like
one
Jan?
that I
Yes.
know. At least we see
Okay,
him,
that's
especially.
it's common, yes.
It's quite common. And
Okay.
Ishaq, especially in a position like this where your opponent is spending so much time because you're on the defense, Jan looks like he knows exactly what he's doing, sacrificing a pawn after pawn, keeping the king in the center, the quick bishop retreat that we saw, going for the double up on the h file, giving up a rook, going for this attack. By the way, queen to g7 was played, and Jan again comes back with a rook, barely takes any time to make that move. He's about to win a queen, but Vidit has 2 rooks for the queen.
Yes.
I will point out mathematically that adds up. Queen is worth 9 points, 2 rooks worth 5 points, but there's also an extra pawn and pressure on Vidit's king,
Oh, yeah.
which is priceless.
Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, that's a kind of determining part on this. What is 3-point advantage? You know, that's a king weakness. Yes.
I think that's a decisive factor here. All right, if you're Vidit, how are you trying to defend this position? Because it's going to be all about coordinating your pieces. Do you take on h7, or do you just say that you can capture the queen, but you do it on my terms?
I would say I would force you. You know,
Force, okay. All
force
right, let's
force
do
that
it.
trade.
King
King
g8.
g8.
This is a difficult move, though, king to g8, to
King to
retreat the
g8,
king. It's not the most human move, I would say.
Uh-huh. But it is the forcing. Okay, alternative would be why not take extra pawn? You know, in
Should
the
we check
meantime.
that? I want to
Yes.
see this because it feels like, okay, now.
More natural one. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I've got 10 points, you've got 9 points of the queen. At least mathematically, I'm winning, even if not on the board.
But you gotta be careful with the forced sequence, because whites, we know after take that g6 is a big weakness, you know,
Yes.
which white can play against. But
Ooh.
interestingly, we just captured bishop c4, which put the bishop unsupported.
I love
and
it.
suddenly knight f4 hits both g6 and c4.
And there's just no way to defend both these
Not really.
points. Knight e5, you take the bishop on c4 and take the
Exactly.
pawn on g6.
And in case of bishop f1, white will decide first capturing that pawn on g6
Yes, of course you
before,
take it.
before taking the f1 bishop. Yeah.
Wow, Jan Nepomniachtchi on fire.
Yeah, he is. And by the way, I have to mention, he's also an hour up, you know, on the clock.
And the clock is not even Vidit's biggest problem. It's the
Oh,
position
yeah,
on
at
the
that
board.
moment, yeah.
With 5 minutes to defend this, he's not going to be feeling good about his chances here, Vidit.
But one thing I'm gonna point out, yesterday's games, you know, like 3 victories, we have 3 decisive results. All of them was with white. Yeah, the white got the victories. And right now, if you look carefully, the Jan's game, Jan is playing with that white color, you know. And we have seen some other games. Even we pointed out earlier Mamedyarov games against Nikola Theodorou. Technically, Mamedyarov is also kind of getting the second white in a row. Yeah.
Yes.
With that advantage. Overall, so far in the tournament, the white side got the advantage in 2 rounds so far. First round as well. Even the game between Norderbecks ended up in a draw.
Yes.
The Norderbeck Yakuboev, who was playing with the white, had almost 2 points advantage out of the opening. Of course, the game went very dynamic. And overall ended up being a draw after Norderbeck Abdusattorov's convocations and getting that queen a3 and b4 check. So in the meantime, let's have a look at the game between Hans Niemann and Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave.
Big one.
Big one.
Big one. Everyone loves to watch Hans Niemann on the board, waiting for chess to speak for itself. Do you think that happens today against Vachier-Lagrave? Will chess speak for itself?
Most probably. We'll see how it turns out, you know. Although, you know, in the first round, we were technically a little bit good with predictions, you know. Whatever lines we predicted almost kind of worked out, especially with Mamedyarov and Jan's game. The plan that was mentioned exactly played out as it is. Yeah. But
All right, let's deep dive into this.
so
Should we take it from where we left it
yes,
last?
you were left off at e5 moment, I
Yes.
guess.
And we were talking about how this move just splits the board into 2 halves.
Oh, yeah.
And it's clear that white will focus on the right flank and black has to try to expand on the other side of the board.
So we have knight c6. Oh, so you were exploring the c5 move, yes? Instant.
Yes, and Shamsuddin instead decided that he wants to try to trade some pieces off to open up that bishop as well on b6. Gets a double pawn in return, but at least the knight isn't jumping to f5 anymore. And that was a key moment. If you don't make that move happen, just back up one move right now. For white, you don't really have an option because e5 is under big attack right now, currently.
Although you can make a plan, you know, more of knight f3, bishop f4, rook a d1, because this pawn is a problem as well. And in the meantime, you can protect this with your knight and a bishop and a rook, so 3 pieces. Even if rook e8 comes, that's a rook and a knight and a knight. That's going to be 3 pieces as well. So you would have a sufficient amount of defense, yes.
Right, but a different approach by white.
Different approach, yes.
He takes the knight instead, Hans Niemann does, and gets the double pawns. And then we saw the position continue with development. The bishop comes out, protecting e5, lining up the rook on the d line. Next, black also continues here for Shamsuddin. It was the idea of rook lift. Do you even rook lift? Shamsuddin says, yes, I do the lifting in the gym on the board as well. The rook moves up. Also eyeing the plan of going queen e7, rook e8. I really want to put pressure on e5 right now.
Well, how do you evaluate it? Isn't it like black is making the plan and white is the one on the reactive side?
That's a great point, Shakzat. And I think it feels like that until you see what Hans did next. Hans reacted.
With pawn c4?
Yes, because he's saying you have your weaknesses as well, right? I'm not going to make life so easy for you. And after c4, you don't have time to go queen e7 because d5 is under attack. And if you go d4, then you're eyeing all these squares that you leave behind. It's not an easy human decision. Knight g3, knight e4 ideas.
Exactly.
Something landing on e4, light square weaknesses. Exactly. Knight f5 jumping in. So instead, we see a capture on c4 by Shamsuddin. And I really like how Hans handled this moment because he, instead of capturing on c4 immediately, improves the position of his pieces.
With knight d2, intending to capture the knight c4, you know, without wasting any tempos. Because if he captured with the queen, he had to move the queen away to make a space for the knight. But here, no time wasted. Yeah. And queen e7, we do have knight c4. Oh, by the way, I want to point out one thing earlier. At this moment, you know, when we said bishop f4, I looked at the time specifically because the players were making the moves relatively fast. And on bishop f4, Hans took 8 minutes. And I would argue there was one extra idea for him, but of course, which he wasn't satisfied with, I think, because probably he was aware of that possibility, going for that bishop h6. After takes, it's e6.
Wow.
You want to go for that, okay, draw. Not a victory, of course.
And maybe that's what discouraged Jan to go from this, but you have to see what happened. I just had a look at the live board that we have. You will love what just played out. c4,
takes,
knight comes
d2,
forward, and
e7.
you'll know why I'm telling you to go there. Keep playing. Knight takes pawn, defends e5. And here, Shamsuddin had set up the idea of f6, taking advantage of the e line, being under pressure. And now, boom goes Hans Niemann. Your idea on the board already.
Really?
Bishop takes pawn, played.
Whoa, the brilliant move, yeah?
It's a brilliancy by Hans. And I'm trying to work this out here right now, Shakzat. I think we have a decision here by Shamsuddin. He decided not to capture the bishop on h6, instead takes the pawn on e5. But before we look at that, we have to look at pawn takes bishop.
Yes, exactly.
What did Hans Niemann have in mind? It has to be a check on g6.
Exactly.
And now notice how the black queen is overloaded, needs to defend the knight to d7. So you can never block the check with your queen. You'll simply capture it and win the knight on d7. If you put the king to h8, white will pick up the pawn on h6 with a tempo as well.
Yes.
And this looks
the
very
rook
strong.
is just joining. Yes.
Yeah, game over?
Exactly.
Game over. So black has to run the opposite direction.
And
say, take the pawn. Again, no queen g7, keep running. And now you're making a case that I've got 6 pawns to your 4. That's 2 pawns for a piece. I do have my parcels as well. Incredible activity. Your rook on a8. What rook am I even talking about that hasn't made a single move on the board right now? This is big compensation, I'd say.
Yeah, I would say so, yes. It is more easier to play with white.
Yes.
Let's answer to that kind of question as well, you know. Sometimes you go to the position, that's complicated. But you're going to ask the question, you know, how much of complication I'm taking and how much of complication the opponent's taking.
That's a great point. How easy is it for me to play this position versus you to play out this position as black? To defend this, very difficult.
Exactly.
And I don't know if Shamsuddin, did he underestimate bishop takes pawn, or did he feel that he had this other resource? But apparently that's not good as well, because after bishop takes pawn, Shamsuddin declined this entire sequence, doesn't capture the bishop, but instead captures the pawn at the center of the board. Knight jumps into forward, gets across. Yes, you're controlling the g6 square, no queen g6 for now. But can white simply trade off on e5 and claim that I've got the better pawn structure?
I'd say so. Aren't you winning an extra pawn?
Ooh, just take the rook on e5 and go queen
Yes.
takes pawn.
Yes. And I think that did happen on the board.
And you don't have time to pick up the bishop on h6 because the rook on a8 is
Yes,
hanging.
exactly.
So you have to take the time out, line up your rook on one of the lines. I'm guessing rook f8, you're down a pawn, you don't want to trade pieces, so rook d8 doesn't make sense.
That rook on f8 and bishop on b6 hitting.
Yes.
However, with a single move that can be neutralized, and that is bishop e3, but it's
love
not the
bishop
only
e3.
move. No, it's not the only move.
But it's the most human move.
Most human
It's the
move,
most
yes.
human move because the bishop that's hanging right now, you defend that, you keep your pawn protected. You're threatening rook d7 at the right moment as well. I like bishop e3 and just saying
Yeah.
I'm up a pawn. Look at each one of Shamsuddin's pawns.
Oh yeah, they
Everything's
are
disconnected.
all of them
everything's a
isolated
weakness.
from each other. Yeah.
Is Hans Niemann going to take this one, Shakzat?
I would put 75 to 80% yes.
On this one?
On this one. Yeah. But even I might increase it, but we don't know. There are some dynamic things Shamsuddin can come up with. But we don't. But considering those pawn structure, the chances are increasing. Yeah. I would put if pawn structure was stable, I would put that to 50 to 60%, to the white's victory. But considering this pawn structure is separate, I'm going to go all the way to 80. Yeah.
Wow, 80% for Hans, and Hans does play the move bishop to e3. We stay up with the live board here. Again, the most human move in the position. I don't even care if there's a stronger move in the position. I think 10 out of 10 chess players are playing bishop to e3 here.
Yes, exactly. Okay, now one interesting thing is we know those pawn structures are bad, yes?
Oh,
So-
but wait. Sorry. Shakzat, wait. I think I know what else you wanted to play. You wanted to go in directly with the rook to d7, right? Because I saw a little hesitation on you there. And I was like, what else could Shakzat be thinking about? And I know that you like those threats and that attack coming in. Rook to d7
Immediately, yes.
feels like a move here.
Exactly. But sooner or later, there is bishop e3 needs to come back because queen f6 or
If you take it with a check, I just want to point out, bishop takes pawn coming in with a check.
immediate. Oh yes,
You
this
just
line.
simply sidestep.
I
king
just
to
move away. Rook
h2.
g7 is right there.
Yes.
You cannot stop it. And in case of queen f6, I gotta be a little bit careful. However, there is rook takes,
king
but
h8.
king h8.
And now you're saying that after
Now
queen takes
f2,
queen,
yes.
rook takes queen.
I gotta be careful.
You
Yes.
gotta be really careful because f2 is hanging. The bishop
Yes.
on h6 is loose. The rook on g7 is somewhat loose. The queen on c6 hanging.
Yes. After that trade, it is more of I'm gonna lose something, from this situation. So that's why I said sooner or later I gotta make that bishop e3 move.
Yes. Okay, so Hans Niemann took his time. He calculated this and decided to go for a direct bishop to e3. A very healthy extra pawn for white here.
Yeah. And I would say, considering black has weaknesses on the pawns, his immediate idea would be, first, of course, trading off the bishop and personally pushing a3, trying to make the exchange or making something out of that pawn because it's on a3. If you make some b3 or b4, I'm going to capitalize on that pawn. Yeah. So b3 or, okay, not b4, of course. b3 wouldn't be your ideally best choice to make as white.
That makes a lot of sense. From a positional perspective, a3 is not an asset, but it's a liability in black's position. Speaking of liabilities and turnarounds and speed, and is that something that one needs to be slow on? Huge turnaround in the Jan Nepomniachtchi Vidit board.
Yes.
I think we go straight to that because we thought Vidit is busted, but guess what? He is right back in the mix. The evaluation bar is giving 0.0. Can we do an action replay and see what happened?
So we just stopped here with immediate bishop c4, and that was the move we were evaluating. After, knight f4 was done immediately. We evaluated first maybe rook g7, knight g7, then knight f4. But it's a similar thing. More or less, it's similar. Bishop f1. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. There are a lot of in-between actions happening, you know,
There's
rather than the direct one.
Very
Yeah.
flashy stuff. Taking advantage of the pin, he first takes the pawn on g6. The queen on g7 is pinned, so forcing the black king to go back. And this, why is the bar saying level? This looks completely winning. e6 is falling. f1, you take the bishop on f1. Or do you take the pawn on e6? Or do you play something completely different? Wait, wait, I know, don't say it, don't say it. Knight h5.
Oh, okay.
Knight h5.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I mean, interestingly, those king f1 moves or knight e6 moves, seemingly promising, but opponent has a time to react, you know?
Yeah.
Knight h5 is not only going after, I mean, we know knight e6 is just going after the pawn and hopefully something against g7, some bishop h6 ideas. But we know knight h5 is not just going after g7, but also knight f6 immediate threat.
So bishop h6 and knight f6 would have been a killer attack on the black king.
Exactly.
Knight h5 would have been devastating, but Jan Nepomuceno made a mistake at this moment, a blunder I want to say, because look at that, a question mark after knight takes pawn. How much time did he take to make knight takes pawn?
He did take time, 3 minutes. So, I mean, other moves, if you compare that knight f4, 35 seconds, you know, rook g7, what is that, 22 seconds? So, but also,
Wow, but look at the evaluation bar now. Knight takes pawn, it gets 1 question mark, but down to 0.0, it feels like it should be given 3 question marks, although I'm still struggling. Why is this fine for black? I'm threatening bishop h6. So let's say if you move the bishop away. If you play bishop c4 here, I simply take the knight on g7 and your knight on c6 is hanging.
yes. Yeah,
Can we show that? So bishop c4.
Immediately.
Yes.
Okay. You wanna
Knight takes knight is what I thought.
If takes, takes.
And I'm winning here.
Yes, but there is always what the Jan. I mean, Jan have done it several times, but this was the Vidit's time to make that in-between action of protecting it with an attack and then capturing that rook. But if you attack it again, I'm gonna make that knight
Oh,
e3
wow.
in between again. Yes.
Or maybe you'll
That's
make
an
knight
intermezzo.
g4 and rook f8. How's that for an idea?
Yeah,
Can we show
definitely.
that?
Let's have a
Just to have
So-
some fun.
yes.
And now rook f8 and right back in it.
I mean, considering white has, you know, some pawns, this acts as a compensation. So
It does, but it's still, you got to show this when this happens, right? Because it's just beautiful tactics. All right, let's go back and see what actually happened then instead. Knight takes pawn and Vidit,
went for knight e5, and we do see queen g3. So
Alright.
Jan kept it on the g file.
attacking the knight on e5 as well. And time is of the essence, not only on the clock, but the board as well. Now Vidit Gujarati under 2.5 minutes on the clock. We are on move 34. 6 moves to be made before time control. And every move for Vidit is a high responsibility move
Yes.
here. Is this our live board?
Yeah, it's a live board.
Knight g5. Played by Jan Nepomuceno, Vidit Gujarati in the think currently. So Jan, let's just do the math here. It's 2 rooks and 1 minor piece for a queen and 2 pawns.
Yes.
That adds up for black beautifully, at least as far as the numbers are concerned. But again, the king's safety, because Jan wants to go queen h. Knight is attacked on e5. But Jan is also stepping up with the queen coming to h4, ideas of checks on h7 and h8 eventually. Is Vidit going to give a check on d3 now, with the knight hanging?
There is a possibility, yeah. And then going to knight to c5. And maybe knight e6 eventually for the trade.
This is big pressure on Vidit right now. And now under a minute on the clock.
Yeah, he's got to be really careful with the time. Oh, by the way, although it's move 34, that the last move was done by white, so Vidit has to make 7 moves, not just 6. So he didn't make his move number 34 yet. All right.
Oof.
Well,
Vidit now under a minute. This is getting very concerning territory. You were either going to get checkmated or flagged if you're not careful right now. And Vidit needs to be both. He needs to be careful on the clock and the board. What's the best move in the position here? What's the top move of the engine?
it will be just protecting the knight.
But it's not the only move. I do take a peek right now, and knight d3 check also keeps the balance in the position, but you have to find the knight retreating idea that you earlier pointed out.
Oh yeah, knight c5, knight e6, yeah.
And you know what the idea of rook e8 is? That you not only defend the knight, Shahzad, but we're talking about queen h7, queen h8. Suddenly the rook is defended. Every piece defends itself. You know, the black knight on g7 will protect the rook on e8. Just have that move on the board. The black knight on e5 defends the rook on d7. The black rook on e8 defends the knight on e5. The black king can sidestep, start defending those two rooks. The knight on e5 defends the bishop on c4. Everything's super compact.
Except b6 pawn, you know, which is dropping at this moment. Yeah. Oh, Vidit is down to 40 seconds, and
Has
he does
not
make
made a move?
He made knight d3.
Okay, yes, you know, you want to give this check.
Yeah.
It's attractive, but now the big question after knight d3, how
Steady
important is it to find knight c5? Is that the only move?
Okay, let's say king moves
Oh, he made a
away.
move, he made a move. With no time on the clock, he played knight to h5, and it's a mistake. This is what happens,
Oh,
because this is
yeah.
such a landmine position currently. Every move difficult to find for black. The king has got no shield at all. Okay, just don't play queen h3.
Yeah.
Let's just point that out. Don't try to get greedy with the rook on d7. Suddenly knight f4. Thank you very much.
And yes, the queen is done.
So can't go for the double attack on the rook and the knight. Let's go back. Knight h5 played here. I have to say the most human response, according to me, is to put the queen on g4.
Exactly, exactly.
I'm hitting the rook, I'm hitting the knight. I'm not allowing a fork on f4. And you know what Vidit wants? He wants to go back knight f6. This is what he's
Yes.
calculated. And Vidit, if Jan goes back, will take the draw. He'll be happy to repeat in this position.
But Jan has an extra move, you know, going to the room that was created to f5.
Oh, nice. And that room leads to another room, right? Because g6 is
G6,
coming in as
yes.
well.
He's got to be very careful. But we have to point out how hard it is, you know, to play. That's what I wanted to do yesterday, you know, just to flip the board and press that F button. And we had seen that scenario. Because we are looking at it from white perspective, you know, the ideas are popping up. But if you look at it from black perspective, because there are a lot of more pieces, you know, because it is different, you're on the defending side. It's totally, you know, your thought process is different. So that's why I'm not sure you ever seen some players, literally, they get out from their chair, they just go to the other side of the board, they look the game from the opponent's side, you know, how it looks, what's the ideas, you know. Sometimes the ideas comes from the other side, you know, you just look at it and
Yeah.
check it, yes.
I feel like I've used that so many times as well, just to get a fresh perspective, to try to understand. It's not only trying to get the ideas, what it also helps the players is realize how difficult the position is for your opponent.
Oh, yes.
Sometimes we get in our own heads and feel that I'm the one with all the problems to solve. But the moment you do that, you understand that actually it's harder to play for your opponent to navigate this position. So that extra confidence boost as well.
Yes.
Look at that. It's on the board. Queen g4.
It's on the board. I mean, although there wasn't a lot of choices, you know, to pick from.
He could have played it to h4, but g4 is very human.
Very human, yeah.
You are not only attacking the knight and the rook, but the room, the path that you pointed out through the light squares for the white queen towards the black king. And
Okay,
Vidit
wait to
goes
see
back,
knight
only
f6.
move for black. And now for Jan, I cannot imagine him repeating. In fact, what am I even talking? He doesn't even take half a second, but goes in with the queen. He's in it to win it. And we are trying to figure and get those cameras working to take you directly to the hot tense tournament hall, the inside the venue where the players are playing right now. And as Vidit does respond with the rook moving forward, someone tell Jan he's got 59 minutes on the
Whoa,
clock.
yes,
Someone tell
yes.
him that.
But seemingly he's ready,
Oh, and
you
we
know?
have the cameras. Let's go, Shahzad.
yeah.
And this is such a great moment in this game. Super tensed right now. Vidit trying to hold on. E5 played. Hits the knight. Now, you move that knight, the rook on d7 is hanging.
Exactly. You cannot even move the knight. So I think the only idea is maybe giving up.
Uh-huh. Vidit has to... 10 seconds! Vidit, make a move! He has to play. Has he responded yet? No, he does
Okay,
take
he
the
does
pawn.
respond.
He takes the pawn with 5 seconds on the clock. The players get an additional 30 seconds every time they make a move. Jan captures that knight. And again, you know, the problem is that every move is a difficult one. And for Vidit Gujarati, currently, he has to make 2 more moves before he gets the additional 30 minutes on the clock.
But materially, if you look at it, you know, it is still the same. But the weaknesses around the king, that's what is kind of the factor that is giving the white a little bit of advantage.
But I will say one thing, that Vidit has managed to make quite a compact fortress around his king with the pieces.
It doesn't look that bad, you know.
No, it doesn't, right? You've got rook here, rook, knight, and they say 3 is the magical number for an attack. Well, there are 3 defenders as well right now. But the point is the opposite color bishop complex, and black will never be able to control and fight for dark squares. Imagine once the white king moves away, the knight gets out of the way, bishop h6, bishop d4 ideas. This is not going to be easy to defend for Vidit.
Exactly. We have, you know, the common knowledge that opposite colored bishop in a positional situation more of leads to a draw, yes? But I'm not sure, that's my own sentence, maybe controversial or not. In a dynamic game, when you have opposite colored bishop, basically the attacking side is playing with an extra piece.
I'm completely with you. And that is the perfect way to say it. Because that piece can never be challenged.
Exactly.
If you take the queens off the board, the rooks off the board, the majors off the board, and your king is safe, drawing tendencies are super high. But as long as there's an attack on the king, and right now the only one attacking is Jan Nepomniachtchi. Okay, we're going to take a break from this game right now. Let's jump over and do a quick roundup. Jan Nepomniachtchi on the push here. Will he finish off the attack, get his first point of UzChess with it on the defense, on the back foot? Let's move on to Nordic Abdusattorov versus Vachier-Lagrave Mamedyarov. That's a game that we saw where Vachier was the one trying to play for the win.
So let's see where we left off. And one interesting thing happened.
What happened? Shahzad, what happened?
Nordic seemingly took my suggestion, but that ended up being a little bit not the most accurate, you know. But let's see. So that's where we left off on rook b4. h5 wasn't played immediately. We had that king b1 first, steadiness, and pawn d5. And then he does push for h5. D takes e4.
Hits the queen.
Turns out to be a mistake. Queen could have moved away, but Nordic goes for h6. I mean, eventually taking advantage of the dark squares, but to chess.com standards, you know, that analysis, it seemingly was the not accurate response here. Although earlier I pointed out how dark squares would be a long-term weakness, you know, for white to go after.
The point is you just want to keep it a little bit more flexible. You can take that decision later,
later
on as well.
Yes.
You don't have to rush with it. Nordic decided to push that pawn to h6. The king goes back to f8. A good move given here. And the point is that if you go to g8, you
that
can't
would be
immediately take.
scenario.
You can't immediately take on d8. But the problem is around this g7 spot at all times. Now you plant your queen in front of the light, in front of the pawn at the center. You can go queen e3. Yes, queen takes rook does not work. And now suddenly imagine that queen lining up on the longest diagonals, and the black king is not safe on this square. You need to run away with your king to the center, just keeping some options open. And in fact, king f8 was played. Nordic went with his queen to e3. A rook trade happened. And desperately, Vachier trying to get the queens off the board so there's no pressure on the black king. Queen b6, denied. Queen returns back. Knight takes pawn coming on. And next, it's all about the piece play. If you're Nordic, you're eyeing queen h4, queen f6. And that's a beautiful maneuver that I just want to point out, playing on the dark squares.
Yeah. Okay. So the rook d4 was played on the board. But interestingly, what do you think? Oh, is it worthy to protect this pawn? Oh, can you protect it? Or there is one sequence where you have the protection, opponent tries to challenge you, and there is a chance you might get 2 pieces for the rook.
Oh.
And that goes unfold with pawn e3. So you cannot take it because queen is protecting, so which means he survived the pawn. But because the queen is the defender, white can challenge that queen.
And we see Vidit on our camera right now. He's gotten up to leave, which means that he's made his 40th move. And we
Yes.
won't go there right now. We'll stick with this game. And we'll get the correct cameras as well with us. But great that we're on the Vidit board on the camera because he has made it to move 40 and lives on.
Yeah. Coming back to this point,
Yes.
to this game. So what was the idea is queen going to a5. You leave that pawn to be taken by the opponent while you go after this a4.
Let's do it.
So if takes.
I'm just eyeing
This
the
is
dark
protected.
squares.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
looking
yes.
at,
This
you know
is-
what I want. And very important, like you're pointing out, otherwise queen c5 would win on the spot.
Yes. So this protection is also an important factor. Yeah.
Can I go queen c3 and try to checkmate you on the other side?
Yeah,
Or am I walking into some...
No, not necessarily, because this game looks really challenging to play from black side, you know. Although you got like bishop and a knight against rook, as you pointed out, dark squares. But besides that, if you lose h7 pawn, oh man.
That 8-6 pawn becomes the star of the show.
Yeah.
All right, but none of this happened, right? Because we did see a different move here by Mamedyarov. He instead, after the queen retreat, decided that he wants the rook off the board. He
Yes.
doesn't want any back rank issues, which gave Norderbeck the chance to pick up the pawn, restore the material balance. It's 5-5 right now, and I'm loving that pawn on 8-6. Rook takes rook is the last move. And why is Norderbeck thinking here and not immediately capturing on d1?
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Because there is no other choice.
So he's going to take on d1.
He
Let's
will
just have
take on
that.
d1.
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe he's not on his chair. 'Cause we do have an empty chair in
Yes.
front of us, but that's the Vidit board right now. Queen takes rook. And queen d4 played.
Whoa. Okay. What do you think? I would say I'm going to keep the queen as a white, you know. I want to have that resource on dark squares, you know, to penetrate into. Yeah, queen e1. Like.
I love
Almost
it. I
immediate.
also want to point out that an endgame might just transform the complete advantage because after queen takes queen, knight takes queen, suddenly that 8-6
H6 a
pawn
weakness immediately. Yes.
immediately, right? Knight f5 coming in, and it's not looking great. As we take you to the tournament hall right there, we see the players, one of them walking around.
Okay.
Hans
Shamsuddin
Newman.
Vachier-Lagrave, yes. He
Yes.
is just sitting on his chair. No, now, yeah. The okay, the vibe is, you know, in the tournament hall, one thing is, I don't know, here we are maybe sitting in the light on the computer, more chill,
Yes.
but the tension here is the lights, I don't know, a bit more dim or something. That is also creating some more tension, yeah. It is darker,
Wow.
specifically on the master side, yeah.
It's like a proper fighting arena, like
Yeah.
a boxing match going on there. I can imagine the tension, and it's quite beautiful because you've got the masters, the challengers, and the futures, all of them playing in the same hall. And, you know, that's quite inspiring for the players in the futures and the challengers to look up to the masters and hope to make it there as well as to see all the big guys of the chess world fighting it out. This did not happen because the fight continues with the queens on the board.
Exactly.
No queen takes queen.
e1. So that there is still a lot of things that black has to figure out. There are problems, you know, black has to deal with. But okay, knight f5 was an eventual idea to go after h6, bishop b7. But once black manages to deal with h6, I think black has some fighting back chances, you know. And interestingly, the h6 move I pointed out earlier was, yes, inaccuracy by chess.com standard, but by human standard, I would say that's a smart move, you know? That's something
I love
that
it. No, I completely agree with you. The only point I would make is that the decision taken by Norderbeck, the point he chose to make it, he probably could have delayed it by just a couple of
Just a
moves to
couple of
keep it
moves.
flexible.
Yes.
Because that option would be there. I'm not sure what he missed or didn't like about it, but even if the evaluation bar is telling a story that black is fine here, from a human perspective, white has to be feeling very optimistic.
Exactly.
Norderbeck is eyeing all the light squares. I'll also point out knight g5 is a massive threat on the board. With queen h4 coming in, attacking h7, the black king will be stuck to defend that pawn. Wire going to g8. At the right time, you have g4, f5. This game is far from over.
Yeah, exactly. So, oh, wow. Let's have a look at one game which we didn't visit yet.
Let's do it.
And
Where are you
that's
taking
between
us?
Arjun Erigaisi and Norderbeck Yakuboyev. So, what's going on there?
First thing first, black has an extra pawn in the position. But a completely exposed king. The queen is under attack as well. I see our evaluation bar says that Nodirbek Yakuboyev is crushing it against Arjun Aragaisi. But I'm just wondering if this is just a vintage Arjun pawn sacrifice. Now, he's the kind of player who just gives up material for initiative, for human compensation. And I have to say, it does feel like there should be enough for white to play for. The G line is open. At the right time, you go king h1, rook g1. I can also go after the f4 pawn. Why is this so much better for Nodirbek?
We have to point out ideas like bishop g4, rook d. Wait a sec, maybe kicking the
King
knight
h1
first.
makes a lot of sense. Rook g1 coming in next.
I
Shahzad,
was
can we do an action replay and just backtrack and see where we left it last?
So, let's see. Which were you exactly left off?
It was about here. This
About
is when
here, yes.
Yovi and I were looking at this position, and it felt like a very tensed opening.
So, oh yeah, g5. Okay. The funny thing is, it was played within 30 seconds. I'm gonna take 10 minutes, you know, but if I go for g5 or not, it is risky. To my standard, it is risky. Yeah.
And pawns don't move back, right? It's the kind of decision you want to spend at least 10 minutes on.
Yes, yeah. You moving also, yeah, you're like, yeah. The main defender turning into attacker.
I would spend 10 minutes and then not go g5.
Not go g5. Probably the same, yeah. That's a hard decision for me. That's a risky one. I'm more of a... I'm going to keep it stable, you know, because something I'm going to want to play against center as black, yeah. But g5, we had it. Knight f3, knight c6, d5. I mean, Arjun looks... Yeah, I agree with what you pointed out earlier, what you predicted. He did some sacrifice to f4 probably, you know.
Classic Arjun behavior on the board. Just sacrifice for open lines and open diagonals and entertain the crowd.
And we find that moment at f4, this moment. Whoa, look at, wow.
Gets a double question mark.
Double
the
question
first
mark.
blunder that we're seeing today. Wow,
Okay.
that's red all across. And it's a pawn sacrifice and a questionable one. You know who Arjun... I've always felt like, for me, Arjun's chess is the most reminiscent of Mikhail Tal.
Ah.
If I had to think of a
Interesting.
world champion that he reminds me of in so many ways, his sacrifices, the computer often refutes and disagrees with, but very difficult practically. He's always asking big practical questions to his opponent. And you know, this was the reason why Arjun had such a massive meteoric rise when he was winning open tournaments after open tournaments, because it's exactly this chess that's hard to combat if you're black in this
Oh
position.
yeah, I see.
We saw that Nodirbek Yakuboyev, not one to be afraid, takes the bait. He does pick up the extra pawn.
And then we do see bishop g4 and queen g5 on the board. King h1 was played. So my initial idea was, as long as knight is not there, you know, maybe bringing the rook after bishop g4. But considering the knight is here, I'm trying to figure out what kind of idea he can go after.
I like your move bishop to g4, and the reason is that I really want to put my queen on f2, but that walks into a fork on d3,
Oh, yes.
unfortunately.
You need to write it. So bishop g4, naturally, you gotta respond with queen f1. You don't have a lot
Yeah,
of
but
other
queen
choices.
f1 is so unhappy because I want my rook on g1. That's the square I don't want to put my queen on. I would think I want to put it on c2, defend e4, and still try to go rook to g1, but I'm walking into f3, which is
Exactly.
very terrifying.
So was there a calculation mistake by Arjun? Did he miss f3 point?
I'm not sure, and
Because I'm not sure either. He wanted to put queen f1 back
No.
when he thought that f4.
exactly, because queen f1 is not a happy move, you know, Shahzad.
Yes.
You really want to play rook g1 next. You want to play h3. You want to attack on the g file right now. But bishop g4 would make that very difficult. Where am I going with my queen? I have to stop
He
f3.
went for queen f1.
Yeah,
He
because
made
no
it almost
option.
instant. Yeah, 6 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't allow f3.
But seemingly, based on his body structure, he seems in control, you know. He's like...
That's the other thing about Arjun. He has very strong body language. Regardless of the mess on the board, in fact, he thrives. He feels the calmest when the board is on fire.
Interesting approach. I mean, based on my knowledge about Arjun, I view him as a kind of very theoretical, you know,
Yes.
player. He does
Great preparation.
great preparation, yeah. And more of a positional player, you know, rather than going wild.
Wow.
I don't know. I view him more of a kind of Magnus type player, you know, goes steady, you know, builds up, and then
Arjun's
converts it.
all about the sacrifices.
All
I
about
have to
wildness?
say, Shahzad,
Wow.
he loves it. He loves chaos on the
I
board.
see, I see.
In fact, like, and I feel that over the last 1 year, he's worked on making his approach more universal in
Universal,
style.
I see.
Try to get those positional concepts like you're saying. But Arjun loves it when, again, just it's that, you know, Mikhail Tal's forest of complication.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Where
I
2
mean,
plus
yes,
2
you
is equal
mentioned
to
that.
5.
Yes, yes.
And the path out is wide enough for 1. And usually the only one coming out of there is Arjun Aragaisi in those crazy complication. But this one, it does feel like Black has managed to consolidate with no rook G1 to worry about. Where is Arjun's attack is the big question.
I mean, it's not simple. It's not simple.
Ooh, he's getting ready for his move already. Is Nodirbek Yakuboyev. What is he going to go for? Does he simply put the bishop on G7, try to trade those dark squared bishop? Will he step aside with his king?
Yeah, it's easier to get into G file from black side compared to white side.
Suddenly.
Yeah, the G file could work for black's favor. 'Cause
I'm
as you
really
would-
liking Nodirbek's chances here. Although I will say one thing, Shahzad, we're on move 27. There's still
Oh,
13
wait a
moves
second.
to
Yeah,
be
13
made.
moves. And on the clock, yeah, Nodirbek is down to.
What? And look at that. This just shows how difficult the position is. He just made the move B6. Sorry, he
C6.
played the move C6 on the other side of the board.
I mean, I do understand why he did, you know.
I mean, it's a pawn sacrifice to my
He
eyes.
yes, it's pawn sacrifice to get that E6 square.
Uh-huh.
Yes,
Clever, clever.
clever.
But I'm still seeing that pawn and I'm very tempted to pick it up.
The chances he will pick up, because that C6 pawn, if game, you know, continues in a more steady way, suddenly becomes, you know, turning point even. No, really, like, at this moment, everything is going dynamic. We can ignore it for a while, you know? But as it progresses, as it goes, let's say, similar with no mistake, you know, by any players, eventually that pawn becomes something needs to be taken care of. Or the turning point that might get into some queenish ideas. Yeah. So
Wow. You know what, Shahzad? I want to deep dive into this because it's just a free pawn, a very dangerous looking free pawn as well.
Oh,
And
yes.
you mentioned that he wants to bring that knight back to E6, threatening the bishop on D4. And the problem for white is you can't fall back to F2 because there's F3 ideas.
yes, yes.
You can't go back to well, F3 looks very strong. And if you go back to G1 all the way, you know, again, black can reinforce the threat of F3. Now that the F4 pawn is defended by the knight, you could slide your queen to H5. And I'm going F3 next. You have no squares with your bishop to run to. This is actually very clever by Nodirbek.
Exactly,
Bishop E6,
exactly.
I love it. And if your bishop on D4 is not running away to any square, you might just lose a pawn on D4. Let's just go back to our board.
The chances that he will give up the pawn, you know.
Okay, I'm going to predict something here. Even if pawn takes pawn is the best move, and again, I
He
would
will not
love
go
to
for
have
it, yes.
Yes, you know me well now, Shahzad, and I think you understand Arjun as well now. I want to get the players on our camera right now if we can. The point I want to make is that Arjun is a player who constantly wants to play for dynamics. He wants to play for the initiative.
Yeah.
If he feels that knight to E6 takes away the attack from the position, I don't think Aragaisi takes that pawn. He will want to keep a controlled center. But what's the alternative? That's the problem question here. If not pawn takes pawn, what else?
Here is the thing.
Yes.
Maybe I would be a little bit disagreeing with you, because
Okay.
even if he loses the pawn, suddenly that C pawn becomes, you know, again, kind of a strong one, you know, the open C file.
Scary.
You know, the passed pawn with no stop, with a backup from C1. Yeah.
If Arjun isn't able to find a solid alternative to pawn takes pawn, I'm with you. I think I'm also struggling that if not take, what is your move? That's the problem. How does white even continue this position, continue the attack? You're not getting rook to G1. Okay, can I suggest an option here? Although, yes, after everything you said, I'm changing my mind. I think pawn takes pawn very likely because C6 gives something to play for. But can white try to go bishop to F3?
Bishop to F3. Oh, yeah. To make the room for rook, yes.
I want you to take my bishop just to show the idea. Queen takes bishop, and now I want to put my rook on g1 next.
Oh yeah, this is this is so bad, you know, for black to accept these kind of lines. Yeah. So yes, he shouldn't take. Yes. But at the same time, what would be his exact idea? It's
That's a great question.
One thing is like maybe taking the pawn, because if you take, I'm gonna take it. If you take, okay, I can trade off one more. Because
and then you take queen takes pawn.
Queen takes pawn. Now that's up 2 pawns. Yeah.
And it's in queen exchange. That's the bigger problem, that it's going into an endgame.
There is no rook g1. I mean, there is rook g1 check, but
it's
it's
only a
not
check.
doing anything. Yes, it's only check after king h7. Yeah, it's it's the end of the line, and yeah, things are not looking good for white.
All right, well then maybe Arjun will be tempted to take the pawn on c6.
He went for it.
Oh, he did,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
Okay.
He went for the
okay,
pawn,
I'm
yes.
glad we worked that one out. Pawn takes pawn, and now Norderbeck expecting him to fall back with the knight. And before we go into our next break, Shahzad, I want to do a quick roundup of all the boards. We won't deep dive, but let's just one by one take all the action in. 5 boards under play right now. Let's start with Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vidit Gujarati currently. White on the pull here. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's up a queen for 2 rooks. He's also got 2 pawns which are rolling up the board. I think big pressure on Vidit. He's on the defense. Look at Jan's clock, an hour and 24 minutes, almost the same amount of time that he started with. Jan on the attack on this one. Let's move on to our next board right now. We've seen Norderbeck Abdusattorov against Shakhriar Mamedyarov. We said that white has a lot of push in this position. The queen, if it lands on the dark squares on that diagonal via c3, huge pressure, huge problems for Shakhriar. Material balanced, but that 8-6 pawn, a massive asset. The knight jumping to g5, queen coming into c3. Can we agree that this is big
Yes,
attack?
that's a big attack, yeah.
So Norderbeck Abdusattorov also in an advantage here, trying to get his win in. Let's move on with Arjun Aragaisi, Norderbeck Yakuboyev. We looked at this position. It's absolute wildness. A game for 3 results, this one.
Yes, exactly.
Take us through the next 2 remaining games. What do you make of Hans Niemann versus Shamsuddin?
Okay,
yes.
I put the percentage, you remember?
Yes, what was it? Remind us. Your percentage on this?
It was up to 80% for Hans.
For Hans Niemann. A huge win percentage
Huge
for
win
Hans.
percentage,
I
but
feel like it's dropped down a
it
bit.
dropped down a lot, yes. Because turns out Shamsuddin managed it well, you know. He got that f2 pawn somehow.
I mean, this position as well. White has an extra pawn. How did Hans Niemann lose a pawn? He just,
gave away one pawn.
He just
yes.
gave it. He said, I literally don't care about my pawn.
Yeah.
Wow. He planted his rook, and this is where we are currently. Yes, white has an outside passer. Yes, Shamsuddin has weaknesses.
Materially, he equalized, yeah.
You equalize, and I'm just wondering, but you know, there is still problems. You know what Hans has set up? Very sneaky. He wants to go queen e7 and rook g4 ideas. Maybe even start with rook g4. Whoa, and we're getting, we will go back to this board
Yes.
right now. Rook g4 ideas coming up. Still pressure on Shamsuddin in this one. And our final board, we've got
Whoa.
Mukhidin versus Nicolas Theodorou right now. And for Madaminov, what an opening prep this was. And he's still playing for that win. Look at the
Yes.
activation of the king and the knight. I just want to point out that white hasn't pushed those a2, b3 pawns, keeping them
Yes,
intact.
yes.
And no
He should
weaknesses.
remain there. Because he shouldn't allow any sacrifice or any exchanges, you know. Staying it back, keeping it back allows him to progress with his king. Steady to the victory, maybe, you know.
You know,
He's trying to avoid any exchanges. He's trying to avoid any possible sacrifices with that knight.
Shahzad, you said Hans Niemann, your percentage dropped on that board. This board I gave Madaminov.
60%?
I said 55, 45. I was
55, yeah.
super conservative. I'm going to up that. I'm going to up that to now a 70% chance he takes
70%.
this. I just feel the knight on b8, the rook on b7 looks so passive. White's idea of combining king to first you move away with the knight. You know, you could maybe throw in a rook check as well, but I like the idea of just moving in with your knight I don't know whether you put it on c3 or d4, but let's give it a check.
D4 is more forced, I would say.
And I'm
yes.
looking at maneuvers like knight c2, knight b4, king a5, rook h6.
Yes.
I'm just coming for that a6 pawn with everything I have.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna agree the percentage you given to this, moment, like 70%. Yes.
You think I'm
yes.
not being over optimistic about
I,
that?
I would even go to 75 a little bit.
All right, so 75% win on this one. Look at Madamenov's clock. I mean, that has got to be just so annoying.
Yeah, I want to just point out that, yeah, right now that 15 minutes time is also kind of something Nicholas Theodorov have to deal with. There is already additional clock is added.
Shahzad,
There is no more.
the players start with 90 minutes, right?
Yes.
And Madamenov at this point has pretty much those 90 minutes to play with.
Exactly.
Wow, so difficult moment for Nicholas Theodorou after surviving the opening onslaught, but now struggling in the endgame. And we're going to go into our break. And before we go into time trouble territory, we will be right back with all the action from UzChess.
Yes. All right, guys. See you soon.
Round 2 of the UzChess Cup here in Tashkent. Round 1, we had some really exciting games. We had Mukhidin Mamedyarov having his highest classical win ever against Jan Nepomniachtchi. We had Nicholas Theodorou beat Hans Niemann with this early g4 line that he had prepped and saved for a while to use especially for an occasion like this. And we had Mamedyarov beat Vidit Gujarati in a very complicated rook endgame while he was up 1 pawn. So we're very excited for round 2. Make sure to tune into the broadcast. Here is the playing venue. We have the strong light from the top. We have the DGT boards that are all going to be live broadcasted. We have cameras from multiple angles that also include sound. We have the players' names, and we have these chairs that are specially tailored to each player. So make sure to tune in for all the action. I'm here at the fan zone where people can just chill, eat, play chess, and watch the best chess happening here in Uzbekistan on these very comfortable chairs. Here in front of me, I have the live broadcast on the big screen. It's such a great place for people to come hang out and watch chess and make friends. So if you're in Tashkent, you should definitely come to the event. We are back for round 2 of the UzChess Cup here in Tashkent. Round 1, we had some really exciting games. We had Mukhidin Mamedyarov having his highest classical win ever against Jan Nepomniachtchi. We had Nicholas Theodorou beat Hans Niemann with this early g4 line that he had prepped and saved for a while to use especially for an occasion like this. And we had Mamedyarov beat Vidit Gujarati in a very complicated rook endgame while he was up 1 pawn. So we're very excited for round 2. Make sure to tune into the broadcast. Here is the playing venue. We have the strong light from the top. We have the DGT boards that are all going to be live broadcasted. We have cameras from multiple angles that also include sound. We have the players' names, and we have these chairs that are specially tailored to each player. So make sure to tune in for all the action. I'm here at the fan zone where people can just chill, eat, play chess, and watch the best chess happening here in Uzbekistan on these very comfortable chairs. Here in front of me, I have the live broadcast on the big screen. It's such a great place for people to come hang out and watch chess and make friends. So if you're in Tashkent, you should definitely come to the event.
And we are back and we are ready to dive into all of the action, especially as 3 games are nearing that really critical point where they get to reach move 40. Tanya, it was super exciting to follow you and Shakzot. But boy, there has been turnarounds, there's been a lot of action, a lot of fire. But we're going to dive in first up to Nurbek Abdusattorov against Vachier-Lagrave. As we can see, the evaluation bar is telling us one story, and it's all about the white pieces.
It's sky high for Nurbek Abdusattorov. This is our current board right now. 5 pawns for white, 4 for black. A beautiful pawn on 8-6 as well. 2 steps away from promoting all kinds of sacrifices on the board. But Mamedyarov is being sneaky himself. There are ideas of knight check, the queen and the knight combining to give some counterplay to black. You know, it's been a day of pure entertainment and chaos on the board, and it continues. 5 moves to make for time control. The players do get that extra 30 seconds to try to keep things under control right now. But the position for Mamedyarov, how can he look for tricks here, is the big question. Yobi, can we do a quick action replay from where we left it? I'm not going to take too much time or go all the way back, but it was around this moment when a queen trade was declined. Shahzad and I were looking at ideas of infiltration, the knight jumping in, which eventually did happen after the bishop trade. The queen got pushed back. The knight came forward, 8-7 under attack. And at this moment, instead of deciding to defend that pawn with the king, which would have landed up with a devastating blow on the e6 pawn, pretty much game over. All you need is this pawn. It's checkmate, or you end up losing big material, c6 hanging as well. Shakhriyar goes all in with the knight, loses the pawn. The knight comes back. And this is where we are, knight d5, knight c3 check, a big idea for Nurbek. 9 minutes on the clock to figure this out.
9 minutes to work out whether knight to c3 is a big problem, because if it's not a problem, then you can just take the time out to go h7, queen e5. You can neutralize. As you mentioned, white is a pawn up, so queen e5 makes a whole lot of sense. So we have the time, Tanya, so let's break it down. Let's throw in h7 first.
Let's do it. And after h7, interestingly, you don't have to go to the corner, although that's the move that you first want to look at. But f7 is hanging and the line just gets completely crazy, and white is on the upper hand over there at the end of the complications. King f8, the best move, because the queen is defending the pawn from queening. I really like, even if it's not the best move in the position, I really like the queen maneuver here. I'm threatening h8. Sure, you can give a check, but it's only a check, nothing more to be done. And a queen trade, this has got to be long-term winning. Look at that knight. That's never going to be pushed out. Your king, a clear path up the board. The c-pawn moving up. This should be trivial for white.
Yeah, this should be really quite nice. As you mentioned, the knight on the middle will have to guard the c-pawn, and the h-pawn is a runner. So, okay, so you got to handle, is knight to c3, let's establish first.
Yes.
Is knight to c3 an issue? If it's not an issue, and...
I'm going to start with queen e5. Because I really want to trade. I also want to point out that after queen takes queen takes queen, I can actually throw in the check anyway and then take on e5.
Yes.
You know, just trying to get that bind in here, Yovi. But to your question, after queen e5, how dangerous is this check? I simply move away my king. I would say not very dangerous, because now you're kind of forced into the trade anyway.
Well, there is a double check that we have to check out. Knight to d1.
A lot of checks.
Exactly. Where's the king going to run? So if it runs up the board, then there's another check on a1.
Not on a1, but...
No, there isn't. Yes, of course.
Not on a1 just yet, or on b2. Thankfully, the white queen does defend it, which means that black is kind of forced into moving the queen away and walking into a checkmate or a lost endgame. Not a pleasant choice to make.
No. And as we mentioned, the endgame, the knight endgame, completely winning for white.
Yes.
Because you have the h-pawn that the black king has to guard. The knight has to take care of the c-pawn. So it's looking fantastic for Nurbek Abdusattorov.
He still hasn't made a move, though. He hasn't made his decision.
7 minutes to enjoy. You know, you just have to be careful right at this precise point. I mean, one move I think that you can't play is queen a5. Although why you would put your queen out there, I don't know. But as you can see, this was the point that I was trying to make. There is a little bit of a danger. You go knight c3.
Knight c3, king b2. And interestingly, there's no checkmate. I see the bar say this is completely level, and the best that black has is a repetition with checks. Also, the easiest way to repeat the position after queen to a5 would be just queen d1 and queen d4.
Yeah.
and you lose most of your advantage. So after queen d1 check, if you try to hide away on a2, you lose the c2 pawn, and otherwise you're just walking into check, check, check.
Yeah.
I don't think Norderbeck wants to draw this game. No queen a5 happening.
No.
He's going to decide between a check, flick in the check, or
Queen
offer the
e5.
trade.
Exactly. Very nice knight endgame for Norderbeck. Let's go back, and I want to check in on Arjun Erigaisi against Norderbeck Yakubov, because that has been a wild game. I mean, first I thought Yakubov was doing super well, and then as time just started to tick down, it's like Arjun Erigaisi gets away with it, and he's turned the position completely around. I think this is where you last left it. And as you can see, the repair work starts beginning, and we have a result on our camera screens between Norderbeck, Abdusattorov, and Vachier-Lagrave Mamedyarov, as we expected. A win
Wow.
for Norderbeck.
In fact, after knight d5, I don't have moves coming in, so Vachier just resigned.
It looks that way.
I'm trying to see the board as well. Knight on g5, the king's in the center of the board. And Vachier just threw in the towel. He just
Decided that enough's enough. I'm not going to
suffer
hang
anymore.
around with this position. Exactly. So a win for Norderbeck Abdusattorov, who moves to 1.5 points, and for Shak, well, his 100% score is no more, pushing down to 1 point out of 2. But
So that's one decisive result. And once again with the white pieces. Yesterday, all 3 decisive games happened with white. Norderbeck continuing the story.
exactly, and I gotta say, everyone comes to UzChess Cup and is like, I want to fight. I want to make my mark in this tournament. Because going back to this game between Arjun Erigaisi and Norderbeck Yakubov, we're looking for another decisive result here from Arjun, as we see the evaluation bar at the minute 50-50. But take a look at what unfolds.
This is where it went wrong for Yakubov. He did get the right idea, but the wrong piece. Free up the e6 square, had to fall back with the knight to that square, defend f4, free up the queen to start pushing the pawn. But instead, Norderbeck Yakubov had a different plan. He starts going after the c6 pawn, and this is where things went wrong. Arjun does this so well. Creates practical human problems which are very difficult to handle. We have the bar assisting us. When we need, we can switch on an engine and see what's the best move. For the players to work this position out on the board, incredibly hard. And this was a line that we were looking at with Shahzad as well. Get rid of a key defender on the g file. Bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, rook g1 coming in. Would have been disastrous. Instead, Yakubov tries to consolidate that side, and Arjun says, if the trade happens, it will be on my terms. He's getting ready to swoop the rook over to g2 at the right moment. Look at the way he constantly denies piece trades, keeping the pressure on. And after the pawn moved, bishop takes bishop, now on the board. And Ivanka, he probably had to keep the bishop there.
It does feel like you have to anchor that bishop to g4, maybe even at the cost of the piece itself, at least to open up lines towards the white king and make it a mess, because here white is in full control. Look, the rooks are going to swing over to g2. The knight on c4 has a beautiful square to park itself on d6, and this is looking just like one-way traffic. Have there been any other moves?
Queen g4, trying to get the queens on the board right now. It's Arjun to play in this position, and I'll point out that now the queen on f3 also defends that pawn on c6. Rook beautifully lined up to actually double up on the g file immediately. I cannot imagine a universe in which Arjun trades queens. He does like to play for the attack. It's his style. What's the square he's thinking about is the big question. You have to make sure knight d3 doesn't land as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now that you mentioned knight to d3, that means that if you want to keep the queens on
Only
the
one
board,
square.
only one square, queen to f1. I hadn't actually even thought about that move. Queen to f1 is so not natural. Why go all the way back? But you've got to keep d3 covered.
Also, Yovi, he's already played queen f1 once on the board, right?
That is true.
So it's on his radar that that square for the queen is a safe spot. You're defending d3, and guess what? You don't have time to pick up the pawn because rook g1. Let's just show that line one time, and suddenly the rook and the bishop will start combining. If you move the queen anywhere else, e6 to follow, so you need to block that. The knight jumps in, queen coming to g1, f4 hanging. This is huge piece play for white.
Huge position. No, you don't want to be allowing that. And I don't think there's any chance that Arjun is going to go queen takes g4 because that feels like you're playing into black's hands. So queen f1.
Queen f1, he's thinking, should we go to Hans's board? I feel like
We
he's
have
on the camera.
cameras. Let's go there. Let's have a look at what's happening there. Because this was one where Hans found the spectacular bishop takes h6. I was like, wow, we're going to see Hans on fire. And then suddenly we get this position where, yes, it's still actually quite awkward for Shamsuddin. And I got to say, yeah, this is the moment where bishop takes h6. And I was like, Tanya, Shakhsot, go there immediately. I mean, what a fire move. And on this particular, I just want to stress the evaluation bar is saying 50-50 for both sides, but I got to say, no, it's not necessarily that simple. Everything hinges on king safety and piece activity, and the king there on h7 is not safe at all. And if the rook and queen were able to coordinate, then we're going to have problems. But take a look at black's pieces. Black's pieces have also a lot of activity. The rook on f4, we're going to go to rook f2, and you can start to tie down the position of the king. But obviously a big threat on the board of moving the rook out and giving a discovered check. So that's probably going to force.
But I'm just surprised because I would think it's black to play here. If it's white's move, rook takes rook, game over, or rook e2, game
rook
over.
e2.
But probably rook takes rook is the easiest. But we did see Hans about to make a move. So I'm just wondering if we do have a response already by Shamsuddin in this position. Like you pointed out, huge threat. You need to hide away with the king.
So you
can either step back or you go g6. I would be very concerned with g6. Oh, by the way, I say that, but I see it on our live camera.
Okay, let's move that water ball out of the way, Hans. Come on. So we see g6 on the board, actually. So our live feed hasn't quite caught up with the players. So g6 was played. And this is what I mean. Like, Shamsuddin here is hinging all of his counterplay on going rook to f2, just targeting the white king. And if white can't attack with a free hand, then there is going to be balance in the position. But what has Hans played? Because I can see now it's Shamsuddin's move. Can we recreate? The queen seems to have moved up.
I think it's moved to c4. I can see it through the water
shall
bottle
we
right
try
now.
to put it up? Yeah, I'm
Let's
also
have
looking via the water.
And I love this move. It comes with a lot of threats, right? You're threatening to take the pawn with a check. I'm also attacking the rook on f4. Sure, you can take the rook, but then after queen takes rook, my queen is centralized. I'm hoping that I can create play with the a pawn moving forward, putting pressure on e5 as well. Queen c4, I do feel like that's the square the white queen is on right now. Also, always watch out for f7 infiltration squares for the white queen. Shamsuddin on the think. Ooh, look at that. That's a bit of a stare. I get the feeling, Yovi, you need to take that rook at the center.
I think now is the chance. Otherwise, as you pointed out, queen takes c7 in the air. What does he play?
He just moved back with the queen to b6, defending the pawn on c7. And we're trying to recreate this on our board as our live board isn't catching up. But we can kind of get that vision through the water bottle currently. I just wish Hans would just pick up, take a sip, and put it on the other side, Yovi.
Exactly. Maybe we can kind of mentally channel some energy to Hans. Drink some water, put it on the other side. But okay. So some active points here. Rook takes e5, impossible because of the pin against the queen. The square on f7 covered. So nice move there from...
But you do win a pawn, right? If you start with rook takes rook, pawn takes rook, I come in with a check. If you move forward, you lose the pawn with the check. So let's say you go back, and now I make a case for having an extra pawn in the position.
Right. But there's one thing here, and that is that black isn't afraid of a
Does
perpetual
Hans
check.
even have 4 seconds? Can we get the full board view right now?
Yeah, let's go
Let's
there.
just change the camera. He needs to make a move.
Okay. Let's get the full camera view so that we can focus in on the clock. Okay, that's not quite possible just yet. Well, we'll have to...
Well, he's definitely not lost on time. Shamsuddin here. He's managed to make his move. I think he did get the extra time on the clock.
Yes. I mean, they were move 37 when the transmission froze.
And this is where we are. We see a decision by Hans. You know, what has he done? Queen to b6. All right, we will come back on this as we're waiting for the move update on this, Yovi. Where should we go next?
Okay, let's head over to the game That was in prep for most of it between Mukhadin and Nicholas Theodorou.
And just to wrap this up, are we saying that, okay, Hans with a decision there felt like a queen in road? I wonder if he did go for the pawn, extra pawn position. Are we just going to wrap this up by saying a position for 2 results? Hans has an extra pawn, but for black, it's about the quality of the pawn and not the quantity. He just starts pushing it to create counterplay.
Exactly. I mean, that's the whole thing. This pass pawn on a4 is just as good as the pawn on c7. So it's just going to be a big race as to who can promote. I think that those pawns will get traded off. And 2 against 1 on the king side. White is not afraid. White doesn't want to give a perpetual check, whereas black is absolutely okay. So I think that one's going to be fizzling out. Not fizzling out. It's going to be a draw, but we're going to get some adventures. And here we see this one. And it looked like Mukhadin was on the verge of winning a second pawn. He hasn't quite managed to do that just yet.
Definitely feels like Nicholas is the one who's made more progress over the last few moves. You know, the black king, which was offside, so far away from the queen side, has gotten closer. The rooks, if you get them off the board, I think black just holds. Knights are super strong when the pawns are on one side, are on one flank. So the knight would be a perfect defender assisted by the black king. For Theodorou, Nicholas, the feeling is that the worst is behind him.
Totally agree with that. It's still uncomfortable though. It might be the worst is behind, but still there's going to be checks. Let's follow.
Keeps the rooks on the board, and I think that's essential for winning chances. You want to keep the pieces on the board. And now the black knight under attack. Decision made. He comes back with the knight, hits the white rook.
And by the way, we can actually update. Everyone has made move 40, Tanya. And we can find out, actually, we can do an action replay if we want to do.
And another result coming in with Arjun Aragaisi getting the win against Nodirbek Yakuboev.
Let's head there and find out exactly what went down, because we left it with a big decision.
Whoa.
Do you keep the queens on? Queen to f1 was played.
Did he just get flagged? Because this is the last position I have. And he just resigned? What happened?
Let's break it down. I think he just decided that his position wasn't really not very good.
And we left it last at this moment, Yogi.
Yes.
Queen g4, queen trade was offered, and Arjun did find the best move of coming back with the queen.
Of course he did. Knight to d3 had to be covered. f3. And I think now you just pounce on that pawn.
He first says, I'm not letting you pounce on my pawn. c7, a massive threat in the position, had to be stopped. And now your idea, rook and queen. I think you're right. He just resigned. He's down 2 pawns in the position. f7 super tender. Everything ready to line up on the g file. Just eternal suffering for black here.
Totally. And as you mentioned, you can just, again, pile on the pressure on f7, c7, c8. You're 2 pawns down against Arjun. I can understand why Yakuboev said, okay, enough. Let me throw in the towel. So a second victory for the white pieces.
5 wins so far at UzChess Masters in the first 2 days, and all have been won by the player playing white.
Yeah, well, let's see whether this
Bit of a pattern coming up here.
Completely.
He pointed out for us.
And okay, we have some super interesting positions. So we have, is this going to be a win between Yana Pomniachi and Vidit Gujarati as we get ourselves into, I don't often see this one, a rook and bishop.
Do you believe in fortresses, Yovi?
Yes, but maybe not this specific one, which is really interesting to me, because I would have assumed a rook and bishop would more than hold against a queen. But according to the table base, which I have in front of us, for those of you that don't know, a table base is when there are so few pieces on the board that the positions have been all worked out by the engines. The engines are so strong that they can do that. And here it's saying white is going to win, although it's not particularly clear to me how.
Any position with 6 and less pieces.
I think up to 7.
Wow, 7 now. 7 and less pieces. and the table base tells you you place it anywhere you want, whether it's a fortress or a win. Yovi, my feeling and my answer was completely opposite to yours, which was I don't believe in fortresses, but I think this one, I do. And the reason is because I just don't understand how white makes progress. The bishop, rook, and king are not going to let the king and the queen combine. I don't see a scenario where you're able to create checkmating ideas. That this last move is sneaky because you're taking away the square of bishop to d3. So for example, now if the black king was to fall forward, the white backwards, the white king comes ahead, and suddenly big checkmating ideas on the back rank.
Well, Tanya, how is this for weirdness? With the queen on e6,
Yes.
there is no fortress.
With the queen on e6.
With the queen on e6, there is no fortress, and apparently what you got to do is you got to stop the bishop transfer to g2.
So not to d3, but to g2.
Exactly. Which is completely
Ridiculous, because what is the bishop even doing there?
And I could be to do with the fact that then you can put it on b7 or f3 and everything is protected. You can wait with those two squares because you're never going to get pushed back.
It's the kind of endgame which is incredibly hard to make sense of. And while you break it down beautifully, good luck finding that on the board that this is the idea that you need to stop.
Completely agree with you, Tanya. I mean, no one is going to be thinking about bishop to g2. Instead, you would be thinking about bishop to d3. That's why he's played queen to d6.
And the bar falls right back. So Vidit Gujarati in drawing territory right now. But of course, he has no idea. And let's just say that he's used up that extra 30 minutes. So this is the final time control. Vidit isn't going to get any more extra time. It's only increment. It's only the bonus 30 seconds.
Exactly.
And he did fall back with the king. Isn't he allowing the white king to move forward? I saw him touch the king, and it goes to g8, but now you just come up.
Well, that's the most obvious move, to come up to g6.
You know what he set up? He wants to give lateral checks with the black rook.
Okay, so how are we going to organize this? Because obviously you want to go king to g6, but you don't want to allow rook to g7 check. So, how to get a check?
All right, but Yovi, I'm just going to update everyone that we have 3 remaining games. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vidit Gujarati. Jan Nepomniachtchi trying to break this fortress that Vidit has created. Hans Niemann versus Shamsidin. That feels like it's heading towards a draw, most likely, with equal number of pawns. And Mamedyarov against Theodoru, where Mamedyarov has that extra pawn in the endgame. He's trying to get his second win in a row right now. But Theodoru so far doing a fabulous job of keeping things defended. Should we head over to that? Because this is going to be a long grind.
Yes, let's keep our eyes on this one and see whether Jan can make progress in this particular position. And as you mentioned, Mughadin, his game, his preparation has astounded us all. I mean, what a spectacular piece of preparation. He knew that one move deeper than Nicholas. And let's get into this. But Nicholas seems to be still surviving this position because the king, as you mentioned, makes big inroads going to d5, and now I guess you can go king to b4, king to a5, and you try to round up the pawn on a6. So how is white going to continue? Because I would just be going king a4 or king, I don't know why I stepped up to b4. It doesn't need to. It can go to the straight line, king a4.
I'm telling you, I have a perfect explanation for this, because intuitively we always want to move towards the center. That's why in that moment, Theodoru chose king to f6 and not to g6.
Yeah.
A few moves ago, which was a defining moment in the game. And right here, right now, this just shows chess players' pattern recognition, Yovi, and it's such a big part of when we play. If I'm just going to go all the way back to that particular moment, which gave the advantage to Mamedyarov here. King to g6 was the right approach, but Theodoru here making the move, which is the more human move. You walk the path towards the center of the board with similar ideas, but this blocked away the counterplay of the black rook, which would have equalized much easier for black in this game.
I agree, towards the center. Also, I think we're taught about this zigzag pattern, and we instinctively go, okay, yeah, it's nicer, it's flashier. But, okay, maybe we can have a look. King a4. Just go for the direct move. Whole idea, king a5.
I love it. And I'm trying to see where black's counterplay can come in from. I want to infiltrate and go with a direct threat. I see that it's not the best move in the position, but I'm making a case for piece activity.
Okay, a3, I'll start to wriggle forward. And next move will be rook h6 or rook a7, and then I will start to jiggle up the board.
Well, right now Mamedyarov is saving me from continuing this very difficult path because we do have moves coming in. Rook f7 was the move of choice, so first asking a question to the knight before making a decision where you want to go with your king.
Mm-hmm. And where's the knight going to go?
I want
That
to point out
is-
if the knights are off the board, that is black much closer to a draw. A pure rook pawn ending with the black king so close to the left flank.
Sorry.
You want some water?
I do want some water.
There you go. Oh, you got?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
some water, yeah. Suddenly I got this coughing fit.
Don't worry, I got this.
Sorry.
Take your time.
No, yeah, it's fine. It's every commentator's nightmare. You know, the last thing you want to do is sneeze or cough. And you're like, mute, mute, mute.
I feel like that nightmare has been the story of my life. I always get this fit right before I'm going to be on air every single game, every single tournament, where suddenly I haven't coughed, well, in the last 24 hours, but 2 seconds before we go live, it's like all over the place.
Yeah. It happened to me actually once in St. Louis. I think it was May and the pollen was out. And suddenly everyone in the studio was like sneezing, coughing, and it was like, oh no, what to do? But yeah, okay, you get through
You're
it.
back.
I am back. I am back. I have my trusty water. All is good in the world, but I would say all is not good with Nicholas
Is
Theodoros'
Nicholas's
position.
knight going to go back as well, Yovi? Trying to get to the center of
Yeah.
the board. Or maybe you go forward with the idea of trading off the knights, and he
Because-
does do that. I really want to get the knights off the board if I'm black here.
I think that you are stepping that bit closer if you get the knights off. But everything depends, right? It all depends on the white king, and it depends. Say, for instance, you can get the knights off, but if the white king is on a5,
Yes, let's just show that.
Yeah.
King a4, and suddenly knight to e5 would be a massive blunder. Well, rook f5 wins the game on the spot.
Right.
But just to demonstrate the point that it's not even about every piece getting traded, but this is just too quick.
Exactly. And you can see the white king does an amazing job at shouldering the black king out. And 2 pawns will win the game by just simply advancing hand in hand. So knight to d3 chosen. And the questions remain. First up, I started looking at the checks whilst we had that board. I was like, hang on a second, isn't there a rook to d7? You can't block the check, so you have to step up with the king to e4. And be careful, you can't go king a4 because knight c5 check.
Ooh.
Backward knight
Sneaky.
moves, so sneaky. But what can you do? You can, maybe I can start offering up a trade there and then, or I can go b4. Try to control.
I really like this idea because again to that point that this works to white's favor. Notice how the black king is cut off, never getting closer to the pawns, and you just up the board. By the way, knight d3 played a check given. We might be walking into this line. This is the live position right now. King e4, and it is Mamedyarov on the move.
Yes. Mukhadin now has some pleasant choice. He can go b4, he can go knight b2, just to dislodge the active knight on d3, and the black king being pushed ever further away from the action on a6. And, okay, maybe we pull away from this game because still many moves left.
Let's do it. Let's head over to Hans Niemann before we round up back to Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vidit, which, by the way, Jan still hasn't broken that fortress. And this is what we have on the Hans board with Hans down to 20 seconds.
Yes, but one thing I got to point out about the clock times is that the clock actually runs down and then they get the 30 minutes time bonus that they would have got once they passed move 40. So some clocks, they just add the move, add the time on. Others, you have to actually physically run down the clock and then you'll get a 30 minutes. So we'll see. Hans is not stressing. So on our screens actually is the game between Mukhadin and Nicholas Theodoros.
But
So-
also, Yovi, can you just update, because I'm not getting the moves in, after queen to f7 check, what happened on the Hans board? Because I see our live board is quite different.
Okay, so actually what we tried to recreate, but we didn't quite get a successful one. So we came close, but not close enough. So after rook to f4, if we rewind all the way back to move 36, so that's what happened. And then queen to d3.
Queen
rook
d8
takes
check.
rook did occur, and then g6.
Uh-huh.
And then after queen to c4, with some nice eyes on c7 and f7, this is where the queen dropped back to b6. Queen f7 check, and king h6.
Mm-hmm.
And then, sorry, after queen f7, queen h6, queen f8, king h7, and then Hans won a pawn with queen e7, king to g8. And it's still very much the same rules that we were talking about in this queen and pawn endgame. It is going to be about the quality of the c pawn versus the a pawn. Okay, 3 seconds. You can just ignore Hans's clock. There you go, as we get that extra 30 minutes. So what's going to happen is that the a pawn is as good as the c pawn. And black can continue in the safe knowledge that he's not afraid of the checks, because a queen by herself, this is what my dad used to tell me when I was young, and I used to check the king all around the board. He's like, a queen by itself does not give checkmate, Yovi.
That's true. You need an assist. In these cases, the queen needs its king to help, but that's not happening anytime soon. So checking will not help the cause. And on the other hand, for Shamsuddin, the idea is clear, right? You're going to combine threats against the a4 pawn and assisting your own pawn down the board.
Exactly.
Or in this case, up the board.
And as long as you cover g6, as long as you make sure that that is well protected, then this one should be fizzling out to a draw. But it's still going to be a whole lot of moves in this one, as Hans is going to have some fun, and he's going to ask the questions.
So
like, for instance, if he can trade off queens,
a check was given, Yovi.
a check. Yes, sorry, I was carrying away with talking. Queen to e8, king to g7, queen to e7 check, king to g8, and that's where we are right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you were gonna come up with some plans.
Like some plans that could be in operation. So, for instance, after queen e8, you can ask like what's going to happen after queen to b5, because the king and pawn endgame, that's a weapon in the attacker's arsenal here, and the point is that you can't trade off queens. The king and pawn endgame is going to be winning for that extra material. But again, you have to work out the quality. We're getting moves. The queen to e4, and another good rule in queen and pawn endgames. Remember, they're so difficult. You want to be centralizing your queen, and
Which is he does it.
He does it. He goes queen to e4, and his big reasoning is maybe queen to a8 will come with check, a5 in the air.
He stopped c4 for now.
Yes.
No queen b4, g6 is tender, which means that black might be forced to use a timeout, defend this pawn, walk away from that check idea, and now I want to just free up my queen. So I'm either threatening queen to b4 or queen d6.
Okay. So
in the balance?
In the balance, but it's difficult endgame for Vachier-Lagrave, whereas it's also a very difficult ending for Vidit, because take a look at this, because everything was nicely connected, and then suddenly the bishop on h3 is offside. Now you cannot take that bishop because of rook to h5.
Whichever piece takes it, rook h5, that's handshakes immediately. So he gives a check. But how did he break this fortress? So we left it here, Yobi. I'm going to go really quickly with this. Queen centralized. The king tried to keep things together. A check. Just ignore all the question marks. I think these are just human moves, and you can't fault the players for playing like this. By the way, bishop h3 was found. And this is where Vidit went wrong. King h7, because now you suddenly land yourself up in a pin.
Yeah. And how do you get out of that pin?
So Vidit, in fact, had to go back with the king. You still have checks to stop any infiltration. King h7, and Vidit was relying on some tactics by giving a check and then stepping up. And this is where we are, Yovi. You pointed out the bishop could not be picked up. There are checks on the h file. And even now, but White just frees himself with checks and about to win the bishop. And that's the problem.
Yes. Wow.
And that's it.
That
he wins the bishop. And Vidit just walked into this. At this moment, a forced sequence of moves by Vidit Gujarati, and loses the piece. Huge blunder after making a good move. It all happened here. Queen h2, you have to defend. You have to give a check right now. King comes back. You don't have squares. The bishop is just trapped. If you go here,
well, the king will slide over.
There are problems. You just don't have any way to defend the rook. And instead, king to g6, relying on tactics, but White just escapes the pin with checks and checks and checks and wins the bishop at the end of the line.
And now this one is a win. It requires some technique, but it certainly is a win. The queen will have to zugzwang the rook and force it onto the wrong square, move it away from the black king.
And you can see it on Vidit. He knows he's gone all wrong. And look at that shake of his head there by Vidit as he reacts in a completely controlled position where there was a fortress. It felt like he had found it. And then misplacing his pieces, getting them entangled in ways that they couldn't get out of. Now down a piece. Vidit's not thinking about the position on the board, but everything that's just gone wrong. This is going to be the third win of the day for the white pieces.
Yes. I think Vidit just simply going back to that key point on move 59.
Let's do it.
Where queen e5 check happened and he put his king on h7. He had to step back to g8.
Only
that
move.
was the only move. And then the whole key point is that probably Vidit just forgot this, king to g6.
I think he hated the idea of allowing the white king to h6 with no checks. Yes, you can go rook h7, but suddenly white is winning with checkmating ideas on the back rank. And he didn't want to allow this. Even though the computer says there are ways to keep this under control.
Can I just show you one,
Yes,
one
show
cool
me.
line? You can go bishop. Oh, no, you can't go bishop. I was going to say bishop e6, and after queen takes e6, you go rook f6. But there's a pin.
Oh,
Dania.
beautiful.
But it
But
would've
that's
been
a
nice.
beautiful idea. Rook f6, queen f6 would be stalemate.
Yes, no, but it's such an important resource in this rook against queen. But okay, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen, but what he had to find was that white now has a threat, queen e8 check, rook f8, queen g6, and queen g7 checkmate. So you just simply and coolly and calmly come back with your bishop to d7. And my feeling is that Vidit wasn't comfortable with this, maybe didn't spot the idea of bishop to d7, and just thought he's surviving after king h7, but he doesn't. A double question mark, a forced sequence of moves, and now black has no time to go rook to f3 either. The white queen comes in, the black king follows up, and the pieces are just not ideally placed to defend checkmating ideas.
Yep. And the way that you win a rook against queen, well, a queen against rook rather, I should say, is that, again, you slowly step up with your king and your queen, and then at some point there's going to be a zugzwang where the rook has to move far away from its king, and then you start checking.
And let's see if Jan Nepomniachtchi, how much of that technique is at the back of his hand? Will he slow down trying to work it out? Do you think this is going to be trivial for Jan?
I think so. It's like it's the technique that every Russian schoolboy knows, right?
And can we get both our players on the screen right now? We will try to make that happen, but not just yet. After queen e7 check, the black king has to stay connected to the rook, steps up, and for Jan, it's a completely winning position, but he needs to put the finishing touches. And Yovi, the idea is to combine the queen and the king to force the black rook away from the king and then win it with checks.
Yep.
As long as the king and the rook are connected, black holds.
And we will get to see the technique in action from Nepomniachtchi.
First, he repeats a few moves.
Just building up the time, why not? And then I imagine he's going to step up with the king. If you are holding this, with the rook, it's always a good idea to try to hold as much as possible the third rank. Because once you get pushed with the king all the way back to the edge, it's hopeless. But it's not so easy. And I was been told that engines are very good at defending this endgame, by the way.
Very tough to beat them because they do it. And white has this one moment where you need to be super accurate to disconnect the king and the rook. And that slips away from your hands. And the engines know exactly what's the right move. Just brute force calculation by them.
And I just had a peek into the challenges to see if there's any games ongoing. There's 2 games ongoing. And just to update you, 2 draws between Atabayev and actually Shaksot's brother, Jakonge, and also a draw with Mahmamed, sorry if I mispronounced that name, against Aditya Mittal, but a win for Brandon Jackinson, which we did actually look at that game where the rook was misplaced for black. And I will just take a peek and just have a look at what's happening in the futures. And again, we also have 2 games ongoing, and guess what? It's a white day as 2 victories for white and 2 games ongoing that look like they are well in the balance. But let's get back to the Masters because we have 3 games ongoing. We have, first up, Vidit's playing to have a fortress and hold on for 50 moves against Jan Nepomniachtchi. For Hans Niemann against Shamsuddin Vohidov, that is all about the queen and pawn endgame, where black is looking to advance the c-pawn, white is looking to make a lot of disruptive checks just to...
I'm going to need, it's not updating for me, Yovi, so you'll have to play it out for us
Okay,
to get the live board.
I'll do it. So what move are you on?
I think we last left it when there was a check on e7. The black king fell back to g8, and queen e4 was the move that you were advocating for, centralizing the queen. Did it happen?
That actually happened. King to g7, king to g3. So the white king is making a dash for it. Queen to d6, and now king to f3. So Hans's plan is actually quite simple. He wants to run with his king and keep an eye on c5. Because have you noticed the queen on e4 is actually beautifully situated? She covers every single pawn. A pawn is covered, G pawn is covered. And if you run with the king and manage to get it on b5, then it can be really awkward. Queen to d1 check.
Was played. Another big question, can you keep running? Because I do see a check, but with the queen, black queen giving diagonal checks, white doesn't have the option to build a bridge anymore because the a4 pawn is falling as well.
And in fact, can I point out another move, which I kind of called like the sticky queen. So if you go, instead of queen to b3, you give a check on e1, you have to step and protect the queen. So if you go king to d3, you go queen to b1.
Yes.
And you're like, no running for you, my friend. King to e3, back you go, and then queen e1 as is another technique
I love
that
it.
you have. But the question is, can you run the other way, all the way around, king f4, and then head up the board that way?
And even in that, your sticky technique might just work. Queen h4 check, but I do see a g.
If you run up to e5, Tanya, then I was going to say, actually, I was thinking it was checkmate. But if that pawn had been on c6, it would have been
Oh,
checkmate.
yes, if this pawn's on c6, queen f6 would be game over. But luckily, white's got d5 here. But Yovi, I think we should head back to the Vidit game. We might have a result on that very soon.
Okay.
While this queen pawn ending, I'm expecting it to go on for a while, as is the Mamedyarov-Theodoru game, which looks tough for Nicholas. A check given here. The bar's all the way through to the stratosphere right now for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he hasn't managed to break apart the king and the rook.
Yes. Well, that's going to happen right now, Tanya. As you can see, queen to d8 on the board. Where are you going to go with the rook? If you go to b7, there's queen to d5. You check on the diagonal. If you go all the way to a7, then there will be more checks as well. And
If you go e6, queen d5 wins the game on the spot. If you go rook e8, queen f6, king g6, king
let's put
g.
it up on the board.
Let's see it. Rook here, you give a check, king goes back, and I think this is just game over.
Yep.
And no way to defend. So Vidit Gujarati about to be forced to separate his king with the rook, and that just means Jan Nepomniachtchi gets closer to winning.
Yep. And that means it's not been a start that Vidit will want to remember. 2 losses.
It's a start you want to forget as quickly
Exactly.
as you can, and the only way to forget is to get up on the leaderboard, and that just gets harder when you're on a downward tilt.
Thing is, one thing in Vidit's favor, he started with 2 blacks. So as we've seen in this event, if you play with white, you got a higher chance of winning than you do with black.
So then that might be his lucky day tomorrow.
Okay. Shall we show what happens after rook to e1 if there is some separation? So rook e1, you check on the diagonal, queen to d5, king f8, and then again you continue with the checks on the diagonal, queen to c5, and king goes up. Yep, Tanya knows exactly what's going to happen. And then once the rook is forced all the way back to e7, then king f6. Game over.
Game over. Vidit has made his decision. He does go to rook to e1. Is Jan Nepomniachtchi going to give the central checks, the zigzag idea? He starts with it, step 1.
But you see, he's not even hesitating.
But Yovi, can the king go the other way? If I step up to e8 right now.
You can, but I think you also get checked on the diagonal. Those are the most powerful checks.
Anyway, you go to
Yeah.
b5. Once again, king to
Queen
d8,
A5.
queen a5, king to e7, queen b4, king to f8, queen b4.
And as we saw, king f7, then the little zigzag backwards.
Just I think these are the last few moves of this game. As Vidit Gujarati, he's calculating, and the more he calculates, the more he realizes that his rook is about to fall. If you don't hold the rook and bishop versus queen, Yovi, you're definitely not holding rook versus queen. That's just trying to hold a fortress down the piece that you had.
Yep. And we are going to go on a very short technical break. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes, so stay tuned. And we come back just to see the final moments of the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vidit Gujarati, as Jan Nepomniachtchi manages to find the technique that we highlighted, dropping the queen back to c4 in order to deliver a check that will fork both the king and the rook. It's game over for Vidit. He's on the verge of resigning. King moves back to e8. Oh, and now king to f6. Big threat of queen to c8 on the board. And that is going to be the move that clinches the game.
And notice how the queen on c4 does a beautiful job of defending against any checks on the white king. Jan Nepomniachtchi has played this out to perfection. Queen c8, a massive threat. If you try to hide away with your king, there are checks on the d file, eventually winning the rook.
Yeah, 37 seconds for Vidit, but the clock is the least of his problems. If he runs with his king to d7 to cover everything, that rook on e1, it's loose, it will drop off.
And Vidit Gujarati knows it. You don't even need to look at the board. Look at him on the camera. And it's clear that he realizes that Jan has the technique in this. And he's played it out to perfection.
Completely. 12 seconds. 10 seconds. It's resigned.
Keeps glancing at the clock. It's not helping. It's resign time. He does make the only move in the position. And now all Jan has to do is check on the D line. If you check on the D line and you move to the C file, he does it instantly. And I think Vidit will resign. King C7 or C8. He continues for one more move. And for Jan, he has to give a diagonal check. Look at the speed with which he's finding all the options. And that's it. No matter where the black king goes, the rook will fall with a check. Vidit Gujarati knows this is over. King to f8, queen b4, king to d8, queen a5, winning the rook. That's it.
Nothing to be done. It's just a question of how Vidit wants to lose. Does he want to lose on time or does he want to lose on the board? He goes for king to d8, one last try, but queen a5, that's it. That's going to seal the deal. And we have resignation. Jan Nepomniachtchi wins with the white pieces. Three decisive games, Tanya.
It's heartbreak for Vidit, starting with a 2-point deficit as the players analyze. I would bet, Yavanka, they're looking at the fortress ideas, and could Jan have broken through had Vidit just clung on to that bishop, won in accuracy, and Jan just showed flawless technique.
Totally agree. One big problem, moving the king to h7. That was where Vidit went wrong. And that was it. Game over. Such is life. But for Jan Nepomniachtchi, I mean, it's definitely the comeback that he wanted. Going hard from the beginning, allowing Vidit this queen h4 business. And Vidit, I think the opening was just maybe too difficult to handle.
Especially when you have to use so much energy on every move. Vidit wasn't in familiar territory, had to work out the complications himself, and that came to cost him. There are 2 more games on.
Yeah.
Where are we going next, Yogi?
We're going to go back to Mukhadin against Nicholas Theodorou because, well, look at this, Tanya. Who's been around the world? That king on b1. I mean, how did it get there?
Not only how did it get there, the king and the knight are completely cut off from the game. The knight has no way back. D-file completely in control as we move over to this endgame. It's been a game of pressure throughout from the start. Mukhadin playing on the clock, playing perfect preparation. How long can Theodorou survive right now? Yovi, the last move was king moving over to b1, hoping to get to a2, starting to put pressure on the a3, b3 pawn. But it feels like it's too far behind enemy lines right now.
Well, it feels like, I tell you, if the knights get off, then that's it. It's going to be game over. Well, you needed to make a little hiding place for the king because on account of rook to b7, and now the king is threatening to actually go to a3, or he can even go to a5 up the board. And like you say, king on b1, what is it doing there? How did it get there,
I'm
Tanya?
just going to back up.
Because I kind of want to know.
We left it lost around this moment here.
Yeah.
And we saw the rook come in for counterplay, attacking the knight as well. It gives a check. The king moves back. White gives another check. Black has to stay connected to the knight. White goes around the board. And he decided to come in with the king. And this is how
He was forced.
it was driven all over to only end on the other side. Gives a check. King a5 attacking the pawn. And you can't immediately take it as black is ready to step up with the king, win one of the 2 pawns. A pawn trade is what will get black closer to a draw. Steps back, defends it. Black sets up a devastating check on b7, finding that hiding space as you're pointing out with a4, just creating a runaway, hideaway spot here. King c2, renewing the threat of check, winning the pawn.
Yeah, but now you can go rook d2 and drive the king back to the first rank.
Drive it back to the hole. King to b1, and then
Can
the
you
knight is
go-
trapped.
Yeah, this is what I'm curious.
You'll be forced to trade off the rooks, but that's completely lost.
Right, and if you go rook c2,
You just take it,
you just
Yovi.
take it.
Take it and you win the pawn. Nothing that black has is going to defend the only lone remaining pawn on the board. a5, I don't care.
That's it. And is there any business with knight to d3? You know, try to
You're never
win?
going to be in time. I just take the pawn.
King c3, can you do some
And the
something
problem
funky?
is that now black's king has got no way to actually come back again. And I'm just pushing the a pawn up the board.
Yeah, it's as simple as that, with the black king cut off. So, wow, Tanya, we are looking at 4 decisive games
We're looking
with
at
the
a,
white pieces, a whitewash.
a full whitewash here right now. This is incredible stuff. But I also want to just lay out the storyline of this game that we've seen between Mukhadin and Nicholas, right? It starts with this insane opening preparation that Mukhadin brings on, is blitzing through the first 35 moves, has more time on the clock what he started with after 35 moves. In the end, for Nicholas, his prep stopped 1 move too soon, chose the wrong square for the king. This position has been a story, this endgame has been a story of the margin towards that draw just narrowing down move by move. And that's what happens at top level chess, right? There's incremental pressure on the clock, on the board till the opponent cracks.
Yeah.
And Theodorou held it together for majority of the game. But even the best in the world crack eventually.
Exactly. And I got to say, it's excellent piece of preparation because, okay, oh yes, I understand it was 25 moves of theory, but he got a position where he was playing for 2 results. Even if the correct move, king to g6, had occurred, chances are it would have been a draw, but it would have been black having to fight for it.
Still a struggle.
Exactly. And as it stands, questions were asked. They were not answered in the correct manner. And here we are seeing Mukhadin with 1 hour and 3 minutes or 4 minutes, you know, on the clock in full control. He goes knight to c5, saying no check for you on b7. Good
A6
enough.
under fire.
And the question is, can you throw in a5 as a last ditch attempt? Obviously, you can't take it.
Shaks out with us earlier who mentioned that, Mamedyarov was walking around the playing hall and just sort of shaking his head, amused with the fact that he had this incredible preparation, but his opponent just handled it so well. And you start getting the feeling that did I just waste a beautiful piece of preparation? I put pressure on the clock, but every move played out to perfection. But you have to give it to Mukherjee, the way he's handled. He just made sure he connected. He stayed. The pawns remained connected.
12
slowly improving the position of the king. Now down to 10 seconds on the clock. A5 on the board. He's going to step up with the king right now. It's already on the board. King b5 played. And Nicolas needs a miracle to survive.
He made that move, Tanya, with 1 second on the clock.
It doesn't help.
No.
The white king, you're ready to step up the board right now. Disconnect the black rook from the knight and then simply snap up the second pawn in the position. That's 2 extra pawns for white. Extra time on the clock. Theodoru, head in hands. This is all over for black.
Yeah, and we're talking also about 2 points for Mukherjee as he will become the early tournament leader with 100%. He's had 2 white pieces, but he's been very impressive. Yesterday, blasting off Jan Nepomniachtchi off the board, and now just reeling out the preparation in order to secure the win. And now we're seeing king to b6. Something's got to give. The rook has to move. King takes a5 is going to be played.
And it's not just the 2-0 scoreline that Mamedyarov has here, it's the range of victories. Yesterday, incredibly attacking as he's getting ready to pick up that second lone remaining pawn in black's camp for Theodoru. It's just a matter of time. It's not if, it's when now. Mamedyarov takes the win yesterday in great attacking style. Today, fantastic endgame technique. And that just shows the range of a player that he is.
Yeah, absolutely. Very versatile player. And as we've seen, second of Sindarov.
All of 19 years old.
And he's flexing the preparation that perhaps these two have prepared. And there we're seeing rook to h5, setting up a pin. That can easily be fended off with the pawn stepping forward. At the very least, the king can also slide over. You don't even need to allow the knight on b2 into the game.
It's a dead piece.
Just one final check. It's completely dead.
It's beautifully played right now, this position after king to b5. Rook h5, pinning that knight, gives the check. And this is what we have on the board currently, the a-pawn about to move up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to watch him. You said a second to Vachier. He's also a very good friend. In fact, he came to Goa. There was an interview with him where he came to Goa for the World Cup, which was a tournament of Sindarov's life, really, which led him to get that spot into the candidates. And we all know what Sindarov did in the candidates. Never been seen before, that performance. And Mamedyarov played a huge role in Sindarov's run in Goa at the World Cup. As a second, but primarily as a friend, as a support system there. Eventually started helping him with the openings. We saw how well that worked out. For Mukherjee, it's been the story of a player he idolized in Vachier to being one of his closest friends and now to fight at the world elite stage and starting UzChess Masters with a 2-0 lead.
And it's also, I tell you, Tanya, very promising for the Uzbek national team as they are set to fight it out at the Olympiad. And it's a win for Mukherjee as he defeats Nicolas Theodoru, takes the early lead in the tournament, but shows us all he is here with some serious preparation and the 2 players discussing exactly how they should have played it out.
And the picture speaks 1,000 words. Right after that win, you could see the smile on Mukherjee's face. And you can understand why. You really want your preparation, your 30-move prep to come to something. Theodoru answered everything to perfection. But in the end game, the pressure of it got to him. And a fantastic conversion right now for Mukherjee, who's leading the tournament. An early leader at UzChess Masters.
Early leader. We already have someone on 100%. The big question is, will Mukherjee Mamedyarov manage to maintain his 100% score as tomorrow he plays with the black pieces? So let's go back one game outstanding in the Masters. That's between Hans Niemann, Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave, and we are seeing that it's a king and queen endgame. But Tanya, I've got some extra moves for you if you don't have them. The c-pawn has made some progress, let's just say.
Wow.
So the white king did it go around the horn after queen to where did we leave it?
I have it on move 50.
Okay, move
So move 50, king to e5, and black pushed the pawn
to
four.
c4. Yes,
You have to rely on that as a defensive resource. It's not about being down a pawn, but the quality of the c pawn. It moved further with the white king trying to chase it, get closer to it. This is starting to look pretty dangerous. I mean, that pawn, Yovi, is 2 squares away. But what white is relying on is that after c3, suddenly king to c3, and this pawn is about to fall.
Yeah.
You really don't have a good check.
And I can tell you also, Tanya, it's not just about that, because if, for instance, you were to go after c3, queen to d2, well, questions will have to remain after queen e5 check. And white is going to be picking up that super dangerous c-pawn. And yes, black will win in return the g2 pawn, but there's a passed a pawn in town now.
You definitely want to trade the c pawn for the g pawn if you're white, right? Get that monster off the board on c3 right now. Hans is playing this really well, I have to say. Yes, the bar says it's level, but Shamsuddin has to be feeling the pressure because the white king and the queen are ganging up against the biggest asset in black's possession.
Yeah. Yes, and with queen takes c3 in the air, how do you defend that one? I guess there's one thing in that thing is that there's queen f1 check as a reserve for black, you know, if you want to pick up the g pawn. So I'm just thinking, say the queen moves to, let's say, queen to d3.
But Yavanka, I have a question. Can black try to sidestep, because I really don't want to lose the c3 pawn?
Yeah.
I want to sidestep all your checks and say that I'm hiding in the corner,
Okay.
hoping that you don't win the pawn at least as easily, and I want to place my king on the light squares. You know, my pawn is on the dark squares. You need to place your king on the other color complex
Okay.
to not fall into a double attack check.
Okay, so if you move king h7, so the first thing I would be asking is what happens if I try to round up the pawn anyway? Queen e7 check.
I'm going to keep it on the light squares. I'm not going to let you win that pawn so easily.
Okay, then I will go another check on d8.
You know my plan.
Yep, and then I
Moves
want to
are
leave
easy.
queen to d3.
And now I'm hoping, because a4 isn't defended, I can find a way to actually win that pawn. So I go c2, and my idea is king c3, I go queen a1, queen takes pawn.
Very nice idea, actually.
The difference between having the queen on e4 and having the queen on d3, that via e4 you would have defended a4, but not through the square.
And you can't get to the e4 square now with checks. So there's no way I can go queen d7. But let's try. No, cannot do it.
But he hasn't still made this decision right now. So this is our live board, as I can see on our camera. King to h7 hasn't been played. Shamsuddin knows that queen e5 check is coming. He definitely doesn't want to win this pawn in return, but wants to go after the a4 pawn. Will he find the way to do it?
Yeah. So let's run through your king h7, because I feel like that is very much a Shamsuddin move. King h7, what happens if you do nothing and go g4? Because actually, I'd much rather that you won the h pawn.
That's very tricky.
And so my idea is if you go queen f1 check, queen to... No, first up, I'm going to go king takes pawn. But or queen to d3 is another option.
But you could also take this pawn.
Yeah.
And queen h3. And the point is that the bar remains level, but this is much trickier to defend with the a pawn. That's progress for you.
Well, at least you have some hope.
You have some hope.
And you have a very clear-cut plan. The worst case scenario, I would say, for white is losing the a pawn. A pawn for c pawn, because I feel like that one is pretty elementary for black to hold. Whereas when it's a passed a pawn, well, then there are checks and counter checks, and you can slowly shoulder the king from any potential harm.
Do we have a move by Shamsuddin? Because I look at Hans, it looks like he's on the move right now and not
not
looking very
happy.
happy.
I have no move. Maybe we can...
If we
If
get
we
the board,
can-
can we get the
Can we get the board?
panned out view of the board?
No. Okay, we can't get the full screen with the board, so we need...
We need to keep looking at Hans. Okay, there we
Yes.
have it. And it's still on the move is Shamsuddin.
No, we have some moves.
Do we, Yovi?
No, we don't have some moves. It's just the angle. I haven't quite seen a board from the side like this.
It's just that we don't get the bottom of it, but I think we can tell that the white pawn is still on g2, and this is where it is. King h7 is not an easy move to find, right? because you're really tempted to kind of get out of your way with the queen or push the pawn. C2, once again, let's remind everyone, the white king just steps forward and you end up losing the C2 pawn. Now the queen beautifully placed, making sure that the A4 pawn remains defended. Oops.
And Tanya, I was going to say, Queen and Pawn Endgame is the name of the day in the challenges, as we have one game just remaining there, and that's between Bogdan Daniel Diak against Yuri Kuzubov.
Do you want to quickly take a look at that? Shall we jump over?
Yeah, shall we quickly have a look at this one? Because this one
do it.
also looks like it is a...
Oh, another queen pawn
Another
endgame.
queen and pawn endgame, and it's still very much the same motto that black has positioned the queen beautifully there on e1. And the point is that the white queen can't move from this diagonal because of the queen to g3, queen to e1 drawing mechanism. And we can also, Tanya, we can take a peek into what
And
is
this one
there.
just
This
finished.
is a draw
as
as expected. And we also have one game between Rinat Jumabayev against Igor Lisi, and that's in the futures. So again, the futures combines 3 Uzbek young talents against some 6 grandmasters and the winner of the open. So that's why we have a disparity in some ratings. And this one, it's the quality of the pawns. It's all about the f pawn, and the h pawn is just not going to cut the mustard, frankly.
No, and you can stop at any moment by sliding your rook over. The black king shouldered off, can't really find itself anywhere close to the white pawn. It's about to advance up the board. This is Renat's game.
Yep. That one is going to be...
Let's go back to our masters where one game remains and lots of pressure on Shamsi. Then I'm going to need the moves one more time as our board isn't updating from this moment, Jovanka, but I think it was fast and quick from here. C4 was pushed. White's king comes through, and we saw C3 and king to C4. So Hans Niemann with a great plan with the king on H2 going all the way across the world towards that C pawn. And while the position is still in the balance, from a human evaluation, a human perspective, still a difficult save for black.
Yep. I think there's a big margin for error here from Shamsuddin. And queen and pawn endgames are so complicated, Tanya. You're always at risk if you're the attacker. You know, you always have to check out for perpetual checks. And often what you have to do is you have to look beyond the horizon, and you don't calculate all your way through. What I tend to do is I like, okay, my king can hide here from the checks.
Yes.
And you visualize a future like that. If this happens, and there are some golden rules to help you navigate queen and pawn endgames. You want to be centralizing your queen for both the attacker and the defender. As the defender, you know, you also want to make sure that your king is protecting the pawns and not vulnerable to counter checks.
Absolutely. I'm trying to understand what it could be that is going on in Shamsuddin's mind right now against king h7. And I just wonder if this is something to be worried about if you're black, a check on h4. Now, if you go back to g7, queen d4, queen takes pawn, wins the pawn in an ideal scenario. Again, black would still hold it with a check and win back the g2 pawn, but what you really don't want to allow, what you feel when you're sitting on the board is that white pushes that eternally. Like, you're just going to be in trouble in that game.
Yeah.
If you fall back with your king, again, trying to maintain that opposite color between the king and the pawn, so no double check actually takes that pawn. Queen to f6 was a move that I want to look at. And I have a feeling that Shamsuddin is thinking about this forcing sequence. Now g6 is under attack. You are about to lose it with a check, and queen takes pawn as well. The more I look at this, the more I realize it's not easy to come up with a response if you're Shamsuddin to this move, queen to f6.
No, it's not very easy. I mean, the most natural move is to go c2.
All
Oh,
right.
no, hang on. You do have another move. You can, that's a mistake. Whoops.
But
I'm
it's very
messing up the
instructive
chess.
why I think it doesn't work, because it's the move everyone wants to make
Yes.
POV. And the problem is that white just gives this with a check, and now you just keep following it up. You go
Yep.
king to c3, and you're about to lose this pawn.
Yeah.
Although I do see that there was something stronger, but even if black picks up the a4 pawn, the problem is that now you've got 2 connected passes, and you
Exactly.
slowly but surely win the game.
Exactly, and the king is offside, and the white king can hide on h2. You see? That's my hiding spot. But I was going to say, going back earlier, what I wanted to mention, and something that I have mentioned earlier, is that queen takes c3 isn't a problem because you have queen f1 check.
Agreed. King c5, and you do win the pawn, but that's the point.
Yes.
The bar says it's level.
But in the human term, not level.
Not level at all.
Equal at all.
Yovi, you're just looking at this position, you're calculating, you come to this point and you just start asking yourself questions. You start doubting your ability to hold this. The white king is ready to assist the a-pawn from moving up the board. This is a nightmare to defend if you don't know the evaluation bar is saying that this is a draw.
Exactly. And even though, I would say, even if it is a draw, I would say that the path to that draw is very, very narrow. Because again, it all involves white finding the right hiding place. A-pawn is super easy to start advancing. And it's going to be, you're going to be relying on checks, counter checks. You're going to be relying on pins as well. I mean, we saw queen and pawn endgames super difficult. And I remember that this game between, was it Gukesh against Vincent?
Yes.
First round Norway chess.
Yes.
Yeah. And all kinds of complications.
And Vincent wasn't able to convert it.
No.
It went so up and down, it eventually ended up in an Armageddon in that one, Yovi, which Gukesh took in a miniature 16-move win after struggling in a queen and pawn endgame for over, I don't even know how many hours that was. But they are difficult positions to play, which is why Shamsuddin still hasn't taken that decision. I'm going to bring up our live board one more time where we are, and it's right about here right now. This is the position on the live board. It's not that Shamsuddin hasn't figured out that king h7 is a fighting move, but what's going to be the response after queen f6? And he finally does take a decision. It's a different one. He wants to put pressure on a4. That's the pawn that he's going for. And I like that option, Yovi, because it comes in with a direct threat on a4. And now the only move for Hans Niemann is queen to c2.
And he finds it instantly. He didn't even hesitate what to say was on the camera. He just did it instantly. I didn't mean to call you camera.
I don't even know what's my comeback to that. It's fine. You can call me camera. You can call me anything you want, Yovi. It's totally fine. Queen c2 comes in with a big threat. What's not fine is black's position right now. Queen takes pawn check would be game over, which means that now Shamsuddin is forced to sidestep with the king so that you can respond with queen takes pawn if the c3 was picked up.
Exactly. And here, still, I would say both sides have to be careful because white can't just start escorting the a-pawn all the way to a8 because any king b5 is going to be met by queen to b2.
Ooh, let's show that.
Yeah.
Suddenly, the tables would completely turn around. Let's make a move. And you think you want to assist your pawn.
Oh,
but
no.
this is game over.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the quality over the quantity 100% all the time. So here, queen takes c3, big threat on the board. So the king has to dodge that check.
Let's say you do that, king h7 or king h6.
Yep, it doesn't quite matter, I don't think. And then the question is, what next for white? How is white gonna start making progress? Maybe you can start advancing the g-pawn, h-pawn.
It
H4.
feels like that. Yes. I think you might have to just shift full attention to the other side of the board. The queen is a beautiful piece here. It stops the pawn from moving ahead. It defends the a4 pawn. It also ties down the black king to not go to g8 because queen takes pawn comes with a check. And now suddenly the principle of two weaknesses, right? I love the idea of h4. You're threatening h5 coming in. Yovi, you're also, for example, if king to h6, you can double down with the idea of g4.
Yeah, and also a big threat of queen takes c3 at the right time, followed by checkmating ideas on h8. So, and you can certainly work that idea for a while. So I think we're going to be seeing that king to h6 played.
He keeps the king away from that pin. He starts with the move king to h6 instead of h7. Makes a lot of sense. I just want to point out one resource here for Shamsuddin, which white needs to be careful about, queen to b2. This is an idea we've been looking at. With the white king on the other side of the board, you can never trade on b2.
Yeah. Well, actually, we're going to be seeing something similar because h4
has been played.
Has been played.
Ooh.
And so, again, if you make any queen to b2 moves, queen takes c3.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I keep losing the live board and it's not updating here. So this is where we are. King was moved to h6. h4 happened, Yovi, and please go on.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that if you do go queen to b2 immediately, then you go queen takes c3, and you can't take on g2 because queen h8. Checkmate ends the game. Everyone loses to that one.
Beautiful. No one survives a checkmate. That is true. That is a universal fact.
Yes. One of my commentary bloopers was like, yeah, Magnus Carlsen, yeah, the only thing he's vulnerable to is checkmate. and I was thinking, and everyone was like, well, duh. And I was thinking, that's not what I meant to say. I meant to say that he sometimes puts his king on shady squares, you know, and he's vulnerable in that sense that, you know, when his king is exposed, he takes too many risks.
But there's also a deeper connotation to what you said, and I totally get it, Yovi, because it just feels like Magnus does everything better than everyone else, at least a little bit, sometimes by a big margin as well. And it feels like maybe checkmate is the only way you win against him, because a winning position is often not enough. A better position, far from enough, although Norway Chess told a totally different story.
Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting actually with Norway Chess, because we saw a side to Magnus that we really haven't seen for too long, you know.
Last time we saw it was 2015. Norway Chess, where he lost 4 games.
And I don't think everyone should panic and go, oh my goodness me, what's going to happen? But
what are you saying? The internet, it's all about panicking. It's
literally
all
was
about
one bad tournament, and it was like, my God, think of the children, think of what's going to happen. And you know, come on, everyone can have a bad tournament. I've had a few.
I'm with you. I've had a few, too many.
I had one bad tournament, and then I had one good tournament just recently. One really, really bad tournament, and then I was playing another one. I was like, oh my goodness me. And then I lost a game. Do you know why? It's quite a funny story as to why I lost the game. It's because we have a very funny move being
We
played.
had G5, if I'm not wrong.
And H5.
And H5. He doesn't trade pawns here. Hans Niemann, that would just get black closer to move up the board and put pressure on G2. You want to keep pawns on the board if you want winning chances here. And after G5, Hans replies with H5.
H5. Okay, now let's have an analysis of king takes H5.
Let's
because
do
a lot
it.
of us would be like, and the evaluation bar goes, it's a trap,
Where's the checkmate?
folks.
Where is the checkmate? It has to be check on H7.
Yes.
King G4. Now this is not checkmate, but luckily the bar remains, and there is a winning. Oh, Yovi, look at this. I force you into a queen trade off the board.
Perfect.
And this would be game over. No checkmate, but the loss is inevitable for black here.
Completely agree.
Wow, that is sneaky, Hans.
Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, that's also sneaky from Vachier-Lagrave. He's going back to queen to d6. Now, obviously, the move that white wants to play is queen to g6. But you can't do that, my friend, because after queen takes queen, pawn takes queen.
Whoops.
You don't capture on g6, you just go c2, and it's a runaway c-pawn.
That's a runaway bride if there ever was.
Yes.
Queen d6. No queen g6 for you. By the way, queen g6 was a big checkmate in one.
I know.
That was a threat. Let's just point that out. Actually, h5, super sneaky by Hans.
I know.
King takes pawn walks into that forcing line where you end up trading the queen with a sequence of checks. Queen g6 is a massive threat. Shamsuddin had to see this from afar.
Yeah, and I was going to say after queen to d6. That's a great move, by the way, h5. But after queen to d6, I'm now looking at this position. I'm thinking, hang on a second. Shouldn't white be going g4? So the whole point of g4 is that should black win the g-pawn, and it's not a check, queen to g6 is such a powerful checkmating idea. So say you try to go, yeah, king takes f3. Now you take, well, sorry, queen to g6.
Game over.
1-0.
Beautiful. I love it. I love g4 in this position. It just consolidates, and suddenly the black king is in the kill zone.
Yeah.
You know, you're not feeling good. You don't only have one outside passer, but a second outside passer as well.
Exactly. And it's just, you know, you're narrowing that path to survival. So, you know, maybe at the beginning of this endgame, there were maybe 20 paths to draw. Now, I would say it's a lot lower.
And that's the thing, right? It gets trickier and trickier. And then there'll be this moment where Shamsuddin will be forced to find an only move in the position. And he might not have enough time to work that out. Also, the concept of cracking under pressure, because it's incremental every single move. You're being asked question all along the way, and you could sense Shamsuddin is feeling the nerves right now.
Totally agree. He's definitely under pressure. I would say this younger generation, they don't feel the heat like we do. They don't get that. He's going for g4. He's on the board. But they don't get nervous. I've noticed this. And a lot of it is to do with this whole twirling the piece business. They've kind of figured out that if you have like this nervous little hand gesture where you're fiddling with something, the nervous energy goes to that as opposed to like the nerves entering your head. So G4 being played. And now are we on, we're probably on only move territory. Queen to C6, check. King is
G4,
gonna go to
fantastic.
B4.
Queen C6 check, Yovi.
King B4 rather.
He just
King.
hesitates for a moment. King B4. And again, it's all in the balance. Right now, I'm just wondering why in the previous move was the C3 pawn not picked up. Can I just back up 1 second? So, king takes pawn, and something about this Hans didn't like. I have a feeling that the white king just keeps getting checked all along the board. But instead, he did go for G4, a very tempting option.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. King takes C3. Well, then we have some time, Tanya. I think we can explore.
Yes, let's do it. I just want to show everyone that this is the live position as Hans is making a decision which side to go.
King B3.
He comes back. Yovi, I think we are about to see this pawn fall.
Yeah.
And the only difference is that Hans has also thrown in a G4.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, I don't really see a way for... Actually, black might give a check on E6
here-
now. And then your idea. We might see a checkmate
We
in two. I just almost fell for it.
And I just also want to point out another checkmating idea that you have. So say you go queen to E6 check. That's a check.
It's a check. And what happens after king takes pawn? That's 2 extra pawns. And the fact that the bar doesn't move, it means that there's a direct perpetual line.
Yeah.
And usually it starts with diagonal checks. They're always the most dangerous one. It turns out that the white king has no way to hide.
Is it a sticky... There's not quite a sticky king.
It won't be it'll be a sticky king in certain position, but in the other positions, the queen isn't able to build a bridge anyway.
So yeah.
You go to D2, sticky king. You
Yeah.
go to C4, sticky king.
Yeah.
You go to B3, you keep checking.
On the diagonal.
And I want to check that because we might see this being played out. Queen C4 check. And the problem is you just keep checking until
okay.
eternity.
And then king b4, you check again. Once there's no hiding place for you.
But it's hard to evaluate this, right? Because the feeling is that the white king will hide. It becomes that much more difficult with a pawn on the rook line. If this pawn was a passer on any other file, it would be a totally different story.
Yeah. It's because normally in these type of situations, you're looking at a hiding place. A hiding place would be on a5 since h3 doesn't have any protection whatsoever. And can we run through that line again?
Sure.
So queen, because I also just wanted to point out, if you can manufacture this, that after, say for instance, queen takes c3, if you were to take on g4, there's still checkmate on h8.
Okay, so let's say that you
So
start...
say you just went, just to show
Queen
the
d7.
pattern, queen takes c3.
Queen d7 will walk into queen g6, but
we know
Yovi's idea.
this, and then queen h8. So
All
I
these
just wanted to
patterns.
point out that this was another mating pattern.
But instead, we do see the line that we were talking about, Yovi. Just going to back up. Queen e6 has been played on the board, and Hans Niemann has picked up the pawn on c3. I'm not sure why my board isn't updating.
Maybe
Wait, I'm gonna
maybe it's
try
just
to
a
go back.
Yeah, and then go forward.
Now let's see. It just gets stuck here.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Help me.
Okay, maybe you can do a refresh.
So,
Maybe this button.
and the refresh just brings me back to this position. Now we're back.
Okay.
Well done there. So king takes pawn on the board, and this is where we are. Queen takes pawn, checkmate in 1. Don't fall for that. And I think Shamsuddin has figured this out, that the white king has nowhere to hide. You can run, but you cannot hide, Hans Niemann.
Yes. Okay, so how else can we try to escape? So a5, I think, is the safety square.
To be able to block some checks with your queen.
Exactly.
All right, let's try to make this happen. So I give a check on b3, diagonal checks,
You block with the queen,
block it with the queen.
and then queen to e3,
I give a check from here. I'm
okay.
hoping this way. Then I come in from here.
king c3.
Let's say you go here. I still have my 1 lone check. Queen. It's just hard because
if you
even
go
if you go
king
king
b4,
b4 now,
Can you go queen b6, or is that's
queen
already?
b6, why not? Because again, your idea as well, Yovi, yes, you'll get your king to a5, but it's not over.
You can just hang on a second.
No, I can't check because
No, you
queen
have to check
a6.
on the diagonal.
Wow, this is where things get fun. So I have to give a check from c3, and I'm still surviving because you can't build a bridge. a4 is hanging.
And also, are you still surviving after queen takes g4
Yes,
as well?
but at least it gets tricky. The point is I'm surviving because at some point I've got counterplay with the g
Yeah.
pawn. But this is crazy stuff. It's not a forced draw. Hans Niemann is going to make Shamsuddin sweat some more. But first step is to start marching the king up the board without losing your queen in one
Yes.
move.
Yeah, don't do king b4 immediately. That would not be good. King d3. He's gone king b3. So queen e6 check.
What do you think? How are the players evaluating this position? What's going on in their mind? Do you think Shamsuddin believes that this is a draw? Or because he has no idea, right? If I'm playing with black, I'm thinking I'm down 2 pawns.
Yeah. I would also be thinking, oops, we'll see how this one goes. But the thing is, when you are locked in, like both these players are, you tend to see these things. You know, somehow or other, if you're able to keep calm, and Shamsuddin has 7 minutes on the clock, I think he will understand that he can keep on checking. As we see queen to b6 make an appearance, king c3, you check on the diagonal. And this concept of the sticky kings is so useful.
I like this check better than the one we were looking at, just not allowing the white queen to build a bridge.
Like a king c4, you go queen c6. Go and protect your king, my friend. A queen.
Yes. So it's not really allowing an inroad for white right now.
And if you go king a3, that could, maybe we could try to hide in this direction. It's king a3.
Can I continue with my checking
Yes.
business?
Yeah, I'm also trying
Is
to
it a profitable business?
yes.
Where are you
So
hiding?
I am hiding on a2.
All right, let's continue with plan. And I'm just thinking what's plan because you want to go queen b3 next. So let's say I give a check on e6 and I'm wondering after queen b3. It's funny that I can take on g4 and the computer still holds this position. But the big question is, can I hold this position without giving you the opportunity to push your a5 pawn?
Well, a5 will appear because there's no good checks.
No. It's just one check, but it doesn't mean anything because you can block or even go up.
Yeah. Well, the a pawn gets stuck though on a5 because of a6.
He's getting ready to make his move, Yogi.
Yeah, okay. We don't have to wait for long. King c3. And now,
Sticky king.
yep, I agree. Which is the best check though? Is it queen c7, queen c6? Queen c5?
I don't think there are any wrong moves here. I would like to place my queen on the 6th rank, simply just making sure that I'm not walking into any checkmating ideas at the wrong moment.
And by the way,
Do you
there's...
think Hans will play on?
Yes.
He is.
He's
playing
going to wiggle that king back to b2, a2. This is where we were going as well with our analysis.
on. And as we reach the 60 move marker, it's time for new score sheets to come in.
Yep. If they were going to agree a draw, that's usually a good time. And now, what next? Queen f6. Check on the diagonal.
You've got to keep checking if you're Shamsuddin.
Definitely. Queen f6. Yeah, because queen b6. Yeah. Okay, so this game is going to go on for a little bit longer. So we're going to take this opportunity to go on a short break. When we return, we are going to be breaking down this queen and pawn endgame. So see you in a few minutes.
Okay, okay.
Well, we are back and ready to break down the queen and pawn endgame that we have in front of us between Hans Niemann and Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave. It's been an exciting day, though, Tanya. We've had 4 decisive results in the Masters, 4 victories with the white pieces. And the big question is whether Hans Niemann will make it a clean sweep, a whitewash for the white pieces. At the minute, Shamsuddin is doing a great job in holding the balance. He's set up a situation where he can just keep on checking the white king. And the question for Hans is how can he break that without giving up the g-pawn or allowing the white king to advance up the board? So, what to do?
Well, let's tell everyone what everyone's done already. Jan Nepomniachtchi takes down Vidit Gujarati in a crazy tactical scramble. That one was Notterbeck Abdusattorov also finishing off Shakhriar Mamedyarov in an extremely combative game. Arjun Aragaisi, full of sacrifice as he always is, wins against Notterbeck Yakuboev and Madaminov. Insane preparation, incredible technique at the end, wins against Nicolas Theodorou. So far at the UzChess Masters, in the first 2 rounds, we've had 7 decisive results. Every single game won by the player playing with the white pieces. This one, Yavanka, again a game for only 2 results, either a Hans Niemann win or a Shamsuddin hold. So far, Vachier-Lagrave is doing a fantastic job of not allowing the white king into the game, not allowing it to escape. I would say step 1 for Hans would be to survive the check's onslaught, even if it comes at the cost of the g4 pawn. But just find the time where you can take a breather and start pushing the a pawn up the board. So step 1 for Hans, can his king survive the checks?
That is indeed the big question. Can he hide the king away? And also, just to update you on some of the other results, well, we have some sensational news on the challenges. And Tanya, because we've been saying it is a whitewash, and yesterday it was 3 victories for white in the Masters. In the challenges, there was 1 victory for white. That was Brandon Jacobson beating Abdulmalik Abdusalimov. And we also have a victory with the black pieces.
Oh, finally.
We have, yes. And it was between Suryarov and Eltash Safali. It was a victory for Suryarov, from a player from Uzbekistan. In the challenges, in the futures rather, well, that went to plan. And we saw another extremely combative round. 4 victories for the white pieces.
Wow.
I mean, you couldn't write a better script.
Talk about a whitewash, if there ever was one, which means that the players who've been struggling in the Masters so far, including Vidit Gujarati, who's down 0-2, not a single point on the scoreboard, but started with double black. He plays his first white tomorrow. Maybe time for a fortune change.
Exactly. We will see whether the players with the black pieces will be able to reverse the fortunes. Hans is looking at hiding the king. He can hide it on a3, but there will be a check on d6. He can hide it on a2, but there will be a check on f2. He can hide it all the way back to a1. He might even step in that direction, but there is a check on g1 that needs to be calculated. And king goes to a2, queen f2
Only
check.
move. Only move queen f2. Queen e6 loses.
Wow.
Queen e6 would be a massive blunder right now. And the point is that after queen e6, suddenly king to a1 and no checks on the board, Yavanka.
Oh.
And a massive threat, checkmate in 1 coming in.
Exactly, and that was something that we have pointed out earlier on, that the queen can deliver a checkmate on h8 if she is allowed. So queen f2, only move. Hans is being sly here with that. Could have gone king to a1, but it was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow queen to g1 check. Instead, let me try and trick my opponent. What is Shamsuddin going to play? He's got 5 minutes on the clock. Do you think he's going to fall for the trick?
I'm going to double down on that point that you just made. King to a1, there's only 1 check on the board and you easily find it. On the other hand, king to a2, 2 checks on the board, and Shamsuddin does find the right one. He does go in with his queen to f2, gets the exclam, stays alive on the board.
Yes, very much needed. He was an only move territory there.
Again, only move, Yavanka.
Okay.
Only 1
Queen
check in the
f8.
position, finds it.
He finds it. And now the question is, can you block this check with queen to b4? Because if you don't, I guess you might have to start doing some funny triangulation with the king. Can you go king b3? King b3, queen f7.
Yes.
Yeah. And there's always that check on the diagonal. So if you can block with queen to b4, is that a possibility?
Check.
Queen f3 check, and then can you block again with queen to b3 and try to check again? It's
Let's
always
see.
on the diagonal.
Okay, he comes back
Okay.
king to b3. And now Hans Niemann under 6 minutes on the clock. Both players on the 6-minute mark.
And only one move, Tanya. Again, queen f7, the only move. to
Everything
survive.
else loses.
If you go queen to b8, which is also quite tempting, then the king will hide on a2.
And then you give a diagonal check. And then the king hides on a1 and no check. Thank you very much.
Exactly. And that line is quite...
Linear.
Exactly. And it's also quite short. So definitely something that Shamsuddin will be looking at.
Hans Niemann is a very tricky player. He is setting up all these landmine ideas of find the right check, Mr. Shamsuddin. So
Yeah.
far doing a fantastic job.
Exactly. And queen f7, I gotta say, isn't necessarily that tempting, because after that, you can go queen c4, block the check. And now...
And now there's a change in construction, right? And black
Exactly.
has to again work out which are the right checks I need to give.
So where to go? If you go queen to f3 check, are you
Good
already
move.
stepping into a
King
problems?
b4. Let's say you go ahead with your king. Black still holds and hangs on by a thread. But Vachier-Lagrave has to find the accurate responses. And it's not an easy task. Did you see that little glance up by Hans Niemann? We've got moves coming in. Let's go to
Yeah.
our live board action. Good move by Vachier-Lagrave. Gives the right check.
Yes. And have you noticed that when the clock starts ticking down, that players can only withstand tension for about, I would say, 30 moves? And then at some point, they just crack.
Yes.
And the funny thing is, their opponent cracks as well. And it becomes like this free-for-all where anything happens.
That's exactly right. And the point is that pressure, it keeps building. You solve one problem, then you have to be accurate second
Yeah.
move, third move, fourth move. And the engines can be accurate for eternity. But for humans, it's incredibly hard to
Yeah.
keep that going.
Exactly.
To keep responding in the right way. And that's what Hans Niemann is trying to do. He's trying to get Vachier-Lagrave to crack in this position, to make that one inaccuracy. He's jumbling up the king and the queen, trying to create that confusion. Once again, queen to h8, always watch out for this. That would be a checkmate in one.
It would be. So you can't mess around and just make an improving move. You have to deliver a check. So we have queen f7 check, check on the diagonal. Very good. And
And you know, Yovi, I'm going to just zoom out of what's happening on the board as the players work this out. I think for Hans Niemann, every tournament that he plays in, every elite level competition, for him it's a platform to prove himself. And I think he takes that very seriously. With everything that happens in his life off the board, he really wants to take that opportunity. Having that first round loss would not have been easy. And I think he wants to try to prove a point here. He's part of the US Olympic team.
yes.
He did tweet that. And it's something he's really looking forward to. This is his big tournament before that. He wants to finish on a high here.
Absolutely. And if anyone has seen the documentary, one thing is very much clear, that Hans, whatever his flaws, is a determined character. He really is absolutely vehement that he is going to get to the top. He has what it takes. And he has, if you think about it, Tanya, I mean, he has gone through like a tremendous amount of pressure, and he has never, ever cracked. He could have folded after all of the accusations and insinuations, and he could have said, right, I don't think chess is for me. I think I'll take a pause. But he's like, no,
Yeah.
I am determined to prove absolutely everyone wrong. And as the clock ticks down, 44 minutes, 53 seconds, another check from Shamsuddin.
And I have to point out, you know, like you're saying that fighting attribute in a situation that most would have disappeared from, for Hans to come out, to keep playing, to keep participating and showing his own strength in many tournaments, it's whatever side of the argument you're on, it is commendable. But also what's commendable in this game is Vachier-Lagrave surviving so far. He's down 2 pawns. He's been finding the accurate checks on the board, keeping things in the balance. He's also making sure that he doesn't fall back on the clock. You know, you give Vachier-Lagrave 30 seconds in this position, suddenly it's a blunderfest.
Yes.
But he's got those extra seconds, playing confidently.
He's playing very confidently, and he's finding all the right checks, and he's utilizing all of the principles that will perhaps assist him in queen and pawn endgames, checking on the diagonals and making sure that his queen has maximum activity. Look at the way that she moves across the board from b6 to f2. He doesn't give a dodgy check at all. He's being precise until the very end. But the question is, with the clock ticking down, can he maintain that accuracy? For Hans is just simply thinking, how can he pose the most problems? And we have a change in dynamics as the queen steps down, blocks the check.
Speaking of dynamics, there definitely has to be a bigger change in it, because 56, mark that. 56 was the move number that the last pawn move happened on the board. And we are currently on move 70, about 14 moves in from that point. Still a long way to go, 36 moves to survive if you want to claim the draw, the 50 move draw rule right now. But it has to be on the radar. At some point, Hans Niemann, to keep the game going, will not only have to survive the checks, but find a way to push one of the pawns.
Yes. And he's also gonna have to think about how he can block a check and which of those pawns will give, if he gives up one of those pawns, which one will provide him with good winning chances, or practical winning chances, I should say.
Vachier-Lagrave is just not giving Hans a moment to breathe.
No.
He's just on the back of that king every single move.
And now you have to run again with the king. So either you're going to repeat with queen to d2.
Which he won't, because he wants to keep the game going.
Yes, and then, oh, there's king b3. And he has to carefully work out whether there's been a threefold repetition. King to b1. Okay, trying that direction. Queen to g1, only move. We've been in this position in our analysis before.
Or you could give a check on f1 or on g1.
Okay.
I think what you don't want to do is give a check from b6. Yogi, I believe that this could land black into a bit of trouble, and the bar does confirm that. And the point is that now you've got this perfect bridge with queen to h8 checkmate being threatened. You can give a check on g1 and suddenly king a2 just hides.
Yep, and you can't take on g4 because the queen h8 checkmate. An idea we've seen time and time again.
Hans setting this up if he's allowed. Queen b6 is the check that Vachier-Lagrave needs to avoid right now. To keep the draw, to keep the equality, it's only two options, f1 or g1 for the black queen.
Yeah. Here he goes for f1. That's it. Precise.
Let
He
me
needed
see
to
that.
play that.
He does give a check from f1.
Okay, now what to do? How to pose the problems. King a2, queen e2 check. King a3.
King a2, let's just have that on the board,
Yeah.
Yovi. And I want to just let everyone know that this is the 5th hour of play for the players. You know, you can't overstate endurance, fatigue. You start seeing ghosts in your mind. How many times it's happened, things are in control, but because it's been a long game, Yovi, you kind of miss that moment and make a mistake. But Vachier-Lagrave just feels like he's on top of his game right now. Shamsuddin, he's not even pausing. King to a2 has been, well, king to b2 even has been played. After queen to f1 check, the king moved up. And we see Shamsuddin responded with a check on f2.
Okay, he's getting ready to go to familiar patterns. If the king goes to b3, queen f7 check. We've been here before.
And this is the point I wanted to make, that so many hours under the game, it's so easy to mess up your patterns,
Yes.
to mix them up. And then one slip and the entire evaluation changes. But I look at Shamsuddin on the screen and it just feels like this guy isn't made for mix-ups.
But you know, this is what they do. A good grinder always does this. You know, you just start to waste time. You just drain the energies, the opponent's energies. You just keep on going and going and going, and then you do it.
You know what he's doing?
Mm-hmm.
He's looking at his score sheet, trying to figure out
Whether it's a threefold repetition.
exactly.
And is it a threefold repetition?
He's trying to work it out. because it's not a direct threefold repetition. It's a photographic draw. It's a draw where the position is repeated, has occurred 3 times at different parts of the game. It's not a direct one after the other.
No.
And that's always a tricky thing to work out, because the first time the position came could be 15 moves earlier. The second time it came could be 8 moves ago. And then now you're getting that same position. So good luck working that out.
You know, once I was doing commentary and it was Nordibek Abdusattorov. And he was playing some blitz game in Armageddon against, I think, Vladimir Kramnik. And the position repeated 3 times, but it was, as you said, you know, it was like 10 moves earlier, there'd been one position and then another position 10 moves later. And then 10 moves down the line, the position had repeated again. And the players were not notating Tanya. And Nordibek said, we've repeated the position 3 times. And this was done with just seconds left on the clock.
But was it correct?
Yes.
Oh my
It was
goodness.
correct. I was like, we
Genius.
were just like, wow.
Yeah.
And Nordibek is so young.
Yes.
And so it just goes to show, I think this is a little bit of the Uzbek training methods. They train under pressure and their pattern recognition is off the charts.
And can you imagine the mental awareness it takes to realize that the queen, the king, well, the pawns, you know, haven't moved, but the queen and the king are exactly in the same position, because it's not just their same position, but also the side that has to make a move has to be identical.
Yes. No, it's completely crazy. You know, at least the pawns you can say, okay, well, they haven't moved. But the king and the queen location is not necessarily that clear. And he blocks. Well, we haven't been here before. So queen to f3. And now the king is going to make a bid for freedom. Or is Hans going to go for the grinders approach, which is where you just draw things out that little bit longer. You know, you mess around, go king a2, king b1, and then you force
He goes up the board.
your opponent to burn some more time, think about things a little bit more, king b4.
He had to go up. I feel he's tried the path all around on that first rank, second rank. He's tested Shamsuddin in all those positions.
Yeah.
And Vachier-Lagrave finds his path. So
Yes.
now he's trying to switch things up, go aggressive. Although we have seen these ideas, and Vachier-Lagrave gives a check, I will say one thing. If Vachier-Lagrave does not survive this endgame, if he messes up at any moment, that really hurts. You know, you've saved the game for so long. It's been an over 5-hour battle. You've done everything right. And if in the end, the brutality of chess hits, you know, one inaccurate move, it's often very difficult to come back from that.
Totally. And it's often a tournament-changing experience.
Yes, exactly. It's a
It has
defining
an
moment.
impact. It has an impact on your remaining rounds. And also it has an impact on your opponent. Your opponent thinks, well, luck is on my side. Woo-hoo-hoo. And you get the momentum in order to do well. And, you know, one kind of case in point, although it wasn't like a long endgame grind, was in the candidates Vachier-Lagrave. Tan against Vachier-Lagrave. Vachier-Lagrave makes Tan, makes a massive blunder in a winning position.
Rook to a1.
Yes. And Vachier-Lagrave seizes that moment, and then she ratchets up those wins. And for Tan, it was just a disaster.
And
nothing went her
one-move
way.
blunder.
Yeah, nothing went her way.
Yes. And Tan Zhongyi was in the lead at that moment. And then after losing that, you know, Vachier-Lagrave got exactly what she needed, and the realization that maybe Kaisa is on my side now.
I think Vachier-Lagrave was almost in last place alongside Tan
she
Zhongyi.
was.
I mean, they were not doing so well, but then suddenly the tournament just whoosh for Vachier-Lagrave, and for Tan, she got left behind. And this is the kind of game where already, if you hold it, okay, great. It's great for the defender. They will feel good. But if you lose it, then you will feel drawn out. You'll feel tired. And suddenly your whole tournament experience could change.
But so far, all the exclams are for Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave. He does give a check to that king, which is just finding it impossible to hide anywhere. You move forward, more queen checks along the way. White queen unable to build that bridge. King c5. That's the sticky king right there. Again, forcing the white king to stay connected to the queen. Yamanka, I think that Shamsuddin has figured this out.
Yes.
He's defending this to perfection. Look at the amount of time that he's built on the clock as well. Now he's over 6 minutes.
And now we have the sticky king in operation, right? Queen c7, wherever you go. Oh, is queen c7 a mistake? So
No, you could go queen c7.
he can go queen c7, but he actually hasn't. He's gone king a6.
He's made his decision. He went king c5. King c5 on the board. I can see it on the camera.
Yep, that was me messing around with my Okay, so now this is what I was thinking. The sticky king, queen c7. And if the king drops back to d4, you go queen f4 check. You say, ha, you can't run away. Stay close to your king. King to d5, and you go queen f7.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you just keep it going like this.
Just making sure that the white king remains true to the queen and nowhere to hide there.
Yeah, you gotta stay faithful to your lady, right?
It's good life advice.
Yes.
And
Very
good chess advice right now. King to c5 on the board. Vachier-Lagrave just calculating these lines.
And for Hans, yeah, I mean, at some point he will have to just admit that he's getting nowhere and try something completely different. We might see Tanya that he eventually decides, okay, I'll give you the g-pawn and I will try and take that battle there. But can he even get there?
24 moves. Still to go for the 50-move rule.
Yeah.
Not a single pawn or a trade should have happened. We see a different check there, but a good enough.
Still same idea, you know, just designed to prevent the king running to b4. So now we've got the same business. King goes to d4, queen to f4 check.
And I want to point out that this was a really nicely played game by Hans Niemann, you know. He kept an advantage. He went for those combative lines. Bishop takes 8-6. What a sacrifice that was early on. I'm going to quickly bring up that position right here. The first brilliancy of this round in this position. f6, the last move by Vachier-Lagrave. A miss, and bishop takes pawn suddenly on the board. Winning the pawn, you take that bishop. A beautiful idea. Queen to g6. The black queen overloaded, has to defend the knight, can't really come into the defense. King to f8, and Hans would have been all over in this beautiful position. You can start just improving your pieces. The black king, the black rook, doing nothing at all. King stuck in the center of the board. And after bishop takes pawn, it was difficult times for Vachier-Lagrave. He did find great resources, though. Knight takes pawn. And Hans just felt like he's got the pluses in the position. He wins a pawn and should have been able to make more of what we have right now. You know, 4 disconnected weaknesses here for the black pieces. The bishops came off the board, a healthy pawn, but then finally an inaccuracy, and I'll just play that once through. Look at the way Vachier-Lagrave sacrificed the second pawn for activity of the queen and the rook, and all basing it on this beautiful e-pawn, which is about to start going up the board. Some checks here. The king falls back. Rook e1 was the first inaccuracy. Rook e4 the second inaccuracy. Loses a pawn there. a4. And since here, Vachier-Lagrave has done a fantastic job of holding the position. I'll go straight back to where we are as the moves are coming in. King to d5, but no progress for Hans Niemann in this queen and pawn endgame. Up to pawns.
Yep. And very well calculated by Shamsuddin that to actually get into that queen and pawn endgame 2 pawns down, and to understand that it's going to be very difficult for Hans to make progress. No, I mean, after Hans's shocker of bishop takes h6, I would say Shamsuddin reacted in a really great manner. You know, he held his nerve, he understood that he was in deep trouble, and he did the thing that you need to do. He got active and started giving Hans choices, and Hans sadly took a misstep, but we find ourselves in this queen and pawn endgame. And how is Hans gonna escape the checks? Queen to d7 is 1 check that's in the air. And the problem is that Shamsuddin is being super accurate and not allowing the white king to hide away on b4. So after king c5, he's kind of gone queen f8 check. You can't run.
I want to point out one idea that potentially Hans could set up. You know, he's tried everything on the left flank, and I wonder if given the opportunity, he can try to hide away the king on the other side of the board. So I'm looking at, for example, if you try to get the sticky king position with queen to g8, and look at that, the bar suddenly goes up. King to d4 now, and my point is that you don't have a check on the f line. You give a check from g7 or d8. I want to run to the other flank and see if I can actually find any solace there.
Yes, and it looks like you are making big inroads as the king goes to f3.
You know, you can give one more check. I'm just hiding. And the bar says black still saves this, but it starts looking very tricky because you're running out of checks. Your final check on d6. Okay, maybe there are still checks to be answered.
Okay.
Even this not easy.
No, it's not easy at all. But I gotta say, I don't think you want to be headed into this as black. So that was checking on the wrong square. Queen to d7 instead.
Is the right square.
Of course. The queen wants to be in the center. She wants to have that flexibility. Check on the diagonal, check behind, in front of the king.
Also just not allowing Hans any path towards the right flank, keeping itself connected to the g4 pawn is the black queen. He instead is heading towards that side, but another path.
Oh,
Just don't
I've
give a
been
check.
trying to set up a stalemate for such a long time. So I was thinking, queen, if I got my queen to f7 and I forced queen takes queen, then there could be...
Let's show that, Yogi.
Yeah.
Queen f7, and white will do everything, but this is the beautiful idea.
But you could set it up now. Instead of a queen to g7, you could have played queen c7.
Ooh.
And I have been trying to set that this whole stalemating idea for such a long time, and
That's it.
that's stalemate, yes.
That would be stalemate.
I was
but instead
expecting
white would
half
be
to
forced,
appear, but of course that didn't happen, yeah.
and white would be forced to fall back with the king.
Yeah,
But it's a beautiful pattern.
but I gotta say, actually, Shamsuddin did not play that. He played queen to g7 very, very quickly. Maybe he just didn't see queen c7.
But now, Yovi,
Yeah, exactly. Now your idea is gonna be on the board. I feel like it's suddenly become a little bit
you know
harder.
what? I'm going to make your idea work in a really cool way. Look
Okay.
at this. Because this time it'll be
Oh.
forced.
Perfect.
Queen f7, and the white king cannot stay connected to the black queen, to the queen, and this would end in a stunning stalemate.
He
He's
has.
seen queen
I
f7.
think he's seen it. I
But
think
he
he's
needs to
seen
see it. Play it. Queen
No,
f7
no,
is game
he's-
over. I'm going to show it really quickly.
Queen f7. Queen
Only
takes
move,
queen.
otherwise you lose the queen, and that's a stalemate. That's game over right there, right now.
Exactly. Okay, right now after this excitement,
Ivanka, he's
come
not
on,
spotted
he's
it.
not spotted it.
Because he would have played it instantly.
No, I think he has, because I was trying
What
to
is he
make it work
calculating
like
then?
50 moves ago. It's come on,
Do
come
not
on,
miss this.
Shamsuddin.
You
Queen
cannot miss
f7,
this.
finish the game
You
in
have
style.
to play queen f7, but he hasn't seen it. Because he would play it in 1 second if he'd spotted it.
No, he's
Oh!
he doesn't spot it. Oh. Oh, we're going to be here again for another 50 moves, Tanya.
But I'm not upset about that, but Ivanka, it would have been a stunning finish to a beautiful hold.
Yeah.
And I have to show this idea one more time. Ivanka, you spotted it a while back. You've been trying to make it work, and it would have worked to perfection in this moment. Queen to f7, checking the king. Oh, my queen is what you're looking at, but queen takes queen, only move. And suddenly, it's a stalemate.
You know, I think he spotted it right now, Tanya, because suddenly he just went, So, but we might see it on the board one
We
more
won't
time.
because Hans spotted it for sure. In the middle, when Vachier-Lagrave was thinking about it, you could see it on Hans Niemann that he saw queen to f7 is an instant draw. And now, if Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave does not hold this endgame, this moment will be haunting him for the rest of the tournament.
It's haunting him right now, Tanya. You can see it on his face. Look at him. He's like criticized. He's like, I could have ended this game right now. And actually, I think that suddenly Vachier-Lagrave is not going to hold us. I think he's now going to be going back to that moment where, oh my goodness me, I had this amazing way to finish the game there and then.
And that's the thing, he played it so perfectly. And that moment when the draw is just there.
Yes.
It's one move away. Yovi, it's just unbelievable what has happened right now. And you know, if he missed it, it's best for him that he doesn't realize he's missed it. Because if he's realized that, it becomes so difficult to come back from that psychologically.
Yes.
Mentally, you're fighting your own brain. And look at that. Already we see a different dynamic on the board. The queen and the king have shuffled up.
Yeah. Now this is not so easy. And now the king is going to start the big old run. Wow. Okay. So, whoops. Shamsuddin now having to tread even more carefully in this position. Queen h2. He still keeps on finding the checks.
I'm still reeling from that moment. Ivanka, can we just show it one more time?
Yeah, we have to go
for
it just
everyone.
for posterity. Also, again, it's a tactic and a pattern that you often find in studies, and it's so instructive. It can be done when the black king is there on h8. So there was one golden moment for Shamsuddin to finish the game there and then. So, and that was, if we go back to this critical moment with king to f3. Just a few moves ago, Hans plays king to f3, and now Shamsuddin could have finished the game with Tanya show it.
Yeah, to stunner. And everything worked out to perfection. But I noticed the moment that Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave started thinking, because if you spot queen f7, if it's on your radar, it's instant. There's nothing to calculate, right? This is game over. This is handshakes. White can't move the king anywhere. The queen falls. Queen takes queen. Forced now Hans Niemann would be to take it. And you think you're winning the game. You've just won the queen. But the black king, trapped. The pawn, the white pawns, taking away any square. That's stalemate. You don't get to see that at top level chess.
No, you don't often see that. And it would have also been stalemate. Can you just put the king, just move it to h8, just kind of like physically put it there. It would have been a draw like this as well, because there's no available moves.
All right, but none of that happened, because instead of going queen f7, he just moved it one step to ahead. Queen f6 check was given, and allowing Hans Niemann the scope to try for more. Queen e4 blocked it, another check.
But he's doing it. Hans is now taking over. He's slowly forcing the black queen to give checks on more and more awkward squares, like king goes to, where is it going to, king goes to f2. Yes, and now you're going to have to give a check on h2. Only check in the position.
Everything else loses.
Exactly. And
everything else loses. If you were to move, queen g6 is a massive threat.
And then queen g2 now is the block. There's no more checks on the board.
And you'll be forced to give a check from f4.
And then you go queen to f3.
It still goes on, Yovi, but white has made progress. There are checks on d2 that you need to be careful about. But very importantly, black cannot pick up the a4 pawn. And I'm going to show that. Queen f4 check,
queen g2.
Only move. Queen f3. If you pick up the pawn on a4, queen f6 is still not game over, but extremely dangerous.
Yes.
As a human, you don't want to go into this. And my feeling is that Vachier-Lagrave has lost the thread now. He realized he missed a stalemate in one. He's had to do it all over again, has to go for the long game. And that's a very difficult thing to adapt.
Yeah. And I got to say, your mind, I mean, it takes a really strong mind not to replay that moment in your head again and again and again. You know, I once had an opportunity to win a queen. I didn't spot it. And I could not recover from that moment. I just played like a lemon afterwards. I was like, because my brain just kept going, you could have won a queen. Why are we even still here? You could have won a queen. Everything would have been great. And I'm sure that is running through Shamsuddin's mind right now as we see queen f3 being considered by Hans Niemann. And I think he's going to play it. I think we're probably going to get that situation with queen coming to f3, queen takes a4, queen f6, and we are in for a whole lot more chess.
But I will remind everyone, once again, Yavanka, pawn to g4 was the last pawn move, and that happened on move 56 by Hans Niemann. We are currently on move 91. I'm trying to do the math really quickly, so that is about 15 moves approximately more to go.
I think we can reset the counter because queen
it
f3,
doesn't matter anymore.
Queen
it
takes
doesn't
a4.
matter. Queen a4 on the board. And now is it time for Hans Niemann to go ahead with his queen? He's done it, queen check. King goes back, gives another check, driving the king away. He's going to pick up the g5 pawn with a check. Beautifully played by Hans. He's so back in the game. And even if the bar says that this is level, good luck holding this with 2 pawns deficit.
Yep. And also, that 30-second increment is not that much when you have this type of position as well, because you constantly have to be on guard for white's checks. Checks on the diagonal. Here you go. Here's
my question to you is, Yavanka, do you think that Vachier-Lagrave knows what he missed?
Yes.
You think he does?
Look at him. You see him kind of go,
I could have been eating dinner right now.
I could have been a handshake. And I must say, hats off to Shamsuddin, though, with the black pieces, because I'm sure as soon as he played queen f6, his brain went into action and went, hang on a second, you could have gone queen f6.
Just a square. And it was right there.
It was there.
It was right there.
Exactly. And it always happens, and you're like, after you make the move and you hit the clock, your brain goes, hello, that wasn't the best move. And you're like, well, why did you not work 1 second earlier? But
And the thing is, it's not even the kind of move that shifts the evaluation. It's just game over. It's just end of the day. You've
Yes.
defended it perfectly, and the last move, beauty prize.
exactly, what a finish. But as it is now, okay, this is actually super difficult to win this.
And
with
that
the
kind of
two
blows
extra
my mind.
pawn. Yes, I remember witnessing on the Champions Chess Tour, I think Magnus Carlsen had an endgame very similar to this against Jan-Christoph Duda. He didn't win it. So it's actually really, really difficult because it's hard to escape the checks.
And that's my question. Why is it so hard? Let's see if White just tries to come up with the king. What's the problem in this position? It's not the checks. Basically, Black is making a case. For Vachier-Lagrave, the case is that it's just not easy for White to make progress with the pawns. You just make waiting moves with the queen, and the moment White actually pushes one of the two pawns is when you start checking the White king with no defense on the 4th rank, no lateral defenses here, no bridges here. And if you were to push h6, you give a check and win it in different cases. But eventually as well, White needs to push the g pawn, but the king will be unsafe. But Jovanka, from a human perspective, I don't care what the evaluation bar is saying. The storyline of this tournament, it's going to be miraculous if Vachier-Lagrave survives this now.
Yeah.
It's going to be so commendable. And if he doesn't, this could be the defining moment for the Uzbekistan young grandmaster. Missing queen to f7 for his whole tournament. If he doesn't manage to hold this one.
If he doesn't manage to hold this one, I mean, he's going to be so angry with himself, especially because it was within grasp. But as we see, the queen to e6. And often I think you want to be putting your king out on h8, ironically enough. You can go king g7, that's fine. But king h8 is quite a nice idea for the stalemate tricks. Although, hang on a second, I see the evaluation bar when you put it on the board.
But it's so hard to understand because it's not a direct knockout. My computer's just telling me any king move here. Make sense of that. How do you figure that out? And in fact, it's on the board, Jovanka. Has he just played king to h8?
He's played king to h7.
Which is also a blunder.
Which is also a blunder. And I was advocating the king h8 because of the stalemate ideas. But why is this such a bad move? Is it just because of king g3?
Yes, but... And look at that. This is how hard it is. And just ignore the bar right now. Because good luck finding that White just wins with a small king move here. And this is mysterious stuff. And that queen f5 and it suddenly drops down. And the point is that Black needs to hide on either of these two squares, Jovanka. King g7, in fact, is the move that you have to make here.
Okay. But I don't think he's going to make that because if Hans repeats the position, you instinctively go, oh, well, I want that threefold repetition. I want to get closer. So you repeat. So
Yeah, I'm still just mind blown with the fact that Vachier-Lagrave missed queen f7. It just, I'm feeling very bad right now because Hans, if he wins this, he fully deserves it, right? He kept the pressure going till his opponent cracks. He kept trying for a win and fully deserving of it. But for Vachier-Lagrave, defending a very difficult queen's pawn ending to perfection and then messing it up when literally it's game over in one move. And it's the blind spot. It's what we spoke about earlier, a 5-hour gameplay.
Yep.
And fatigue, endurance, you're seeing ghosts in your mind. And this ghost will come to haunt him if he doesn't survive this. King to g3 by Hans Niemann. Ignore the bar. It might say level. But for a human to defend this, it's a Herculean task.
It's completely difficult here to do this because king g3, I mean, where are you going to go with your queen? What is the best square to check on? I mean, queen a1 is the move that's given by my table base because, again, queen a1 is the only move according to the table base, Tanya. Everything else will lose. Why queen a1? And I guess the whole answer is that if the king runs to h4, you can give a check on e1. But
And
if
this
you were
somehow
to go,
holds.
but if you were to go queen b4 with the same idea, that unfortunately would be a loss because after the queen centralizes itself to d5 check, and the king moves, say, to g7 or
h8.
h8. Let's put it on h8.
And then you centralize again.
And then you centralize it again. And then after king goes to g8, then
now you can go up because
Now you can go
E1
up.
is defended.
Exactly.
So White's winning plan. Hans Niemann has to find a way to get his king up the board before he pushes any pawns. And for Vachier-Lagrave, now the defensive task is to make sure that you don't have an inroad to g5 and the king will be checked if it does attempt that. King g3 on the board.
And so, yeah, queen a1 is the only move
And
to
we
draw.
see if we can have our clock timing visible right now, as we're trying to fix that on our screen
Yeah.
on the left side.
Yeah, let's have that one on. 3 minutes and 32 seconds for Shamsuddin. And now it's ticking down. Queen a1, and that's just basically designed to prevent the white queen from centralizing to the ideal square of e5.
Yes.
But I feel that's such a difficult spot.
It's so difficult.
Like, you wouldn't think queen
Ivanka.
a1.
It's so incredibly difficult. And again, I know I keep going back to it, but cannot overstate that he's not only fighting down a pawn. By the way, he goes the other way, and it's completely lost now, but not easy to figure out why. White needs to give a few checks, centralize his queen on e5 with those checks, control the e1 square, and then start going up the board so that you're not allowing black access on e1.
Yes. And it's going to be the cross checks as well. Once you get the king up the board, that is going to be saving the day for
I'm going to
white.
just show that point here. Let's say you come back, and now king to h4, queen to d8 check is met by queen g5, game over, and that would be a trade of queens. And if not, king to h4, there's no check on e1. You could have a check on h1, but the white king finds its path
Yeah.
forward.
And after queen c1, you think, well, okay, I can keep everything alive. But no, after here. And again, the queen is fantastic at blocking.
We've got moves coming in. Let's stay
Yep,
on
let's
the
stay
live board. Hans Niemann gives the check, first correct check, and Vachier-Lagrave avoids going into that dark square territory where e5 would come with a big check. Now can White step up with the king? Ivanka, because you've taken control of e1 as well.
You can also flick in queen f7 and see whether you can do anything. He
He
drops the queen back to e4. Also looks like a very good square. It controls h1, e1, and
Getting ready to
Getting
slide up
ready.
the board.
okay, now can he go king h4? Or
But you could go e5. Remember how that's the key square here
Yeah,
right now.
let's
You
go
want
there.
to be able to block the check on d8 with a queen
Yep.
g5 if your king is on h4.
that's such a critical point, and you must not forget that. Okay, but it's also really tempting. You know, you go king h4, and I think you would squander the win if you rushed with that king move. And yes, it goes down because after queen to d8, can you do that?
So you start with a check,
Yeah.
queen e5 check,
And
but
then after
instead king to h4, you're saying
Yeah.
queen d8 and g5. Also so tempting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, we do have a move. Look at that. Hans Niemann finding all
Queen-
the right moves here. Queen e5 played. He says, I'm not going to allow you any activity. And now pressure on Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah.
And it's objectively lost this position.
Yes. Because of that block. And now
This
for
is heartbreak.
it is completely king h7. What is he going to choose? What is the move? Okay, so hang on. We have a move, Tanya. Queen e5 check, king h7. So Shamsuddin being tricky until the very end. You know, he's saying king h4, queen can come to d8, and then you do not have this block. King h4. Tanya, it was so tempting to make this move, but it's not the correct one. And here,
And you know what the correct move was?
King-
The same idea, but a different square. You had to go up, and white king hides across the checks, because this time it's the black king that'll be under the line of fire once you block with the queen.
yes.
This is so incredible that at this moment, after queen e5, if black falls back with the king to g8, then you go to h4. If the king goes to h7, then the correct path is via f4, because eventually that's your bridge.
Yeah. But you know, I still think, despite what the evaluation bar and the table
Yes.
base say, that this is super tricky, because after, say for instance, after queen to d8, I would be terrified of g5. I would be like, well, where's the check? There is no check.
And he is as well, right? For Shamsuddin right now, that is why he's not rushing with his decision. If you give a check from h1, the white king slides up, And we've seen those positions where your king is hiding away from all the checks. And for Shamsuddin in his head, he has to be feeling that this is just gone. This is lost for me right now. Hans Niemann has put so much pressure on him every single move. And I have to say, from the very start, in fact, in the opening, the middle game, some beautiful sacrifices by Hans. But Shamsuddin, fantastic defense, and had that one window of opportunity, which was just a shutdown on Hans. He missed it, and that was a turnaround moment. Even though it was objectively still a draw, but very difficult to come back from. Hans found the idea of going to the other side of the board, picking up that extra pawn, has these 2 pawns now. Jovanka, it will take something super special for Vachier-Lagrave to survive this, even if it's objectively equal.
Yeah, even it is objectively a draw, I think it's going to take such a Herculean effort there from Shamsuddin, because he has to hold his nerve. He has to find the right squares for his queen. I would say a lot of this is actually knowing the technique, because I tell you, I would not be happy putting my queen back to d8, because I would think after g5, well, sorry, how am I going to
survive this?
Exactly.
Which is why he didn't go queen to d8, not allowing g5, but instead gives the wrong way check. And Hans Niemann's king is ready to go up the board. King g5, queen c1, block it with your queen. No check on c5, queen f5 will be game over.
And can I just point out that the way to hold this, and it's by no way intuitive, is to go queen to d8, you let the pawn block, and then you go queen to d7. That's the only move, yes.
Okay, that's impossible.
I know, and if you go
You're
g6,
not even threatening a real check right now.
Look. And if you go
G6.
g6, you go king to g8.
Okay, this I
And
understand, because
everything,
this is checkmate.
Yes, and everything is covered here. And again, it's very difficult for white to make progress. King to g5, you go queen to d8. And if king can't hide itself on h6, because, oops, there's a queen to d2.
And just understanding that there is no progress to be made. But these are computer lines. These are engine moves, Jovanka.
It's about knowing the technique. And a lot of us haven't taken the time to study the queen and pawn endgames. I'm certainly finding this very, very instructive.
Yes. I feel like it's one thing is the technique, but you need to be precise every single move. So you can't really rely on the plan of the technique. It's just, again, from a human perspective, to save this is next to impossible. Even if in your head, you know that this should be a draw.
Yeah.
Finding the absolute right check, the absolute right move for the next 10 moves is black. Maybe the next 30 moves is black.
Yeah.
With
I
2
agree
pawns
with you.
deficit.
I agree with you. This is going to be so difficult for
And
white
this has been played out,
and
by
black.
the way.
Okay, so yeah, we see the block, queen to d1, and incidentally, and now here it's mate in 18 according to the engine, and here what you can do queen f7. So maybe we can show the whole point. Queen f7 check.
Okay.
King h8, and no, you don't rush with the king. You go queen f8, king h7, queen e7. Again, you maximize the queen, and then after king h8, that's how you go king h6. And so the whole point is that after queen takes g4, that's impossible because of queen f8.
Or h7, you can pick
Yeah,
whichever
queen
way.
h7. Yeah, I was going to pick the mate in 2, but why do that when you can mate in 1? Yeah. So this is how the way to do it is that you maximize the queen.
But that's the thing, right? Understanding that e7 is the square before you step in with your king.
And the reason why you can't do this whole business with the queen on f7 is because the king on h8, there's stalemating possibilities.
So queen f7, king h8. And for example, if you move in with your
Yeah,
king
now you can go...
queen d6 check.
No, not queen d6, queen d2.
Queen d6 check. Also queen d2, Jovanka.
Yeah, and then the
It's
whole...
the
Then you make your... Yes, you can... And queen takes g5, stalemate. So we might very well see this if Hans rushes. But he's gone queen to f7. I think the thing is, though, I think now that he's realized about the stalemating idea, this is the big moment. Yeah, queen e8.
And
of
he
course,
finds queen
finds
e7.
he-
This, I can understand. You want to make sure that the black king has runaway squares, right? Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. For Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave, that moment, that window of opportunity where it would have been game over, slipped out of his hands. And now Hans Niemann, who spotted it instantly after making his move, is never going to allow the black king to get trapped. He's never going to give that second chance to Shamsuddin in this game.
Yep.
finds the right checks and is about to move in with the king. Yeah, this is tough.
Very tough. Very hard for Shamsuddin. He was so close
One
to get
move,
in that
literally
draw.
one move.
Yeah, and he missed it.
Not even one move, one square, Jovanka. Queen to f7 instead of queen to f6.
And that would have been it. He would have saved it. And as it stands, he is going to lose to Hans Niemann. But we've got to also just commend Hans, because he just kept the game alive. There was a lot of maneuvering going on. And when he made that bid, he caught Shamsuddin on the off.
And you know what the crazy part is? In that moment, Shamsuddin stopped. He paused. He was thinking. It's not that he rushed.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you how much time he took to make the move queen to f6.
But the problem, Tanya, was that queen f7 was never really an idea before. And what Hans did is he didn't rush with driving that king to f3 immediately, in which case you might have been on guard. He had set up this whole mechanism that he was been checking on the most accurate square, never giving away the queen. And then the opportunity came to set up that stalemating idea, and he just didn't spot it because he was in the frame of mind where he was just going to check.
He had about 6 minutes on the clock, and he took a minute in that
Yeah.
moment. And that's it. And that moment will come to haunt Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave, who after a tremendous effort of trying to save a very difficult game, did everything right until that one moment when he had the draw in one single move. And slipping that up, Hans Niemann was all across his back, finding all the right paths forward, and he gets his first win. Hans Niemann takes down Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, what a game. What a queen and pawn endgame. It's a very instructive one at that. It definitely showed a lot of themes. But I gotta say, Tanya, it has been a very, very decisive day here at the UzChess Cup Masters. 5 victories, all for the white pieces. It has been a sensational day, and we've seen it done with flair. Some of the games were in-game grinds. Some of them were all about the opening preparation, and others were just huge tactical slugfests.
And I just want to show this last moment in this game. Speaking of tactical slugfest, I think this game just had it all. You could write an entire book on the action that we saw in this. It was a grind, starting from the queen's pawn ending, but the narrative goes far behind. Fantastic opening play by Hans Niemann. Beautiful tactical skirmish in the middle game, sacrificing a piece right there, getting into a major piece endgame with an extra pawn, giving it up for play, continuing the game, fighting spirit, all of that up until this point, and now it's all but over. Yes, Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave could have given a few checks, which simply get blocked, and unfortunately, the threat of 2 checkmates forces the black queen to continue on the checking game, but it's not enough because now the white queen has blocked the king, and this would lead to a forced trade and a winning king-pawn endgame. And after king to h6, realizing all of that, Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave, who was 1 move away from snatching a draw in a well-fought game, goes down to Hans Niemann.
It goes down to Hans Niemann. 5 decisive games, 5 victories for white. It has been such a thrilling day of chess here. Just a thrilling day of chess here. And let's take a look at tomorrow's pairings, because Tanya, every day we are in for a treat as we are seeing that. Okay, these are the results of the challenges. As we can see, sensational news, as I mentioned. Black has won a game in the challenges, and that was Muhammad Sada against Suyarov. That was against Safali El-Taj, and a win for Brandon Jacobson. Brandon takes an early lead. And in the futures, also an incredibly decisive day with 4 victories for the white pieces. Looking ahead to tomorrow, we have some exciting matchups. Tanya, we have Theodoro. He's got the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi, as we can see. Here are the results of the futures in round 1. Tanya, it's been such a great day for white.
It really has. I mean, all across the arena at UzChess, whether you look at the Masters, the Challenges, the Futures, the players playing with the white pieces doing incredibly well. You know, who said classical chess is dead? We've had 10 games so far just in the Masters, 7 of them decisive.
Yeah.
That is the kind of fighting chess that happens when you get players who are hungry, who are motivated, you know, who are always looking for the fight. And a fight is what we've been getting.
We have been treated, and like you say, you know, the players are here, they are inspired, and they are delivering when it comes to the chess, fighting chess, artistic chess. We have seen it all. These are the pairings for round 2 in the futures, and very exciting matchups. But in the Masters in round 3, well, we can see that Vachier-Lagrave, he just had an epic, heartbreaking, painful loss just now to Hans Niemann. We'll have the white pieces against the early tournament leader, Mamedyarov. And we are also seeing that Mamedyarov is going to be playing white against Arjun Erigaisi. It's going to be a story of, can the players who lost today make that comeback as they're playing with the white pieces? I got my eyes on you, Vidit. You're going to be playing for the first time with the white pieces, and he's going to play against Nordibek Abdusattorov. Tanya, a lot of excitement ahead.
It's going to be a fantastic day of chess, and I think we are going to be using that line a lot here at UzChess. With the drama that's coming up tomorrow, the drama that we've had in the first 2 days, which has left us with an early tournament leader, the only player with 2 out of 2, with 100%, Mamedyarov. And what a game he's had today. Incredible preparation and amazing technique at the end to take down Nicolas Theodorou. And tomorrow the action, of course, continues. You know, we saw it, and I'm convinced with one thing, Ivanka, that UzChess will give us decisive action every single day. It looks like the players wake up here with violence on their minds.
Well, if the first 2 days are to be believed, then they certainly are. On that note, we are going to say goodbye, and, well, we'll see you all tomorrow, same time, same place. The drama, it starts here, UzChess Cup. See you.